And for those of you who are not part of our WhatsApp group, we're going to be sending all the information and all the things that you need to know, so you can scan this QR code to be part of that WhatsApp group so you don't miss on anything. So let's not wait anymore to start this amazing conference. I want to give the welcome to Dr. Mary Ruhr, Chair of Liberty International. Give it a round of applause, please.
The joys of being short. I have to pull the microphone down. But welcome, everyone. I'm really glad to see you all here. I see so many familiar faces, people I've known for decades, and I see new faces too, which is really exciting. And I hope that if this is your first time at this conference, that you'll take a moment when it's convenient and come and introduce yourself to me, because here we try for a family feel. You know, we come together and we see people we've known, like I said, for decades, and then, of course, we see new people who hopefully we will know for many decades more. And I want to tell you, because I know there are a fair number of new people here, a little bit about our organization and what we do. We consider ourselves the Johnny Appleseed of spreading the freedom message, especially in the developing countries. And we usually do it on an individual basis. Although we have had some group activities, for example, before the Berlin Wall came down, there was a lot of smuggling going on of libertarian literature to the other side of the wall. The big fax-in, where we faxed the literature. And then the joy we had when it came down, and we were able to have our conferences in the Eastern Bloc. Very exciting times. And of course, we are active in the US as well. In fact, when I was a libertarian learning about the different issues, I was using the 35 or so issue papers that Liberty International, which was then called International Society for Individual Liberty, put out. It was, I think, one of the greatest learning tools that we had in the movement at that time. And those pamphlets that we had went out to county fairs and all kinds of places. So we've been doing these conferences way back, and we will continue to do them, as well as other types of education. But this was all made possible because the people who were really the activists in this organization, Vince Miller and Jim Elwood, they were the ones who really pioneered most of this. And they did it by living on a shoestring so that they could do all of this work and make every donor dollar count. And we try to do that today. We try to be very efficient with any donor funds that we get. Now, I'm sad to say that Vince Miller is only with us in spirit now. He died in 2008. But we do have Jim Elwood with us today. And I would like Jim to join me on the stage. Jim Elwood. Now, I can tell you that this organization wouldn't be here today if Jim hadn't worked so hard, and of course Vince as well. But Vince hasn't been with us since 2008, but Jim Elwood was keeping the basically keeping Liberty International alive with some help from the board, and we wanted to honor him. He's also our historian. We're always asking him, Jim, what happened during this time, or do you have the paperwork for this particular thing? So what we'd like to do is honor him today with this medallion, which he's going to wear at the conference, I hope.
Oh, thanks.
And it says, to Jim Elwood, for decades of service to Liberty International. It's handmade, and I wanted him to have it for this, because if you have a question about the history of this organization, he's the guy. And you can easily find him now because he has this special medallion, which was hand-carved, by the way. Yes, so. Did you want to say a few words, Jim? If you want to, go right ahead.
Well, thank you, folks. All I want to say right now, I appreciate what's been said about me and Vince and all that, but I've said many times over the years is the real work out in the world has been done by a terrific network of individuals in the various countries, and they're a lot of them under very difficult circumstances that we don't face here in the U.S., even in the last few years. So they're the ones that really deserve the credit, and we always just try to help them as much as we can from afar. So anyway, thank you.
And now I'd like to turn the microphone over to the hosts of this meeting, Jeff and Nancy Neal.
Thank you, Mary. My name is Jeff Neal. We're honored, my wife and I, Nancy, to be the official hosts of this conference. Now, I know that there are people in this room who've never been to the U.S. before this event. And there's more people who've never been to Texas before. So what I want to say to you is, welcome to Texas. Now, Texas is mythical around the world. The references people think of cowboys and big oil. And am I too close or am I too loud? Both are, there's a good reason why we're known for that. There really is. And of course, everything is bigger in Texas. Well, no, it's not. Maybe the biggest thing in Texas is our ego and our opinion of ourselves. But we're not the biggest, but we're very big. Well, how big? There's this interstate in the US called I-10 or Interstate 10 that starts at the Pacific Ocean and ends at the Atlantic Ocean. And if you look at the distance between the Pacific Ocean and where Texas starts, it's less than the distance from one side of Texas to the other side of Texas. And the distance from that other side of Texas, the Atlantic Ocean, is also less than the distance across Texas. Now, if you take a different road and you start in Mexico at the very bottom of Texas, and you go all the way to the north of Texas, it's almost exactly the same distance as it is from Texas to Canada. That's big. In fact, we're bigger than France. Yeah, go Texas. Now, of course, Alaska is bigger than we are, and we represent that. The fact that most of it is uninhabitable is, besides the point, where we've only got a big chunk that's virtually uninhabitable called West Texas, which, well, you've got to love weather that's just really hot, whereas if you're Alaska, you've got to love freezing to death. But Texas also is number 2 in the U.S. in population. Of the top 12 cities in the U.S., there's only 2 states that have more than 1 city on that list. New York? No. Illinois and Chicago? No. It's California and Texas. California has Los Angeles and San Diego. 2. We have 5. We have Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, and Fort Worth are all in the top 10, which is indicative of part of the character of Texas. High population density in certain areas, and virtually nobody anywhere else. In fact, we have 254 counties in Texas, and 93, I think it is, or 94 of those have less than 10,000 population in the entire county. But we have somewhere around 270 towns and cities that have a population of more than 10,000. There's this little place out in the middle of nowhere called Loving County with 43 people. Okay, and of course Texas is famous for oil and cattle. But we are the #1 oil producing state in the country. We're also #1 in wind power and #2 in solar, because we're an energy state, not an oil state. Now, cattle, way, way beyond any other state in terms of production. The other interesting thing is that Texas is the #1 agricultural exporting state in the US. We export more agricultural product than anybody else. We're also #1, for example, in cotton, very high up in timber and a whole bunch of other stuff. And here in Texas, about 98% of all farms and ranches are privately owned, family-owned enterprises. Whereas if you go to places like Iowa, Indiana, Illinois, that most of those farms are corporate. Ours are not. They're family-owned. Of those family-owned farms, 39% of them are owned by women. Now, we Texans understand that, because in Texas, the women are beautiful, they're smart, and they're tough. In fact, an exemplar of that is go walk out and one of our sponsors, Blood of Tyrants, go talk with Kate. She is beautiful, she is smart, and she's tough. That's what Texas women are like. We love that. And it's about the people that makes Texas special. And I'm going to quote something from, look, I was born in England, so I thought this was really funny. Back in 1991, Queen Elizabeth II visited Texas. In a speech in Austin, she said, "No state commands such fierce pride and loyalty. Lesser mortals are pitied for their misfortune in not being born in Texas." And that exemplifies a lot. But the difference is we are open to people from other countries. I was born in England. I've been welcomed as a Texan, heart and soul, because they can sense, they know, they learned that I want to be a Texan. We're not quite as friendly to the people who come from stranger places like California, who say, "You guys should change." We like to tell them, that way's the exit. So we're special. But also, Texans are warm, friendly, open, polite. Many of this is a characteristic across the entire South, but I think we do it better than any of them do. So what I'm saying to you is, welcome to Texas with open heart, open soul. We're happy you're here. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. Mine's going to be really short. I wasn't sure what all he was going to talk about. Mine's more about local stuff. If you have any questions about the hotel, you can ask me. If you have questions about the local area of Grapevine and Dallas and Fort Worth, track down Elizabeth Miller, who I don't know if she's here yet. She's working the Tarrant County LP table, which is just outside the door. So, and she has offered to be, if you need, she can take you someplace or fetch something for you, or she's just fabulous. She's a little Energizer bunny. Does a lot of work. She'll be coming up next year with the legislative session, and she's just awesome. I said she's with the Tarrant County. She might be the chair. I'm not sure. I can't remember. The Tarrant County LP, and they have a table just outside the door. And ask for her if you need questions about the area. And there are some beautiful things. I mean, if you get a chance, right across the road is the Bass Pro Shop, and you can see all kinds of cool hunting, fishing stuff. You can even, I think you can do some shooting. Downtown Grapevine is lovely. They have a cool old railroad museum. And if you get a chance, I would recommend going to the Gaylord Hotel. It's a chain, but they're only in there's just a handful of them in the country, and they're spectacular. And I believe they've decorated for Christmas already. It's kind of like an Embassy Suites on super steroids. They're just massive. It's got like theme park inside and little, you know, it's just wonderful. So that's pretty much all. Oh, I know what I was going to say. All day, I said a lot of this is kind of housekeeping stuff. The first room outside of this hallway, the Cross Timbers room is going to be all day help yourself beverages and a hangout break room. So, you know, in between talks, you can go over there and help yourself to beverages. And that's pretty much all I have right now. I don't like to talk like he does, so. I will see you around. Ask me, come to me if you have any questions about the hotel. Thank you.
All right, everyone, let's give one round of applause for Texas and for Liberty International World Conference. I'd like to introduce myself briefly. My name is Maria Londoño. I'm from Colombia, and I'll be your MC during this weekend. So let's have a great weekend, and let's maintain our energy really high and really amazing during this weekend. I love how conferences agendas look so neat and so tidy and so beautiful, and then it's like a to-do list that thinks that you have enough time. So I'm gonna ask you to please let's be mindful of our time. Let's be here on time as well, and let's enjoy our next conference. We have the honor to have Chase Oliver today here with us. He's a prominent libertarian activist and former candidate of the U.S. Senate, widely recognized for his principled advocacy of free markets, civil liberties, and non-interventionist foreign policies. He's known as the libertarian who rocked the runoff. Chase made headlines for challenging the two-party system and inspiring a new wave of independent mind voters. So let's give another applause for Chase Oliver, please, everyone.
Howdy, Texas. I am not from Texas. I'm from the state of Georgia, but I really enjoyed learning a lot about Texas just then. My name is Chase Oliver. I was the Libertarian candidate for President of the United States in this most recent election, and I'm here to talk about campaigning. Thank you. I'm here to talk about campaigning in a positive manner in a very negative political atmosphere, because I don't know if you noticed, but here in the United States, for those of you, sorry, I'm caused a hum. For those of you who aren't from the United States, we just got done with an election cycle that was quite negative. I think you could definitely say that many of the people who voted for one candidate or another in the mainline parties were doing so because they did not like the opposing candidate, not because they were super in love with their candidate. And in that atmosphere, how do you spread the message of liberty? Because we do live in nominally a two-party system country where the media, the voters, and most of the attention lands with the Democrats and Republicans. And so how do you campaign positively when you're the libertarian? When you're fighting tooth and nail just to get some media coverage? When you're having to travel miles and miles and you're not in a private plane, you're flying coach, you're staying in the cheapest hotel your campaign can get you in, you wake up some mornings and you don't realize what town you're in. How do you keep doing that with a smile on your face? Well, you have to. You have to do that. Because that's the only way we're going to spread our message outside of the two-party system. Nobody wants to be scowled and scolded. Nobody wants to be told they're stupid or they're completely wrong all the time. Many times they are. But nobody likes to be lectured that way. So the way we spread the message of liberty is not by lecturing people, but by conversing with people, by engaging with people, and by approaching them with a positive mindset. Always have a smile on your face when you're spreading the message of liberty. Why? Because there's no better message to send. There's no better message to send than that people own themselves and that a government should not have control over them. But to break people of the spell, you have to have that smile on your face. So I want to talk a little bit about this campaign and what we've gone through in this campaign and what we're looking to do in the future with the Libertarian Party. So in this campaign, I received just over, we're at over 600,000 votes. They're still counting votes in a lot of states. But we've now gotten, I believe, I'm the 4th highest performing candidate to ever run for president with the Libertarian Party. And I take that to mean, very much to heart. That puts me ahead of some really great libertarians who have run for president in the past. And it signals to me that even in a time when we were extremely, extremely polarized, even more so than 4 years ago, 8 years ago, probably the most polarized we've been in my entire life, 2/3 of a million people still came out and selected the Libertarian candidate because they knew that's where their principles lied. And it was because of a lot of hard work. But I want to talk a little bit about how rewarding it is when you go meet people face to face. So I did a lot of state fairs as I traveled the country. If you're not from here in the United States, state fairs are essentially a chance for all of the folks from one state, all of their industry, all of the things that they're excited about to come in one place and promote that. So in a place like Iowa, that's a lot of farmers, a lot of pigs, a lot of talk about agriculture, but also you meet thousands of people each day. And I can tell you right now, the average person I met in Iowa at the state fair, for instance, most of them were not libertarians or liberty-minded folks. Most of them had been conditioned to vote Republican or Democrat their entire lives, and that's just kind of where they were. But I was relentless. I asked these people what matters to them. What matters to you? What is most important to you as a voter? And once you get that information, you can then present them the solution through the liberty lens. You care about your kids. You want to make sure they have a great education. Well, good. Let's get the government out of education. Why? Because you as a parent have unconditional love for your kids. You're going to do whatever you can to see your kids survive and thrive and succeed. So why do we take power out of your hands and we put it in the hands of a nameless bureaucrat in Washington, D.C.? They don't know your kids. They don't know what makes them special, but you do. So let's empower you to pick the best choice for education or healthcare or anything else for your kids, and let's keep the state out of that. And you know what happens every time you say that message to somebody, whether they're Democrat, Republican, or Independent? They smile and say, you know what, that sounds like a really good idea. And that's how you start spreading the message of liberty, is one conversation at a time. I have spoken to people who have thought that there was no reason to vote. There's no reason to vote because they felt so dissatisfied, and they just happened to find the Libertarian Party in my campaign in this election, and it gave them something to vote for. That's a powerful, positive force in our election, and that's what's going to change a lot of what's going on in the world. Now, Democrats, they said a lot about freedom at their convention. They said the word freedom over and over again as if they understood the meaning of that word. And Republicans, they ran on government efficiency, we're going to cut government, as if they've ever done that before. And the truth is that neither of them are really going to follow through. But they're using those messages. Why? Because they're popular. Because people like to hear about freedom, even if it's being sold to them by somebody who won't give it to them. And they like to hear about government efficiency, even if it's being told to them by somebody who's not really going to cut government. Let's be realistic. But those messages are powerful. And so we have to find a way to continue to break through to each individual voter with the powerful message of liberty in a positive manner. And again, I faced a lot of negativity. Trust me, when you get nominated to be a candidate for president and you're not a Democrat or Republican, suddenly every Democrat and Republican hates your guts. Suddenly, every time you go online, there's a steady stream of people ready to tell you why you're wrong, why people are wasting their vote, and why it's stupid that you're even running for office. But it kept a smile on my face. Why? Because I knew those principles were worth fighting for. And nothing, no keyboard warrior online is going to get me down when I had the principles of liberty backing me up. And you get a lot of messages when you run for office. I got a couple here. These are the most recent ones that I just got. Oh, on the way here. I stopped by the mailbox right before I got headed to the airport. And I got these two letters. I want to read them to talk to you about the powerful positivity of liberty. So this first one is from a woman named Sarah Price in Virginia. I do love that she used nice stationery paper. Dear Mr. Oliver, I just returned from my polling location where I cast my vote for you. I have never voted on an independent candidate, even though I align perfectly with libertarians. But you, Mr. Oliver, did one thing I've never seen a candidate do. You stopped talking about yourself to insist that a constituent's answer be questioned. I'm referring to the moment during your recent interview with Jim Babka. By the way, Jim Babka, shout out to him. When you stopped to address Cassie Wyatt's healthcare question. In that moment, I saw that, yes, It is possible to have a president who cares. Thank you for running, and thank you for helping me realize that I'm not throwing my vote away. I'm just trying to give my children a real option for real change, and I sincerely hope for that one day. That's what happens when I took the time to stop talking about myself and start talking about the constituents who had questions. How many politicians in DC do that? Not enough of them. And if more of them took the time to listen to their constituents and their concerns, we would have a very different government in Washington, DC. This one is the one I'm really happy about. This one's not written on pretty stationery. This is from a young lady named Milana out in Westchester, Pennsylvania. She wrote it on her school paper. She's a ninth grader. I will paraphrase. Chase Oliver, my name is Alana. I'm a freshman in Great Valley High School in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and ever since my 8th grade year, I've been questioning my political party. I was leaning towards the Republican Party, but there were some issues. Tariffs, taxation, big government, abortion, drug laws, and LGBTQ rights were big issues to me. And since the news media only gave coverage to Republicans and Democrats, I thought I'd have to vote either red or blue until I received a sample ballot in the mail from my Republican Party on who to vote for. I took a look at the presidential candidates, and your name and your running mate's name were on the ballot. And at that point, I thought to myself, who are these people? And why would these people run if they know they're not going to win? So I decided to do some research on who you were and why you were on the ballot. And that's when I came across libertarianism. I knew libertarianism would be the party, or after doing some research, I came across libertarianism in your campaign. After doing some research, I knew libertarianism and libertarian will be the party that I'm registering for when I turn 18. I also did some research on you and on your run for president and on your message. And I heard people saying voting third party is a wasted vote, but I also heard in your video, you said that was bullshit. And I found that your video to be inspirational. I've shared with many of my friends and family. Now, I want to paraphrase there. I just want to stop. I don't want to read all of Alana's letters. She's very nice and complimentary to me. But again, this isn't about me. This is about the fact that in a positive campaign, this 8th grader found her political home before she's even old enough to vote. I spoke to so many young people, high schoolers and college students, about the principles of liberty. I walked into a college debate where it was myself, the Green Party, the uncommitted Democrats, and the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And when I say the Party for Socialism and Liberation girl, she was from the school, she packed it with all her friends. So I knew I was walking into a very unfriendly room. And yet I answered the questions that were given to me on things like education, healthcare policy, the war in Gaza, other issues, and I answered it through the libertarian lens. And lo and behold, I got second place in the room full of college students, which for a libertarian, I gotta say, considering the person who won, she packed the room with her friends, I consider that a really good thing, that a lot of young people heard the message, because one of the questions was, a majority of young people want college to be paid for by the government, and they want health care to be paid for by the government, and they want their child care to be paid for by the government. What do you or your organization think about that? And I stood up and I said, I'm gonna disagree with the majority of young people. I don't think that's a great idea for you. I know it sounds good, but do you really want your child care and your health care to be run by the same people who run Amtrak and the United States Postal Service? And that really got people looking like, oh yeah, that does kind of make sense. But the fact is I walked in that room knowing I would be facing a bunch of college-age leftists who are liable to say all sorts of horrible things about me and about libertarianism. And I walked in with a smile on my face, the principles in my heart, and ready to speak that message. And guess what? We converted some people to libertarianism. That is a success. Every single time I met a voter and they said, I'm not voting red or blue anymore, I'm gonna vote outside the two-party system, I'm gonna vote for the principles of liberty, that to me was a win. And I got over 600,000 wins across the country. That felt really good. And it continues to fuel me to speak the message of liberty outward. And no matter what the issue is, approach it with positivity. We know the state is terrible. Everyone knows the state is terrible. Even Democrats and Republicans know the state is terrible and that taxes are too high and they suck. So if we just go in there going, oh, the state's terrible and taxes are too high, they say, well, that's what everybody says. What are you offering that's different? Well, I say, how about a foreign policy that's rooted in peace, that says, why do we have to militarize the world? Why do we have to continue to treat the world as black and white? You're either with us or you're with the terrorists. That's the kind of mindset we've had for 20 years. Maybe there's something different where we treat people with the nuance and the respect they deserve. Isn't that better than what we've been having? Or with education, again, I want people to be able to choose the school they want their kids to go to so their kids can survive and thrive and be critical thinkers and lifelong learners. But I know that the public school system creates the cracks that too many students fall through, and we need to decentralize education. Why? Not because I think public school teachers are bad. I think the system they work in is bad. And I want to change that system so those teachers can go work in a better school. It's not about hatred. It's about positivity and about improving the condition. When we look at healthcare, again, some people want a government takeover of healthcare. I say no to that because I see the shortages it creates and the misery it creates. But instead of just talking about how terrible government-run healthcare is, I talk about the powerful positivity of when we break down barriers in the marketplace to allow for lower prices for drugs. We tear down patent evergreening that allows generics to come on the marketplace. We allow ourselves to buy drugs across national borders. There are so many things we can do that are positive impacts on the healthcare system without just going, the state sucks and taxes are too high. We already know that. That is the default that most people are working with. And so what we have to do is we have to provide that positive change. What can we do to improve the lives of the voters, their families, their community? I think one of the things that I was most proud of running as a libertarian in this election was dispelling the notion that libertarians are selfish. I think that's the biggest slander that's against the libertarian and liberty community overall around the world, is that because we care about individual rights and individual liberty, we must be selfish because we only care about us, the individual. But that's not true at all. Because if I'm free and you're not, that's not liberty. We all have to be free. We have to export that principle to everyone. So it's not just about my individual rights, my individual liberty. It's about all of our individual rights and all of our individual liberty. And I can think of no more empathic message than to say that you may live your life completely differently than I do. You may have a different set of values than I do. You may worship a different God than I do or not worship at all. You may have a whole different viewpoint about how the world works. And so long as you live that life in peace, that's fine. That's okay, because that's what liberty affords. That's an empathic message. That's a message that can be exported to each and every person around the world if we do so with a smile on our face, the principles in our heart, and the conviction to fight for each and every person's liberty, even if that person is very different than ourselves. I want to finish here with and I'll happily take any kind of questions, but I want to tell a couple anecdotes that I got from the road as I was traveling. First was when I was still running for the nomination for president. I happened to be traveling through rural Alabama, an area called the Black Belt. It is an area where the majority of the rural landowners and farmers are African American. It's one of the few areas of the country that's like that. And there's a great activist named Portia Shepard out there, and she knew I liked to go to church on Sundays. And she said, well, you'll be traveling through Alabama, Chase. Come to church with me. And I said, that's great, Portia. That'll be awesome. I'd love to just come to church. And of course, I'm the one white guy in the church. I'm sticking out like a green thumb. Everybody can see me, or a sore thumb, rather. And about halfway through the sermon, the pastor gets up and he says, well, you may have noticed we got ourselves a special guest in the audience today. His name is Chase Oliver, and he's running for president. I was like, I did not want to be acknowledged. And he goes, and we're going to give him about 10 minutes to speak with us after the sermon today. And I was like, nobody told me that. And so then I start thinking, oh, I need a Bible verse to cut to. I got to talk about this. And I was super nervous. And then I got up there and I realized the average age of the parishioner in that room was like over the age of 60 to 70-year-olds, older folks. And so I started talking about freedom. I started talking about freedom for each and every individual and how libertarians support the non-aggression principle and how we support organizing and fighting back against the state using peaceful, nonviolent resistance, because that's part of our principles, is that we don't need aggression to get our point across. And I said, when I say this to people all the time, they say, when has that ever worked? When does that ever work? And in that room, I knew I was in a room full of people who did make that work, because in the 60s and 70s, these people fought to tear down Jim Crow laws. So I was literally standing in a room full of a community of people who organized nonviolently to tear down government oppression in their lives. And at that moment, I knew it was on the shoulders of giants with which I stand. And that was the message that I sent out to them, that I could not be fighting for liberty today if I didn't have the example of people doing it before I was even born. And that is a powerful message. And that is a message of self-ownership. That is a message of liberty. And so that kind of fueled me as I traveled across the country. I keep that in mind all the time. Another story, and if you're not familiar with my background, I'm an anti-war activist. That's how I got started in this whole liberty space. I had friends who were going to go fight the war in Iraq, and I thought that was a stupid thing. I thought that was a really bad thing, and so I got out in the streets as an activist. The first time I was tear gassed and pepper sprayed by my government, it was to fight the war machine. I've continued doing that over the last 20 years. Getting tear gassed and pepper sprayed is not as fun as it was when I was 19, but rest assured I will still do it if I have to. But I met a man in Indiana. I was outside of a Holiday Inn, just having a couple of drinks with some friends, and this older couple walked by, and one of my friends goes, "Hey, you ever want to ask a presidential candidate a question? He's right here. Ask him whatever you want." I'm like, oh, I didn't want to do that right now, but okay. And this guy comes up and he goes, I just got one question for you. When I was a young man, my government thought it was right to draft good men to go fight communism in Vietnam. My question for you is if you became president, would you ever draft good men and women to go fight communism in Taiwan? And I looked at him and I said, no, because conscription is slavery, sir. The government shouldn't compel you to have to put a gun in your hand and kill anybody if you don't want to. If it's worth fighting for, we shouldn't have to enslave people to go do that. And he said, you earned my vote, son, because I wish somebody had said that when I got drafted to go fight in Vietnam. Now, I say that message because that guy had been waiting 50 years for somebody to say that to him, for somebody who was running for president to say, no, the draft was wrong, and we shouldn't have sent people to go fight in that war. And as soon as I said that, a smile crept across his face. I'm telling you right now, if we want to spread the message of liberty, we cannot do it by being scolds. We cannot do it just by lecturing people on how bad they are. We must talk about the powerful, positive possibilities of liberty. And so that's what I'm going to keep doing now that I'm no longer running for president, now that I'm an elder statesman of the Libertarian Party at 39 years old. I'm going to travel across the country to continue speaking the message of liberty, to continue organizing the Libertarian Party, to put that message out there into the political atmosphere. And how am I going to do it? With a smile on my face, with my principles in my heart, ready to fight for liberty. And I hope each and every one of you feels inspired to do that. Those of you who are from here in the United States, I hope you feel inspired to make that political change here in our states, here in our communities across the country. But if you live from outside the United States, if you live in a country that oppresses your speech, that oppresses your right to be who you are, that oppresses your ability to control your business or to control the marketplace, that overtaxes you, that takes away your freedom, I want you to know the power to change is totally there. And we can see that in a little nation called Argentina. 60 years under Peronism and socialism, less than a year under a libertarian president, and we're seeing already positive changes in the nation. I heard from somebody that this convention might be in Argentina next year. If it is, I look forward to trying to get down there and meeting a lot of wonderful warriors for freedom south of our border. But just remember, no matter where you're from and no matter what oppression your government puts on you, you have the ability to make positive change in your community. Do so with a smile on your face and with nonviolence. That is the only way to make true, lasting change in the world. With that, I'm going to say what I do. I'm going to wish you the thing that I wish to each and every audience out there, which is a life of peace, love, and liberty. And if anybody has any questions, I love taking them about running for president, about libertarian policy, or anything else. But I will end my remarks with that. Peace, love, and liberty to each and every one of you. Thank you very much. I know we have a couple minutes left. Yes, sir. I can't hear you, but there you go.
I got to ask, I'm a Puerto Rican, I couldn't have voted for you anyway. But I got spammed up the wazoo from the left and right, text spam, email spam. I don't know how these people got this idea that I would ever vote for any of them. But that didn't stop them from fundraising me and panicking me, nonstop, 24/7 for months. I'm so glad that's just now we need more of your money. I didn't get a single message from anybody representing you or the party, and that strikes me as weird, because I'm the target audience. And I would have said, no, I can't vote, but you know, they didn't even try, so what happened here? But more important, and where I'm going with this is, as you said, this was the epitome of an election where people voted against the other guy. Why couldn't a third-party candidate do better in that environment?
Yeah.
I congratulate you for the 600,000, but you should have done better than the Koch brothers or whatever back in the day, especially in states where the red or the blue couldn't lose. Like the wasting the vote argument, in the swing states, I get it. But in the other place where your guy was sure to win, or your party was sure to win, why not vote your conscience in that state?
I agree.
And so what happened here?
Yeah. So the matter of texting is a matter of resources. In this campaign, we raised about $500,000. That is down significantly from Libertarian campaigns in the past. And the Libertarian Party nationally, unfortunately, has been on a downward slope in donors. A lot of it has to do with some inside baseball, internal fighting amongst activists, and it's created a lot of burnout in the party. It's one of the things I'm focusing on over the next 4 years, is to make sure that we're no longer focusing our guns inward, but focusing them outward towards the state and actually positively growing the party. It's one of the things that I would like to see more. We sent hundreds of thousands of texts. I'm sorry we didn't get one to you. I wish we had, right? Because we would have gotten you to say back, I can't vote for you, I'm from Puerto Rico. But I will say that we tried to send as many texts out as we can. I want to shout out to my text banking team who sent out hundreds of thousands of texts throughout the cycle. But it's just a matter of resources. That costs money, and we had a very limited amount of resources we could spend. We tried to get our name out there as much as possible. Unfortunately, it just did not happen that way. Speaking of Puerto Rico, since you mentioned it, kill the Jones Act. It's making the cost of living in Puerto Rico way too high.
Hi, Chase. My name's Ray from Chicago. And to address your concern, of course, we all want the number of votes to be way higher, but the state, I'm from Illinois, the state, many states, have all kinds of restrictions that keep libertarians and independents and other off the ballot. Libertarians were not on the ballot in Illinois this time, so when I went to vote, I couldn't vote for you or any other libertarian because they weren't on the ballot, the state. So your concern is right, but the state plays a role, unfortunately.
They certainly did. They certainly did in Illinois, and I will say in Illinois I was a write-in candidate. I'm sorry we didn't get to let you know. You could have written the name in. Those votes will be counted, same as New York and Tennessee and DC. Those were the states I wasn't on the ballot. We made ourselves a certified write-in candidate. I'll tell you a story about how crazy government is. To become a certified write-in candidate in Illinois, you have to get a notarized form for every county and town in which you are to appear on the ballot. So I had to get 104 forms notarized to be a write-in candidate. When I walked into the UPS store where my usual guy is, my notary, I had like a stack this thick. And he goes, "Whoa, you sending a manuscript out today?" I said, "No, you're notarizing 104 forms so that voters in Illinois can pick me because the state likes to put these stupid barriers in the way." One of the big things that we fight for, and I'm going to continue to fight for, is a thing called the Voter Bill of Rights. It was created by an amazing libertarian named Lars Mapstead. He was another libertarian who ran for our party's nomination in this cycle. And it was such a good piece of policy that I felt the need to steal it from him and use it for my own. And part of that is tearing down ballot access barriers. But yeah, I was out in Illinois, standing in front of the post office, trying to get as many signatures as I could. Unfortunately, we could not get it because the state decided to arbitrarily raise those numbers between election cycles, the same as they did in New York. But you're right. The state is ultimately a huge barrier to libertarians or any other alternative voice. We need to tear that down, support the Voter Bill of Rights. I encourage people to check that out and to keep fighting for that beyond this election cycle. Thank you very much, you guys. I hope you'll have a wonderful day and a wonderful conference.
Chase, thank you so much. That was amazing. This conference in Texas is particularly special for the Liberty International team. We have a young team that is growing every day, and that just excites us, all of us, so much. And throughout this conference, we're going to have a number of panels that are going to be moderated by our own team. So it's really excited to do that. Our next panel will be healthcare challenges and hacks. And my colleague Sugandhi will be moderating that panel. She's the lead for strategy and development at Liberty International. She has a master's in social work. And let's give a round of applause for Sugandhi, who will be moderating this panel with Jeffrey Singer and Daniel Filstra.
So thank you everyone for joining us for today. And this is one of the most important discussions on healthcare challenges and hacks. So the healthcare system is a topic that affects all of us today. And we are going to explore innovative solutions to some of the most pressing challenges. So I am going to introduce the panelists. We are fortunate to have two incredible thought leaders with us today. Dr. Jeffrey Singer, he is a senior fellow at Cato Institute and a practicing surgeon with deep insights into the intersection of policy and practice. And Daniel Filstra, an entrepreneur and pioneer in technology solutions, who brings a unique perspective on how innovation can transform healthcare. Welcome. Yeah. So, yeah. So let's begin with broad perspective. So, what do you see as a most significant challenges facing healthcare system today? Each one of you, if you could give a kind of a big picture of healthcare system here in US.
That's a loaded question. There's so many challenges to healthcare, but if you want to look at it in because there are a lot of people here from other countries, and I don't want to get too specific about the US system. I want to talk about things that kind of apply universally. And universally speaking, the governments around the world don't respect the autonomy of adults. They presume to know what's better for us regarding what medications we can take. In cases of the United States FDA, not only does the government say what medications it thinks that it is safe for us to take, it decides whether it thinks it's going to work, and sometimes it bases its decision on that. That violates our right as autonomous adults to make our own healthcare decisions, and our right to self-medicate, because that's part of autonomy. So if we approach the health issues from that more general philosophical framework, you could pretty much apply what I just said in virtually every country, that you have governments deciding what people can take, what kind of healthcare practitioners they're allowed to consult, and in many cases that requiring them to get permission slips, those we call them prescriptions, from those healthcare practitioners that they authorize them to get advice from.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I guess my perspective on this, I sort of represent so Dr. Singer here is a real physician who has a lot of expertise, and I kind of represent the individual and the biohacker perspective, because I have tried a number of things that are maybe on the edge of modern healthcare, and I'm happy to talk about those things. So, some of I think all of you here probably are aware of the role of the FDA in the United States, and there are similar regulatory agencies in other countries that restrict what you can do, and even restrict what somebody like Dr. Singer can do. But there's also the matter of the government plays a very large role in this country, and even a larger role in some other countries in controlling healthcare, and thereby driving up the cost of healthcare. And so there are many things that many of us cannot afford because the costs are much higher than they would need to be in anything resembling a free market. And so now, I would say the good news is there are things you can do about this. There are some ways to work around the system, and hopefully we can talk about a few of those things. I've done some of these things. Just to cite 3 things off the top here quickly, there's off-label prescriptions, which any physician can act upon. There's the idea of participating in a human clinical trial to gain access to innovative, therapies and drugs, and I've done that 3 different times. And then there's what you might call medical tourism. That is, if you're in the United States, seeking care outside, or vice versa, actually. If you're in Canada, a lot of people come to the United States. So we can say more about those things.
Yeah. So, sir, what are the ethical considerations and the potential benefits of expanding access to the clinical trials? Should patients have more options to participate in these trials and access the investigational drugs? What is your thoughts on that?
I think we need to allow people with informed consent to participate in human clinical trials. That would help actually advance knowledge in medicine a lot of times because, there are ethical reasons, obviously, where if you're involved in a clinical trial involving humans, you don't want to harm someone. And also, if you find out that a drug is working very well, the people who are in the placebo arm of that trial not getting that drug that could be saving their life in the middle of the trial. So there's a lot of ethical issues involved, but again, we get back to autonomy. And if adults are given, are fully informed and giving informed consent, allowing for more live human trials will be really hasten the development of a lot of drugs, which right now take many, many years to come through the whole drug approval process.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff, for that.
Sure he wants
So
to
I'll just
say
say a few more words about that. One thing is the world of clinical trials is probably broader in the United States than many people might appreciate. I mean, you've probably all heard about phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials to bring a drug to market, but that's not all that's going on. There are quite a number of, by quite a number, I mean hundreds to thousands at any given point in time. There are human clinical trials underway, as well as, by the way, animal studies and that sort of thing. And one of my messages is simply, first of all, take responsibility for your own health care and your own self-knowledge of what's coming. I would say this, you've all probably heard about peer-reviewed scientific publications, right? Well, all of those, like everything, is available on the internet, and very rarely is it gated. Usually you can simply go to the NIH or to it's a variety of public sites and access the latest research. And what I'm trying to tell you is it's readable. Any decently written human clinical trial, you have to maybe practice a little bit and get used to reading these studies, but everyone in this room can read published research literature and draw sensible conclusions, especially after you've read, a few score of these things. And I really want to encourage people to do that. So in clinical trials, in addition to the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials, there are trials that are simply designed to answer some scientific question. And really all 3 of the clinical trials in which I have personally participated as a volunteer have been of that nature. And now there's a whole protocol involving informed consent. Normally there's an institutional review board, an IRB, that is supervising it. You do have to get clearance from the FDA to conduct this kind of a trial, but you might be surprised about the spectrum, the range of studies that are authorized even by the FDA, that can be pretty interesting.
Can I make a few comments about that? Aside from authorized by the FDA, there are a lot of clinical trials that take place outside of the FDA's purview. For example, much of what we know today about the therapeutic benefits of psychedelics was not done under the auspices of the FDA or the NIH or any other governmental agency. This was just done out in the field by people who were interested. And now it's as you know, with a recent decision by the FDA to delay a decision about legalizing MDMA for therapeutic use. Because once you put the government involved, get the government involved, it's subject to all sorts of political pressures and special interest pressures. But that's one point I wanted to make about that. And then I wanted to talk about, when you mentioned off-label use, a lot of people may not know what that means, especially people from other countries. So first I wanted to bring to everybody's attention a little plug. This is a white paper I did with Michael Cannon from the Cato Institute a couple years ago called Drug Reformation. And there, I know that Pericles Niarchos from the Cato Institute, he's got a libertarian, there he's waving his hand, he has libertarianism.org table outside, and you can get a copy for yourself there of this. But just for you to know that starting with the key, in 1962, I don't want to get too into the weeds, but in the United States, up until 1962, the FDA's sole mission was to decide if something was safe. So if you were a drug company and wanted to put a product on the market, you had to convince them that it wasn't going to hurt anybody, it was safe. That's all. Then in the 1960s, they added this additional requirement, safe and effective. And then in order to do that, that's what gave these extensive clinical trials, lengthened the approval process, added to the expense. But when you sent in your application, you had to say what you were proposing the drug to be used for. That was so then it would give you the label, if they approved it, would say, this drug is approved as safe and effective for the treatment of condition A, okay? But ever since this rule has been in effect, the FDA's position is, once it's approved for condition A, you clinicians out there, you're free to use it for anything that you think, based on your knowledge of how the drug works, that it might be helpful for, and you can conduct your own clinical trials on those applications of it. And that's called off-label use, because you're using it for something that the label didn't say it's effective for. Today, roughly 20% of all prescriptions in the United States are so-called off-label prescriptions, where doctors are prescribing it for something. Well, for example, now we're seeing it's widely accepted that ketamine, which is approved as an anesthetic, can be a very effective treatment for severe depression and maybe even PTSD, but that's an off-label use. But it's legal, so as far as the government's concerned, you can go ahead and do that. I've always asked the question, well, if you're telling me I had to wait 10 years for this drug to be approved for condition A, but then say, once it's approved for condition A, you know, you're a doctor. We don't presume to know what you know. You could use it for B through Z, just use your judgment. Well, then why couldn't I use it for A through Z? That's the first question I ask. Anyway, I don't want to monopolize this, but I wanted to explain to people who may not know what that was.
So, sir, like going forward, we would be talking about the drug lag and loss of innovation. So what are the regulatory hurdles you think that would stifle like the innovations and delay in the availability of promising drugs? And what policy changes would you like to foster to like more permissive environment for medical advancement without compromising patient safety?
I mean, the short answer is the government should not be in the business of, certainly restricting drug access based on their notion of efficacy. I mean, that, you can make an argument for safety, although one could even argue that one, but really, well, an excellent argument for this is a book called Death by Regulation by our own Mary Ruart here. You can get it on Amazon very easily, makes the case very well. One of the statistics I recall from that book is that she analyzed the drug approvals, well, the drugs that came to market before and after, this is the Kefauver amendments in the early 60s, when the FDA gained the power to, determine whether drugs could be marketed at all. And the frequency with which drugs were found later after FDA approval to be, of some danger to people was measured before. It was also measured after the Kefauver amendments. And this did not change. The frequency of drugs that became serious issues for people was not improved or anything during that time frame. But the cost and the time to bring drugs to market, I mean, it was like 10 times more expensive and 10 times longer time in order to bring a drug to market. So what you'd like to see that is at least see that rolled back. And one could certainly go further.
Well, that's what our drug reformation white paper is all about. How do we? So, and we in our paper, Michael Cannon and I come up with various proposals. But at the end of the day, we point out that you don't need an FDA. But just a little bit of history. In 1906, the Pure Food and Drug Act was passed. Up until then, there was no government involvement in this at all. And you could argue that that was basically a Truth in Advertising Act. It basically said that any drug on the market, we're going to create a Bureau of Chemistry that's going to test it. And if it doesn't have in it what you say it has, then we're going to hold you responsible. And if you put something in it that could affect, your mind, like alcohol or opium, you need to put it on the label so the consumer knows that. That was all it was designed to do. And I could certainly live with that because I'm against fraud, and I'm sure everybody in this room is. So you could argue that that's a legitimate act. Then in the mid-30s, after there was deaths from formulation of the first ever antibiotic, sulfanilamide, the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act was passed in 1938 and said, okay, from this point forward, you got to convince us it's safe before we'll let you market it. But everything that's already on the market, like aspirin, 2 kinds of insulin, which you could still get over the counter, most people don't know this, regular and NPH insulin, and everything else, well, it's already been around, so it's grandfathered. And then that evolved into 1951 saying, we, the FDA, are going to decide what's prescription only and what's over the counter. Up until 51, the drug maker would decide, and they have that, that's a private business decision. So in other words, the way it would be the manufacturer of a pharmaceutical product would say, this is complicated. If somebody uses it the wrong way, there's something bad will happen. We're going to get sued. So let's stipulate to the pharmacists who are going to retail this, we only want you to sell it to people who show you they have a prescription from a professional. That'll take us off the hook liability-wise. Well, that's perfectly okay. That's the way it was. But starting in 1951 with the Durham-Humphrey amendments, Hubert Humphrey, you may have heard of him, that was taken away from the civil society and put in the hands of government and politicized. So that's why, for example, to this day in the United States, women can't get birth control pills over the counter except for now one inefficient type, one brand of one inefficient type, whereas they can get it over the counter in 100 countries. And every medical professional organization has been saying for decades, you don't need to come to see me for this. You should be able to get this over the counter. Why has the FDA not allowed it to be over the counter? Well, obviously there's political pressures involved. So all of these things can be replaced with private sector vetting organizations. I mean, prior to the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and up until the mid-1950s, for example, the American Medical Association had its Committee on Pharmacy and Chemistry that would test all of these drugs on the market and report on them and tell physicians whether or not they thought it was safe. And that was a private organization and many others.
So sir, as we were discussing initially, there are a lot of international audience over here. So I wanted to ask a question, what are the core principles that should guide global healthcare system to prioritize individual liberty and minimize government intervention and maximize patient choices? From a global perspective, what are the core principles do you think that we need to adopt going forward?
You go first?
From a global perspective, governments should stay out of it. Sort of the very short version. It serves us all. In fact, if there is a competitive marketplace even among countries for healthcare. And another thing I would communicate to everybody is that I think for people in the United States, there's a general presumption that healthcare is like best in the United States. And that's kind of an out-of-date presumption. I personally have experience with the country of Panama where I can walk into a hospital there that's affiliated with Johns Hopkins, US trained physicians. No, there's no health insurance, there's no, all of the bureaucracy that you're used to doing, and it might cost you $25 or it might cost you $35 for a physician to spend, 20 or 30 minutes with you. That's what healthcare can be. So I would like to not encourage, all we need is a global organization dictating to everyone everywhere. Anyway, that would be
I think the global principle, like you said, is really the presumption of liberty. So not just when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to all public policy, we should start with the presumption that we are all adults who own ourselves, we're sovereign, we're autonomous, and any policy intervention in any area, from healthcare to, well, you name it, has to start with how am I respecting that? And there are legitimate, unless you're an anarchist, and I'm not, so there are legitimate roles for the government to play in certain areas of human interaction, but they basically should be involved with enforcing the harm principle and respecting liberty. And same thing should pertain to health policy.
I guess I would just add to that it means that for all of us as individuals, we need to take personal responsibility and learn, that is, take it upon yourself to learn more about both current healthcare and also what's coming. Because one thing that we should probably say is what's coming is quite wonderful. So I'm particularly interested and follow quite closely and have a lot of friends in the biotech world of anti-aging research. And what's coming, what's almost here is amazing, almost beyond words. And if you talk about innovation, we don't need government to encourage this. What is the market for a drug that would help people live longer and healthfully, live in their later years with greater health span instead of just lifespan? That market is, 6 or 7 billion people buy as much as they can afford, right? Is there a lack of incentive here? I don't think so.
Thank you, sir. And also, you were also talking about offshore medical tourism prior. So what are the benefits and risks you seem to be associated with seeking medical care treatment abroad? And what are the destinations do you think the people are preferring to go outside?
People are going to Mexico, they're going to Thailand is another popular destination. I think India is also one. That's fine. People need to do what's in their own best interests. And some of these offshore health centers are basically ways out of the regulatory regime that exists here and in most of the world. So, and another thing I might add is I'm seeing more and more. There was recent article in the major press in the United States about people doing DIY drugs. You might have, and that's an example of that. So many people are unaware that they could take advantage of compounding pharmacies in the United States. Compounding pharmacies, before the pharmaceutical explosion, almost all drugs were compounded. You went to a and they're still trained in how to do that. And the FDA doesn't regulate compounding pharmacists. So if you're compounding a medication that's been recommended and prescribed, that's what RX stands for, recipe. It used to be the doctor would write the recipe, and you go to the pharmacist and they make it. And so the FDA won't regulate compounding pharmacists making drugs because they look at it as the pharmacist is making up a product to order, customizing it. But if it is the identical product as one that's commercially available, then they prohibit it to protect the manufacturer. We're seeing that right now with the GLP-1s that are useful for losing weight. It was such a run on them because when word got out that the semaglutides and tirzepatide could reduce food craving and help you lose weight, every doctors were prescribing it gangbusters, and the manufacturers were overwhelmed with demand, so there became a shortage. So the FDA gave permission for people for the compounding pharmacists temporarily to make the identical product because it's a shortage. And now one of them, I think it's Wegovy, the shortage has just been announced to have been over. The manufacturer caught up with demand. So the FDA wants the compounding pharmacists to stop compounding the identical equivalent of Wegovy because it's commercially available. And they're trying to figure ways around it by making it maybe a tiny bit different so it's not the same as the commercially available one. But this is another frontier here where a lot of people can get around the whole regulatory regime and the FDA's interference with self-medication by taking advantage of the exclusion of compounding pharmacies from the FDA's reach.
Yeah, and a general comment here is across different countries, I would never presume that things are wonderful in one country for all the physicians and all the facilities and all the clinics in that country. You really need to do your homework on the individual clinic. In every country, including this one, I'm afraid, there are really good and really not so good clinics, and even with and without licensed physicians. I wanted to mention, by the way, because I don't think it came up earlier, if you want to find out about human clinical trials, there is a government website, clinicaltrials.gov, and just visit it, and you'll find thousands of trials, and you have to do there's a whole bunch of search tools on there to help find something that might be of interest to you, but you can do that yourself. And I just want to underline this whole idea of educate yourself, be prepared to make your own decisions, know enough about the system. Like, you probably are learning some things here, hopefully, about, even I've learned some things here about, about off-label use and clinical trials and medical tourism that you can take advantage of. Here's one more thing. Does everyone know that you can order your own blood tests effectively? Several people are nodding. I'm not sure, but everyone is. But so Quest Diagnostics and LabCorp are the two major, firms that operate blood draw and blood testing clinics around the nation. But you can, although a physician, and if you should have a friendly physician with a forward-looking, research-oriented, you should have a friendly relationship with a kind of physician who is aware of the current literature and is open-minded. Okay. That's what I would say. But you can go, you can get almost anything from LabCorp through Life Extension Foundation, lifeextension.com. You can get almost anything from Quest through several, but ultalabs.com is one that I use. And, educate yourself and like a CBC chemistry panel costs almost nothing. I mean, it's like $39 or $29 or something.
But I think there are a couple of states, I think maybe, unless it's changed, New Jersey and New York, I think, have some restrictions on what you can order for yourself.
So
again, not respecting your autonomy.
Yeah, exactly. But be aware that that's an option for you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So moving on to there is a lot of craze going around artificial intelligence and machine learning. So what is your take on AI and machine learning revolutionizing the healthcare system going forward?
As a clinician, I can tell you, well, first of all, as a writer, because I write a lot, AI is great. I'm learning more and more how I could use it, whether I use Grammarly or I ask ChatGPT to edit something I wrote. I mean, AI is very helpful, and I don't see why it won't be equally helpful to clinicians trying to kind of run through diagnostic possibilities and come up, or ask for instantly. You could have AI kind of give you a list of the literature on this for you as a clinician to now review. Instead of you spending hours digging through search engines, it could just spit out maybe 20 studies on this, and now you could read them and get yourself educated as a doctor. I don't think it's going to completely replace the practice of medicine, because there's a certain amount of medicine, as they say, the art and the science, and there's human interaction, there's reading a person's body language when you're trying to diagnose their problem. And then maybe you may not agree with me on this, but I really think there's There is such a thing as intuitive knowledge. I've been doing this for 40 years as practicing surgery, and there have been numerous occasions where, for some reason that I could not even explain, I did something slightly differently than I usually do. In this particular case, either in the middle of a surgery, I decided to do something a little different, or in the middle of trying to do a diagnostic workup, I ordered a test that I don't usually order. And if you asked me to explain why, I probably couldn't even explain why, but turns out I was really glad I did, because that's exactly what the right thing was. And that's just because, you accumulate knowledge over the years, and a lot of this is almost beneath the surface. It gives you these hunches that you otherwise wouldn't have. And I don't think that should be completely dismissed. I think there's a role for that, and there always will be. Do you agree with that, by the way?
Yeah, I do very much. So so my overall background actually is in software and analytics and machine learning and artificial intelligence and so on. That's sort of my mainline professional career. The biohacking is just a personal activity, if you will. But I can tell you that machine learning has made a huge, huge difference across the board in biotech. So one part of my background is I was involved first as an investor and then CEO of a biotech startup company about 20 years ago. And even then, we were able to do certain things that just weren't possible before because we had applied machine learning. And we isolated the promoter of the telomerase gene, HTERT, in that company at that time. But today, I think, does everyone know that the protein folding problem is basically a solved problem? And does everybody understand what a big deal that is? So your body is made of proteins almost entirely, right? The whole construction of everything, from neurons to blood cells to muscle to everything, it's all based on proteins. And proteins are chains of amino acids that fold in really complex, crazy ways. They fold because of the atomic forces between the elements of a long chain, what a protein can do, its function, and the fact that it can catalyze reaction, the fact that it can find its way, the fact that the so-called spike protein can attach to some of your cells in a very deleterious way. That's all a matter of the conformance and how that protein folds. So that was a practically insoluble problem for decades and decades, and now it's completely solved, meaning the folding structure of almost every protein in every human and animal has been resolved by this software that, well, there have been several projects, but the big one's in the United Kingdom, I think. So, yeah, there's been a huge impact, and there will be from here on out, I'm sure.
Thank you. So thank you, Jeffrey and Daniel, for sharing your expertise and ideas with us today. So right now we open it for the audience, and you can ask your questions.
This question is for Daniel. I know you've done some biohacking yourself. Would you care to share any of it with the audience? Because I think they'd be interested.
Sure. Happy to do that. First, on the category of off-label use of previously approved prescription drugs. Is this better? Okay. So yeah, I'm happy to do that. So first, we talked about the off-label use of prescription drugs. I'll give you 3 examples of things that I'm actually doing myself, but I think they're of quite general interest. The first one, we were talking about this earlier, is metformin. Now, how many people have heard of metformin? Almost everybody, I think, yeah. So metformin is, the most commonly prescribed drug for diabetes and even for pre-diabetes. And yes, it's a very good idea to take advantage of that. But there have been many, many studies in many model organisms, laboratory rats and even more primitive organisms, about the effect of metformin on aging. And it does seem to have an effect of delaying aging. It represses mTOR and upregulates AMPK. But anyway, if you can talk to a physician who is open-minded and familiar with the literature, you know, you could probably get a prescription for metformin, even if your hemoglobin A1C hit 5.7% once, you know. And so I take a low dose, 250 milligrams of metformin every day, and it's just as an anti-aging preventative. Now, a little further along the risk spectrum, if you will, but not much, is rapamycin. So rapamycin's a drug that's been around for decades, discovered on Easter Island. That's where it got its name. And it's known by physicians as a drug to suppress the immune system in organ transplants. And if you talk to your doctor, that's probably what they'll say. And they'll say, well, you certainly don't want that, right? You don't want to suppress your immune system by any means. However, that's true when you take when you take rapamycin in daily doses where it accumulates in your bloodstream. Its half-life is about 72 hours, and you get this total effect of immune suppression. If instead you take rapamycin like once a week in doses most people are using around 5, 6, up to sometimes 10 milligrams. So so like in a week it's dissipated from your bloodstream. Then its effects are very different, and it's actually an immune enhancer, and it is actually in more animal studies than any other compound. Rapamycin has been shown to extend lifespans by 20% in laboratory mice and so on. And there is right now a primate study. This is marmosets, monkeys, been going on for 16 years, where there's a control group and another group that has been given rapamycin, and sure enough, those monkeys are outliving the controls by about 20% in lifespan. In fact, somebody told me offhand that of the 6 monkeys who are still alive in that study, 5 of them were in the rapamycin group, and 1 of them is in the control group. So that is also
off-label uses of those drugs.
It's an off-label use of a prescription drug. And now for the newest and maybe the most interesting one, interesting to men, but should be interesting to women as well. So there's been a study where something like, I believe the number is like 270,000 men who sought treatment for erectile dysfunction were followed up on for decades, right? And of course, the study had various purposes, and then a retrospective analysis of all this was done. And here's the interesting thing. So of all these men who sought treatment for ED, quite a few of them, a large group, took PDE5 inhibitors, Viagra, Cialis, and so on. And a number of others elected not to. Now, the interesting thing is that decades later, the group of people who had taken the PDE5 inhibitors had 44% fewer incidents of Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. It's a pretty striking difference over a large audience. And on further analysis, the men who had the most, the greatest reduction in frequency over population were the men who were frequent users of the PDE5 inhibitors, and people who used it once a month or once a week still had a benefit, but it wasn't as great. So that has led to the idea of off-label use at low doses, because you don't want to have this every day, but daily Cialis at 2.5 milligrams is something that you could take to, as an anti-aging preventative, for which I think that there is reasonable support. Now, maybe I should pause and stop there, because I haven't talked about the human clinical trials, but that's a whole other subject.
Hi, I'm Dominic from Poland, and I'm a researcher at the university, and my question concerns the research as well, and especially the companies like Elsevier, which make the paywall. You have to pay for the access to a scientific paper, and I wanted to ask you about that, about your view on open access knowledge, like open access to scientific papers, because I think Elsevier has the biggest margin profits, like bigger than Google and Microsoft in like recent years. And yeah, I wanted to ask you about the view on that. Should the science be open to everybody, or should we pay for that? Because the Elsevier doesn't pay nor for the researchers, neither the peers that make the peer review, right? So yeah.
I wrote an article in Reason magazine about 2 years ago that I hope you guys will read if you haven't already, called Against Scientific Gatekeeping, for which, by the way, I caught a whole lot of flack on Twitter, or X. And so I agree with you. I think that, again, we're all adults and we have a right to make our own decisions and do our own due diligence. And as Dan mentioned, nowadays you can pretty much get access to all this information. I think it should be, I don't think anybody has a monopoly on the right answer. I think one of the reasons why we're seeing in the last few years such an increase in distrust for our public health agencies is because during the pandemic, the elite class in charge of pandemic policy was not willing to hear any sort of suggestions or critiques or opinions from other people who, some within their own discipline, who just had a differing point of view and wanted to suggest something different. Or there's also this attitude of, if you're not credentialed in my discipline, then you have no right to even comment on this. For example, and I talk about this in my article, when Scott Atlas, who is a renowned radiologist and is the author of the textbook on brain MRI imaging. He was a professor for many years at Stanford, and now he's at the Hoover Institution, and he was criticizing some of the pandemic policy. He was dismissed as, what would you know? You're just a radiologist. Well, in fact, he reads and he reviews scientific papers for a living and knows how to critically review scientific papers and is familiar with literature. Why are you dismissing him? So that was a long-winded way of answering your point, that it's those kind of things that stand in the way of progress. And obviously there are experts and there are people who spend a lot of time studying a particular area, and we should take them seriously, but we shouldn't close ourselves off to comments from other intelligent people who might be seeing something that, they're outside of our bubble, so they could pick up something that we never would have noticed otherwise.
Just coming, science, real science, that is the scientific method, hypotheses, testing, replication, peer review, that's something I believe in. It's something it's really got credibility, and I'm talking about real science, sort of from the bottom up. Anthony Fauci's science, or I am science, if you're criticizing me, you're criticizing science, that's just government bureaucrat talk. And I think we all have learned that by now. And it's, just keep that in mind. And I think there is possibly an issue about copyright, like the people who incur all the expense of copyright, collecting and editing and publishing scientific literature probably have some copyright rights. But hey, we have the most amazing availability today compared to what we can remember 10 years, 15 years, 20 years ago. Just take advantage of it.
Hello, Jeff Crawford from Texas. Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering, with RFK Jr. being nominated at least, is there any opportunity for you or some more libertarian-minded colleagues to have potential input into what might be an unusual opportunity to change the FDA?
It's interesting you said that. I think it was on November 12th. I don't know if anybody listens to the Cato Daily podcast, but you can get it at the Cato website. I discussed that very issue. The title of the podcast was RFK Jr., #MAHA, and public health. And it's a mixed bag, I think, because I think what I'm worried about is a lot of people who've been upset with the public health establishment, which they have good reason to be, are going to be thinking, good, now instead of us having to to listen to those people. Now everybody's going to have to listen to our people, and that's not what I want to see it happen. I want to see it, and I happen to disagree with a lot of his views on a lot of issues. On the other hand, there's opportunity, because I agree with him that all the public health agencies need a total reformation, and that provides opportunities for people like me and others in our movement who've written about this to maybe get some attention to our work. So that's a good thing. And like I said, on some issues, I think he's right. But I think, and what I say in the podcast is that what's being missed in all this is, and nobody discusses this, is what is public health and what is the role of the government in public health. And I argue that the liberal view of public health, it relates to health issues that result from the unknowing or unintended consequences of their activities that could harm others, such as, dumping toxic waste in the public square, or having a highly contagious disease that you're walking around with and can give to others. That's a public health issue. The other issues, like should you take metformin as an anti-aging drug, or should you get the shingles vaccine, which could have side effects, but it's not like you can give shingles to someone else. So those are what I call private health issues. These are matters that individuals make their own decisions, consulting whoever they choose. And unfortunately, over the years, the broad understanding of public health is everything. So everything has to do with health remotely. And that's a problem. And it doesn't appear to me, at least, that RFK Jr. is interested in getting public health back to being public health. He just has a different idea of what our private health should be. And that worries me.
I would just say, in the light of I'm certainly encouraged to see things getting shaken up, including in Health and Human Services. I would comment that we do have someone in the room who would be qualified to be FDA commissioner, and I believe there's some kind of petition mechanism. I don't have it, or I don't know the link, but somebody in the room does have the link for Mary Ruwart as FDA commissioner, and that would be a great move.
Also, there was a recent report in the Wall Street Journal last week, before RFK was nominated. Apparently, sources close to him said that among the people he is looking at to appoint to public health agencies are people we may have heard of, like Dr. Marty McCary from Johns Hopkins, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, who is now the Surgeon General of Florida. He was at UCLA and kind of was run out of there because of his questioning of our pandemic policy. And Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, one of the co-authors of the Great Barrington Declaration. And that, to me, is encouraging. That's a good thing. These people are very open to entertaining heterodox viewpoints. They are true scientists. The other, another thing that happened, this is a personal anecdote, when over the summer, at the Cato Institute, we hosted a private screening of this movie. Now it's available to everyone, called COVID Collateral, Where Do We Go for the Truth? It was a documentary featuring Jay Bhattacharya and Scott Atlas and others. Afterwards, I had a discussion with the filmmaker and Jay Bhattacharya, Robert Redfield, who agreed to participate. He was the CDC director. And you can watch that online at Cato. But Robert Redfield surprised me. I had him on because I wanted somebody to defend what they did. It turns out he basically said, you guys were right and we were wrong. And in private, in our green room before we go onto the stage, apparently he's developed a friendship with Bhattacharya and said to him, I overheard this. I didn't let anybody know I heard it. He said, by the way, because he's connected to the people in the Trump team, if Trump were to get in, I've already recommended you for CDC director. And I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm thinking here's a guy with a PhD in economics. Most people don't know his PhD is in economics. His MD is obviously an MD, but most MD PhDs have a PhD in something like physiology or biochemistry. His is in economics. And I'm thinking a person who's dealing with public health issues, who's got the instincts for considering trade-offs that an economist would have, combined with the knowledge of medicine, that's probably a good combination.
Well, thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists and to our lovely moderator, Sugandhi.
Inside information.
I see there's a couple more questions, but we're going to have a break so we can stretch our legs and continue these conversations. I invite you to go to the tables so that you can get Mayor Ruar's book and my personal favorite, Short Answers to Top Libertarian Questions, and Dead by Regulation. Coffee and drinks will be on this side of the room. I'll meet you back here at 11 a.m. for an interesting talk on the Brazilian libertarian movement with Diogo Costa. See you in a bit. Music. Camille, music.
get tough or die, and it's that name that helped to make you strong. Yeah.
Hello, hello. We are ready to start with our next speaker. So I invite everyone to take a seat, to come on the room. Let's take a seat. Well, we'll have one amazing talk, and then we'll have another amazing panel before we break for lunch in a couple hours. So I want to invite to our next guest, Diego Costa. He is the president of the Foundation for Economic Education, a global leader in promoting free market principles with a distinguished career in spanning academia, think tanks, and public administration. He has been a prominent voice for liberty with his work featured in outlets like Forbes and the Wall Street Journal. From Brazil, let's give a round of applause to Diego Costa, please.
Good morning, everyone. So I want to take you a bit south today, southern than the American South, to South America, and to talk a little bit about what's going on in Brazil. And I want to give you some context before I dive into the liberty movement itself. And as a reminder, Brazil is the second largest nation in the Western Hemisphere, the third largest democracy, and it's a pretty big country. 51% of South America speaks Portuguese, because 51% of South America, population-wise, is Brazilian. And also, we mentioned here Texas dimensions. From the very south of Brazil to the very north of Brazil is a greater distance than from the very north of Brazil to the south of Canada. So when I flew here from Vitória 2 days ago, most of my flight was over Brazil than the rest of the Central America and the Caribbean. And a lot of what happens in Brazil can influence other countries, especially when it comes to some of our new topics, some of our new fights, our new challenges. Online discourse, freedom of speech. Many of you here saw that X, or Twitter, was banned in Brazil. And I want to talk a bit about what's happening there and what's the context for the freedom movement when it comes to those challenges. So, you might have seen this gentleman here, who looks like a Harry Potter character, but is actually our Supreme Court Justice, Alexandre de Moraes. My name is probably in a couple lists that he keeps in his office, not because I'm especially trying to break Brazilian law, but just by engaging in civil discourse online, I probably have raised a few flags already, including because I did use Twitter during the ban period, and the police gather information about every Brazilian who used X during that period. But what I want to convince you is how quick authoritarianism can grow, even in a country that is ostensibly a democracy. And Moraes although now he has accrued all the power, and many people would say that he's more powerful than the president of Brazil, Lula. It happened very fast and very insidiously. So in 2014, 2015, Brazil was seeing the largest crackdown on corruption the country has ever seen. Lava Jato, or car wash investigation, was looking at the early 2000s and what PT, the Workers' Party, Lula's party, was doing in a bribery and kickback scheme that was in partnership with state-owned companies like Petrobras, the oil giant, but also in partnership with private companies, especially in the construction sector, like Odebrecht. Many of those people involved are still being charged and arrested in other countries, including the United States. But in Brazil, all of that was undone. The politicians and the business people who went to jail were let out of jail, including our former President Lula, now our current president. But for a while, for a few years, it seemed that Brazil was really changing. We, the Liberty Movement, was very excited with what was happening when we saw judges such as Moro, prosecutors such as Deltan Dallagnol, they were going after politicians and crooked businessmen, and they were actually doing some serious investigations. Over $100 million were recovered to Brazilian funds just from accounts in Switzerland and abroad that were just being transferred back to the Brazilian treasury. Many countries were involved in that investigation. But what happened was that in 2019, so for 5 years that was happening, and then in 2019, one magazine, Cruzoé, published a news piece saying that that same investigation that was going after the Workers' Party, going after politicians, it was also implicating people from the judiciary. Specifically, this judge, Dias Toffoli, he used to be a Workers' Party lawyer, then he became a Supreme Court justice. And they found out in many of the internal communications of different companies that they had an alias for him. And when they published this news story, Dias Toffoli was the president of the court, and he appointed Moraes, the gentleman you just saw, to launch an investigation against fake news, because he called that story fake news. That opened the door for all the kinds of weird, bizarre online tyranny that we began to see in the country. The press was initially against this. This was, they censored the magazine. Other newspapers, TV shows were saying that is censorship, that doesn't belong in Brazil in the 21st century. What changed? Why did the press and the Brazilian elite began to soften and accept that rise of authoritarianism? What happened was that Moraes saw that that was an opportunity to go not only after fake news against the judiciary, but to also go against what he considered an escalation of the right in Brazil, the far right, Bolsonaro's party. And the Brazilian elite did not like Bolsonaro, so they're like, oh, okay, so you can do that, because that's a way for us to save our democracy. But what was called democracy began to be just another name for the Supreme Court, another name for Moraes himself. People who began to criticize those actions, they themselves were accused of being spreaders of disinformation and attacking our democracy. What Moraes did was, well, at some point, actually, they tried to pass a law against fake news in Brazil, and the Brazilian Congress did not pass. They failed to pass the law. And the Supreme Court's like, okay, we're just going to give her the same powers nevertheless. And Moraes began to act not only as a judge, but as a prosecutor. Not only as a prosecutor, but also as a victim. And he just accrued all those powers. And what happened from 2019 to today, actually, was that he started to give orders to websites, to platforms, to Facebook, to TikTok, Twitter, Google, ordering them to remove content he thought was misinformation, he thought was an attack to Brazilian democratic institutions. Those orders were secret. They were asking the platforms not to divulge those orders. They are secret, they cannot be disclosed. Those orders did not mean that the person who they're asking for the content to be removed, or sometimes the account to remove, they're not charged with any crime. They did not have, they were not notified even that their account was going to be removed. Some of them, like my friend Rodrigo Constantino, one day he just woke up and he realized he didn't have access to, actually, he could still post, but he realized whatever he was posting was not showing up in the Brazilian internet. And when he opened his bank account in Itaú, he saw that he did not have access to his bank account. And later on, he found out through the media that his passport had been revoked. He was living in Florida, he still is. Now has an American passport. They tried to extradite him, the American government did not. But that's how insidious that happened. And that's why when Elon Musk decided to disclose all the orders, Moraes went against Elon Musk. He included Elon Musk in his inquiries. He charged Elon Musk of attacking Brazilian democracy, and eventually he banned Twitter. This is so bad that even the media, who was at some point favorable, has been very critical of Moraes. So both the right-leaning Estado de São Paulo, I don't know where I'm supposed to, there we go. Estadão, the Estado de São Paulo, has called the Supreme Court the Supreme Censor, Supreme Federal Censor. Folha de São Paulo, the left-leaning, this is both editorial, this is their editorial boards, said the censorship promoted by Moraes must end. So even part of the press, part of the Brazilian elite has had enough, but they don't know how to stop him. Congress cannot stop him because Congress leaders are afraid of what the Supreme Court can do. And this also shows how dysfunctional the judiciary system has become in Brazil. So in America, the Supreme Court sees 100 and something cases a year. In Brazil, they were seeing 100,000 cases a year. So the Supreme Court became kind of its own judicial system, and they can have, they can be seeing recursals from other lower level courts, but they can also have trials that originate with them. And right now, I think it's about 50-50. But that means also that they can just pick and choose. So if you have a trial, we have a lawsuit against a specific politician, they can like, well, I can act on that depending on what you do. If you don't do anything, just keep it quiet. If you do, then maybe I'll decide on the lawsuit against you next week. So Congress has been kind of frightened about this. The press now is a bit more comfortable, but the #1 network in Brazil, Global, although I believe the Global owners are actually very decent people, but many of the journalists have become very friendly towards government, especially because the money they get from government now is an order of magnitude higher than what they were getting during the Bolsonaro administration. But all is not bad in Brazil, although the judiciary is a problem. I want to say that politically, when it comes to democratic politics, Brazil is not doing too bad. And it's a different picture from the picture we see when you look at the very elite institutions, such as the presidency and the Supreme Court. Last month, we had local elections in Brazil. Brazil has over 5,000 cities, municipalities. All of them have elections. And this is the map that we ended up with. So if you can see in the legend, the red cities, those are the cities that the hard left won. The pink ones were the center left won, and then light blue center right, plain blue right, and the darker blue, what they call extreme right, hard right, usually Bolsonaro supporters. So although Lula and his Workers' Party, they control the federal government, Lula's support and money was not enough to convince Brazilians to vote for their party. That was just geographically. If you look at the number of voters, you can see this is distributed by population, that the left went from 15.4 to like 10% of the population now being governed by the left locally, while the hard right went from 8.1 to 20.3%. So politically, democratically, Brazil tells a different story, right? So the elite institutions have shifted further left, but the population is shifting further right. And I don't know if this adds to Brazilian stability, but it does tell a very interesting story. And even the Workers' Party, if you look at the ranking of mayors that they now have, they rank 9th. And all of the parties that you see, the top 5, are either right-wing or center-right, or maybe a little bit centrist. But the party of the President of the Republic is not being able to get votes. One of Lula's secretary even said that they are in the relegation zone in the Brazilian championship, in a reference to soccer, saying that if they don't change, they're going to become second division, a second-class party. And I want to talk a little bit about how the liberty movement has been interacting with politics in Brazil. So during Bolsonaro administration, and Bolsonaro administration was a mixed bag. You had the military people who came to government. They're not free markets. They're not even, I'd say, conservatives. They're very corporative. They want their own interest. But you did have, especially when it came to finance and economics, a classical liberal minister, Paulo Guedes. And people who worked with Paulo Guedes, he had a team of people who came from the liberty movement. Paulo Ebel, Wagner Reinhardt, they are all alumni of Atlas, of FEE, where I work now, Foundation for Economic Education. And a lot of what they did was to try to reduce the state. They didn't have a doji like Musk and Vivek had, but they did perform something similar. So you can see that the spending with salaries, with the staff itself, went down during Bolsonaro years, now is back up. So they cut about 10%. And that is, I was part actually of that. I was the president of the National School of Public Administration. We slashed our budget by 28%. We slashed our staff by about 30%. At the same time, we kept things moving. When you look at parts and politics also, we have a very libertarian political party in Brazil called Novo. Very small, but they went from having, I think, 1 mayor to 18 mayors in the country. They have more city councils than ever. So it's also a growing part of the extended liberty movement in Brazil. And now the liberty movement has been dividing itself with a more sophisticated division of labor. You have, for instance, institutes that are focused on advocacy, lobbying, making sure some law passes, some don't. Instituto Livre Mercado just blocked a 60% tax on foreign drugs in Brazil, drug imports. Instituto Cidadania Digital blocked the heaviest, craziest, Kafkaesque AI bill I've ever read, worse than the European Union. So there's a lot of advocacy with people who came from movement, and they're able to block certain agendas, but also to pass certain agendas. So during the Bolsonaro years, there's at least 3, I think, big landmarks that were passed. One is the law of economic freedom, who changed the way that we open business and hire people in Brazil. The other one is something similar to the Killing the Jones Act. It was called Lei da Cabotagem, but it's also similar to allow more freedom in our coasts. and the other one is public sewage law, and which is a law that allows for private companies to actually expand the sewage network in Brazil. These are some of the think tanks, the libertarian think tanks in Brazil. Instituto Millennium, where I used to work, has now made strides in increasing school choice in the country, also increasing corporate private management of cities. Livres has done a very good work with politicians to pass the sewage system that allows for private investment. ILISP, Instituto Liberal de São Paulo Liberal Institute, has gone through the country convincing mayors to pass their own economic freedom law to improve the business environment in Brazilian cities. Business Brazil has reached a wide audience and has made Ludwig von Mises more searched in Brazil than in any other country. And now Paulo Guedes, the minister, has brought to Brazil also Mário Vargas Llosa's International Foundation for Liberty. And before finishing, I just want to mention this part of the liberty movement that we have in Brazil that I haven't seen elsewhere. These are young business people who create, I don't use the word club, but I think it's it's easy to understand, but clubs, reading clubs, and they have actually changed a lot of the landscape in the country. So I was just talking to my friend Ken Schooland, and his wife recently attended one of these forums by Instituto de Estudos Empresariais, Entrepreneurship Studies Institute, have the Leadership Development Institute, Tomorrow's Leaders Institute. All of them, what they do is that they are super influential in getting some of the brightest young business people or heirs, and they made them go through like this intensive libertarian reading development. So they read Mises, Bastiat, Hayek, but not only that, but every year they change their leadership, and which means that they're always growing, and people are always trying to go to the top, and every year they do an annual event. I came from one. 48 hours ago, I was on stage in the city of Vitória in Brazil for Líderes do Amanhã. We had 1,300 people attending this event. Some of the most influential business people in the state of Espírito Santo were there. The next president of the institute was going to be the son of the current governor of the state. Instituto de Estudos Empresariais has been doing this since the 80s. This year, they had over 5,000 people to watch their lectures. So this is kind of a hidden secret. Those clubs have been tremendously influential, including this one, part of the city government of Porto Alegre, where the institute is located, is made by members and alumni of this network, including the vice mayor, Ricardo, is from this network. So there's a lot that's growing in terms of outreach of young people, but also there's a lot that's happening when it comes to policy making itself. So although Moraes de Valdemar is still one of the main challenges that Brazil is facing, I think there is a lot of room for optimism. Thank you. Do we have time for questions?
Hi, Diogo. Is this working?
Hello.
Yes?
Yes.
My name's Ray from Chicago.
Hi, Ray.
And tell me again the Harry Potter judge's name.
Yes, see. Moraes, M-O-R-A-E-S.
Moraes?
Moraes.
Well, I'm kind of a purist in this realm, Rothbardian or Hoppian, and to me it's kind of esoteric, but when I see this story, I think of the argument of the decentralization of justice, the distribution of justice.
Yes.
And so I'm not quite sure what my question is for you, but when you have this situation, does it, for you, trigger the wish that why can't we get the distribution of justice away from the state? Because it's inherently conflicted. And so that's what comes to mind as I hear that story. Does anything get triggered for you?
Yes. So definitely, Brazil has become too centralized. So of course, I would like to see many more of questions that are now being decided by the judiciary system to be decided by private parties. And there's a movement there also that's growing, just because, I mean, you cannot rely on a Supreme Court that sees 100,000 suits a year. So many people are trying to find their own ways. But what happened in Brazil was that our federation became ever more centralized, and the judiciary also became more centralized. So I think that's one of the lessons here, is that if you allow for power to be, sucked in, even if initially, so we passed our constitution in 1988, the number of lawsuits seen by Supreme Court was not that great, but you had that, that leak, and it just starts sucking power from the states, power from the other courts. At this moment, I don't even know what judges do, because whatever they do, their decision is going to be reviewed. No one even cares about what they decide. So although I think we've become so critical that many people look for private solutions, what happened in the past 30, 40 years, was a lot of power accumulation in our Supreme Court. And maybe people didn't see the consequences of that, and now we do.
Very encouraging, Diago. What lessons are you taking from Brazil and applying to fees work? And then what are some of the lessons that we should take, and apply in our own advocacy?
That's a great question, Robert. Well, one of that is that I think Brazil has a very good pipeline to create new libertarians. Those institutes I mentioned with young business people, they're able to do a very good outreach, but to also give transformative experiences to young people, and they become lifelong libertarians. There's some research showing that lifelong beliefs are formed between the ages of 14 and 24, peaking at 18. That's their target audience. That's also FEE's target audience. And when I look at FEE's work, and FEE for many decades was focused on the transformative experiences, on the seminars, on the physical freeman. And then FEE moved to more digital leverage with videos and social media, and now we're trying to connect them, because it's great to have outreach. It's great to attract new customers, but you have to do something with those customers. You have to give them a transformative experience. So I think the success of the libertarian movement in Brazil has a lot to do with those transformative experiences and a pipeline that goes from outreach to deep engagement and involvement, and that's what we're trying to do at FEE, again, to build a new liberty pipeline from outreach to transformative experiences. And some success, even before my time, the New York Times had a piece a couple months ago on young voices that right-leaning audiences are listening to, and they mentioned maybe 34 of those were FEE alumni. So there is, we want to more than 4, but I think there is some traction that we're gaining.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Wes Benedict from Austin, Texas. Bolsonaro was often compared to President Donald Trump here in the U.S. As being kind of similar. Can you give me a few things from a liberty perspective that you think were good about Bolsonaro, and also maybe a few things that were not good about him? They could just be short answers.
Sure, good question. Sometimes it's easy to just, especially for the American media, to just make some kind of comparison with the reference they know. I think there's a lot of differences. Bolsonaro was an obscure congressman who came from this like military background in Brazil. He was not a, not a business person. He didn't have a lot of accomplishments as a legislator. But he was, I think he had a big gap, which was he didn't know economics at all. So when he decided to run for government, and that's very different from Trump. I think Trump has beliefs, deeply held beliefs. Bolsonaro didn't. Actually, if you go back to the 90s, Bolsonaro was supporting Hugo Chavez because he saw, the General Chavez, against America. He was very anti-American. But when he decides to run, he doesn't have any kind of economic expertise. And we're lucky enough that one of the brother, the founder of that big conference that I just showed you, he got connected with Bolsonaro, and then he introduced Paulo Guedes to him. And Guedes, if you ever see him talk, he's very eloquent, and he convinced Bolsonaro that he should be more free market. So when it comes to the size of the state, when it comes to the role of private, of free market, of market, when it comes to public policies, that was all brought in by Guedes, and I think we saw some positive trends out of that. Usually microeconomic reforms, but the microeconomic reforms are very good. And I think the Workers' Party is now profiting out of those reforms. I mentioned basic sewage. Brazil is crazy. Like half of Brazilians don't have access to clean water. They cannot open their tap and drink water from there. But now this is beginning to change, and even Workers' Parties governed states are making privatizations of their sewage systems. So I think that's very positive from Bolsonaro. What was definitely not positive from Bolsonaro, I mean, there's his rhetoric, right? Very, inflammatory, incendiary. That in that way, a similar style to Donald Trump. But he was not strong enough to change the Brazilian state. He did not have like a Doge vision to the Brazilian state. So when you had all these special interest groups within the government coming to him and asking for better pay, better salaries, and especially to block legislation, he would just give in. So a lot of legislation that would reform the Brazilian state and would give us some more like long-term changes were blocked because he would just cave into pressure of other interest groups. So I think that was very frustrating for people who were in Brazil at the time, like myself.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Maria.
I know there's always so much that we want to ask, but that's why we're here, and that's why we're going to be here for another 3 days so that we keep these conversations alive. Thank you so much, Diogo, for warning us about the dangers of censorship and for bringing these voices from Brazil. It's now more than ever important that we raise our voices, that we become louder, and that we talk with conviction about liberty. That's why we have our next panel, Effective Strategies to Run as a Freedom Candidate. Our president in Liberty International, Jacek Spendel, will be moderating this panel, so let's give an applause for Jacek, please.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome, everyone. Very proud, very happy to be here in Texas with you. Great audience, many familiar faces. Well, I want to welcome here on the stage 2 gentlemen, Chase Oliver and Alexander Kolodin. Please. A little introduction. Well, Chase was already introduced, but I can say a few words. Chase Oliver, originally from Atlanta, Georgia. We are same age. Actually, with Alex, almost same age. I think 1 year younger you are. 1986, right? Yeah. We are 85. Yeah. So, it's basically all of us similar age. Chase is from Atlanta. He ran for Senate 2 years ago on a Libertarian ticket and did pretty well. And in this election, Chase was running to become a president of the United States on a Libertarian ticket. And my second guest, Alexander Kolodin, is from the great state of Arizona, very proud Arizonan. We know each other for quite a long time. We actually interned at Goldwater Institute, how many? 13 years ago? Something like that. Yeah, 13 years ago. He identifies as libertarian leaning, but Republican. He is a member of a Republican Party, and he's a member of the State House of Arizona. So it's a pleasure because we'll be debating a bit today about the effective strategies for libertarians in politics. Both gentlemen are in politics, and both believe in freedom, in libertarian values. They just have quite different strategies. So I'll start with the question to both of you. Maybe Chase can start, Alex will speak second. What does it mean to be a freedom candidate? What does it take to be freedom candidate? And what are the core values that such candidates should represent?
Yeah. So as a libertarian, I look to the word freedom, meaning free from regulation of one's life, so long as you're living in peace. So I look for somebody who values the non-aggression principle, who basically says that if you're living your life in peace and not harming another person, there should be no need for government or any other entity to regulate your life or your behavior because you're exercising good self-governance. And so those are the values that I would like to see freedom candidates pushing forward, is one of self-ownership, self-reliance, and one of getting the government out of our lives, whether it's in our pocketbooks, our bedrooms, our boardrooms, really wherever we're exercising peaceful behavior. The only legitimate need for government is to protect one's civil liberties from being violated by another. Those are the principles that I want to see freedom candidates moving forward. Really, as a libertarian, I think this is the best party for it, but really, whatever party you're running in, if that's what you're running on, that's a good principle to be running for.
Thank you. Alex?
So I see it very simply. A freedom candidate is one for whom, when they take the oath of office, they actually mean it. Every elected representative in Arizona, most other places in the country, swear an oath to uphold the Constitution, both state and federal. And I think that oath is especially poignant towards the Bill of Rights in the federal Constitution and the Declaration of Rights in the Arizona State Constitution. Everybody says that they mean it, and then will vote for bills that they know are unconstitutional, that they know violates folks' natural rights. And if you are seeking office and get into office and you don't do that, you're a freedom candidate.
Alex, now question to you. Why a libertarian, small L libertarian, should vote for Republican Party if this is a conservative party, really? Most politicians and voters, they declare to be conservative, and so why a libertarian would vote for such a party?
It's funny that you draw a dichotomy between those two things, Jacek, because the Republican who was named Mr. Conservative was actually the guy who started the modern libertarian movement. That would be my home state senator, Barry Goldwater. The libertarian movement originated in the GOP, and it has won all of its successes through the GOP. Not only was Goldwater elected to the Senate multiple times, Rand Paul, Ron Paul, Thomas Massey, these are all libertarian-leaning folks who are also conservatives, because those two things are not incompatible. What are we conserving? As conservatives, we're conserving the principles of the American Revolution, entirely compatible with also being a libertarian-minded person, right? But those victories were won as Republicans. Now, I have a little bit of an interesting background, because I'm not only vice chair of the Elections Committee in the House, but I'm also a political lawyer, have been for a long time. So I will tell you very simply what the Libertarian Party actually is. The Libertarian Party is actually a Democrat front group. It's meant to siphon off votes from Republicans, just like the Green Party is meant to siphon off votes from Democrats. And if you ever look at the lawyers who represent these various parties, which I do, you'll usually find the oddity that really MAGA lawyers are representing the Green Party, and really liberal lawyers are representing the Libertarian Party. And a lot of the funding for both also comes from really the other side. It's very counterintuitive. Here's the way our political system works. Our political system is a first-past-the-post system. That means that we're only ever going to have two major parties because of the way the system is designed. But that's okay, because guess what? countries that don't have a first-past-the-post system, they also only have two major parties. In those cases, they have a government and an opposition. And there might be multiple parties in the government, there might be multiple parties in the opposition. Here, we form our coalitions before the election, and we do it through either the Democrat Party or the Republican Party. So there is a very lively liberty movement in the Republican Party. I'm proud to be part of it. And if we had libertarians come over and participate, because I don't think you guys should just vote Republican, I think you should become Republican precinct committeemen. 10 libertarians who decide to change their registration, become Republican precinct committeemen, they could elect a libertarian Republican candidate in most districts in my state if they only had the desire to actually make an impact for liberty. You know, Mr. Oliver, and I'm gonna wrap it up. Mr. Oliver, you know, he ran for office on getting a balanced budget amendment into law. Republicans in Arizona did that. He ran on universal school choice funding that follows students, but not systems. Republicans in Arizona actually did that, right? He ran on firearms freedom. Arizona has the most freedom-oriented firearms laws anywhere in the United States, and it was Republicans who did that. So if you're serious about liberty, I would encourage you to join the vehicle that is the hope and the vehicle for freedom in this country, the Republican Party, my party.
Thank you, Alex. Chase, why a libertarian should vote for a libertarian party despite its rather not very big influence and not great results in elections?
Yeah, so first I just want to speak to those three issues you mentioned. You mentioned education, firearms, and balancing the budget. 49 states out of this country, blue ones and red ones, have a balanced budget amendment. That's very common to happen in a state, but national Republicans never balance the budget. Then at least they haven't in my adult lifetime. Education, yes, I fight to free education from the federal government. Why? Because it was the Republican President George Bush that added tons of funding to the Department of Education with no child left behind. I fight for firearms freedom because the man I was running against in the Republican Party wanted to raise the age to buy a gun, wanted to pass red flag laws and other unconstitutional violations of our Second Amendment rights. And so it's important for us to have a libertarian voice in our national elections. It really is, if for no other reason than to give libertarian voters a clean conscience when they go to the voting booth. I respect that Barry Goldwater started the modern libertarian movement here in America within the Republican Party. Now, libertarianism is much older than that, but I respect that. But I also understand that there's a reason why members of the Republican Party left that party in 1971 to form the Libertarian Party. It's because we took ourselves off the gold standard. It's because we put ourselves into a war that required a draft. It's because the Republican Party itself was moving against Barry Goldwater in a very unlibertarian direction. And we needed to have a party for those people who supported many of the principles that Goldwater fought for to be able to vote and cast their vote with a clear conscience, which is what libertarians provide. We put ideas out into the political atmosphere that later do get adopted. Many times we are the stream that mainstream political opinion follows. We carve that path ahead of time. We've done so with drug laws, which is why now over half the country lives in a state with legal recreational cannabis, including the state of Arizona. That's because libertarians led on that 50 years ago, and it took 50 years for Democrats and Republicans to catch up. It is important for us to run as libertarians. Yes, right now the system is set up to back up a political binary of Republicans and Democrats because that's the system that's been provided to us by Republicans and Democrats. If we had ranked choice voting, if we had more ballot access, if we had better chances to form coalition governments in this country, we would see 3, 4, 5 major parties appearing. We should at least have them on the debate stage. The fact is right now we have a political system that is backed up by a major media conglomerate, the people who back our political system, to reinforce this binary. That's why you only have 2 people on stage. I used to be able to blame the Commission on Presidential Debates, which was made up of Democrats and Republicans, and of course they're not going to allow a libertarian voice on the stage. But in this last election, they walked away from that. Why? Because the Republicans said the debates were rigged, they were too woke, they were wrong, we need to leave the CPD. And what did they do? They walked right into the major media networks and they colluded with the Democrats to make sure that those were the only 2 voices on those debate stages. They are doing everything they can to prevent libertarians from having a voice, and I argue if you're a libertarian, when you go into the Republican Party, very rarely, if ever, do you make the party more libertarian. You always become more Republican. That's what happens every single time. Look at past candidates who have run as libertarians who then later become Republicans, and what do they have to do? They have to compromise to get to the head. They have to sell themselves to get those committee seats, or they get nothing done. They get completely ignored. I respect the heck out of Ron Paul. He was a messenger for liberty in the Congress, and he said a lot of things, but guess what he didn't get? A lot of bills passed because he had no support from the National Republican Party to support those things. They let him have his district, they let him vote for speaker, and that's all they cared about, because that's what the National Republican Party does. They use people, they bring people into the movement promising freedom. I guarantee you right now, I'll make a bet with anybody right now, I'll bet you an entire Bitcoin right now, that right now, our government will be smaller than it's going to be in 4 years from now. It will grow. Department of Government Efficiency, whatever. It's not going to happen because when we have Democrats and Republicans, we only have growth. That's why we need to tear down the system and vote libertarian.
So now I want to ask both of you about current political situation, because November 5th was actually a very big victory for the Republican Party, but to be more precise, for the so-called MAGA movement, Make America Great Again, which is not exactly a libertarian movement, right? It has some pro-freedom messages, but some different messages like high tariffs, no to less immigration, and so on and so forth. I want both of you to tell us, is the victory of MAGA movement and Donald Trump a good news for liberty, or rather not good news? Who wants to start? Alex.
I think it's tremendously good news for the liberty movement. There's both superficial reasons for that, like, come on guys, Tulsi Gabbard is literally going to be the director of national intelligence and she hates those guys. Like, it's beautiful. But also on a deeper level, one of the things that we as people who are in the MAGA movement would say to each other with great frequency, especially those of us who, like me, have actually been targets of this regime's lawfare. One of the things we would say to each other when we're having our private meetings is, do you know what time it is? It's later than you think it is. And you could absolutely see this, not just with the carceral state that was springing up to send political opponents off to the gulag, but the censorship regime that the feds and state Democrats colluded on in order to censor our speech online, prohibit legitimate debate, and by the way, all debate is legitimate debate, on topics of public concern, like during COVID, like about our elections administration, all of that, right? And if Kamala Harris had gotten elected, by the way, right, what is her actual job? What is she by training? She's a prosecutor. She was running for prosecutor-in-chief. Then the slide into dictatorship would have been absolutely irreversible. That's why I think it is a phenomenal, wonderful thing. You don't understand. I talk to voters all the time. Okay, that's my job. And these people were terrified, not just people like me who are out in front, normal people. I had so many people call me up and say, Alex, I want to publish, I want to put on Twitter this post that's critical of Chris Mays, but I'm worried that if I do, she'll come after me. Chris Mays is our Attorney General. How can you help me write it in such a way that she can't come after me? That is a conversation that no politician in America should ever, ever, ever have to have with a constituent, ever. And that when I say the GOP is the hope and the vehicle, we're not perfect. We're not. But what we are, and what the MAGA movement is exactly what Mr. Oliver is pretending to be, which is we are against this regime. We are against this establishment. If you look at the people that Trump is appointing, they are predominantly people who are from totally outside of the establishment, right? Because we understand that the establishment has brought us to the absolute brink of dictatorship. And that is why we are a movement that is worth supporting.
Thank you. Chase?
I'm going to not have quite as a rosy colored picture of things. And here's why. First off, you're right. Marco Rubio, noted outsider, is going to be leading the State Department. We have Elise Stefanik is going to be leading the UN. A lot of these people who are going to be perpetuating the same war machine that we've been seeing. So there might be some outsiders. And I'm glad that Tulsi's going to get a chance to hopefully she's going to end the Patriot Act and end the FISA abuses and end the warrantless wiretapping and the metadata gathering, but I bet she won't. I bet once she gets the power, she's going to be very corrupted by that power, because that's what happens a lot of times when people who are critics of government get into government. But I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to see that that hopefully happens. But what I fear is that we're going to have another Republican administration, just like we've had another Democratic administration, Republican administration. The same wheels are going to keep on turning. The debt's going to keep growing. The war machine's going to keep perpetuating itself. And as far as censorship, we had a candidate for president who's now our president-elect who was, talking about just let's remove licenses from broadcasters because they're saying things I don't like or conducting interviews that I'm not supportive of. It's not like he's a champion of free speech either. This is the mask that Republicans try to put over the movement. They try to make it seem like they're for smaller government. The government never shrinks. They want to seem like they're for free speech, but they elect a guy who champions the idea of censorship. This is the two-party trick. This is the trick of our government on both wings. They are two wings of the same bird. This is the problem with duopoly. This is the problem we have this false political binary because it's political pro wrestling. They go into the ring and they act like they're fighting each other. They act like they're really against each other. But what are they doing? They're fighting for their own power, for their own gain, and for our current president-elect for his own personal, he wants to make himself look good. And this is the problem with Donald Trump. He is not a principled individual. He is somebody who goes with wherever he thinks somebody will give him flattery, the direction he needs to go in. That's where he goes. Wherever somebody gives him flattery is where he goes. I love Kim Jong-un because he said something nice about me. Things like this. Like, the fact is we need somebody that can stand on principle. And right now, the Republican Party is not being led by somebody who's being led on principle. You're right. Kamala Harris would have been the prosecutor-in-chief. Donald Trump is the failed businessman-in-chief. Neither of those things are good. Neither of those things are great for America. And I worry about what's going to happen when we allow somebody who claims the mantle of freedom but does many things that are very anti-libertarian and anti-freedom in our name. It sullies the name of liberty. This is why it's important to have a libertarian party. It's why it's important to have a party that stands on principle. Whether we get 600,000 votes, 1 million votes, or no votes, it's important for us to have somebody who is standing on principle who's saying, this is what liberty is supposed to be. And when we see the Democrats and Republicans bastardize that, that's why we stand firm in our principles so we can expose it. So no, I don't think, there may be some gains for liberty here and there, but on the whole, this is just repeating the cycle. It's repeating the Democrat-Republican cycle over and over again.
Thanks. Alex, I know that you are not only against illegal immigration, but you also would like to reduce legal immigration to the United States. Well, being a foreigner and running Project Arizona, we need to get visas for our students to come here, and it's very, very hard. So I would even say that immigration laws in the US right now are very complicated and very, very tough. Why are you in favor of making it even harder than it is?
Well, that's a good question, Jacek. I do, before I want to get onto that, want to address two of the points that Mr. Oliver's made. He's treating Republicans as if we're a monolith, which I thought libertarians were not supposed to do. Libertarians were supposed to look at the individuals, right? And there are individuals within the Republican Party, myself included, right, that believe in most of what he's saying in terms of, hating the Patriot Act, like, count me as number one. But the difference between us and them, right, is that we actually get elected and we get a chance to do something about it, right? I've been pretty effective at getting pro-liberty bills passed and signed. I'm good at that. And it hurts my heart that we have such a pro-liberty guy as this sitting on this stage instead of sitting in the United States Senate, which is where he possibly would be if he had run in the Republican primary instead of running as a separate party. So I did want to make those points. Now, in terms of the immigration issue, what you don't understand, Jacek, because you come from a country that is rational on such issues, is that our immigration system in this country is terribly, terribly broken. We don't have an immigration system that's based on merit. Actually, we have an immigration system that's based on the opposite of merit, right? It's based on family reunification. So our entire immigration system is essentially based on, well, if you have a family member here, then you get priority in the system. Liberty doesn't survive without folks who actually want it to. And my requirement for somebody who is allowed to immigrate to America is that I would only allow Americans to immigrate to America, because that's the only way we keep our system of freedom alive. It does no good, right, to trade freedom in one area, the freedom to move across borders, right, for every other freedom that we enjoy in this country. To me, that is an unacceptable trade-off. And so until we refocus our immigration system on bringing in people who actually want to be here because of our values of liberty, then we do need to reduce it so that we have time to assimilate the immigrants that we are getting, who may come from very different systems, may have very different mentalities, and inculcate in them our values, because that's what immigration is about, so that we can remain a cohesive and stable society that is dedicated to our founding principles and not backslide into tyranny.
Thank you. We'll open the discussion to the public in maybe about 10 minutes, so we'll have a chance to dig deeper into these issues. I still have a few questions. Now, the one to Chase. Chase, you are a member of Libertarian Party, and we have quite few libertarians from Eastern Europe here, and they have some legit fears about Putin's Russia, which is a country that is a land-hungry country, a land-hungry regime, I would say, and it has some quasi-totalitarian attitude, it's not valuing freedoms of its citizens at all. Yet, 1 year ago, maybe a little bit more than 1 year ago, your party held a rally in Washington, D.C. It was an anti-war rally, right? But it was done hand by hand with American communists. They were Russian and Soviet flags waving. How do you feel about it?
Well, I want to say quasi-totalitarian is probably the nicest way anybody has described Putin's governance. I am anti-war. I've been an anti-war activist for a long time. I think that kind of confusing anti-war with pro-Putin is a bad thing. I oppose the United States war machine involving itself in the Ukraine war. I do. I oppose the United States militarily funding Ukraine. I think Eastern Europe, or rather Western Europe and the rest of the continent needs to be leading the way militarily if there's a military solution. But it doesn't mean that I don't think that Putin is a terrible human being, that he's violating the sovereignty of another nation by invading them, and we do need to call that out, and I'm happy to. I'm also happy to say that there are things we can do to help save human lives in Ukraine. We can allow refugees to come to this country who want to come here and stay until the war is over and they can be resettled back home, or stay here if they want. I honestly don't care as long as they're wanting to be peaceful people. And we can also make the same offer of amnesty to any member of the Russian military who's being conscripted to fight in that war. I believe conscription is slavery, and there should be no better reason to provide someone amnesty than to say you shouldn't have to be forced into servitude with a gun in your hand to murder people. And so I think we can do these things to help demoralize the Russian front lines, to help allow Europe to take the lead militarily. But no, I don't think it's a great idea for us to be pro-Putin. I am not pro-Putin. I think he's a horrible human being.
So what I had in mind is that that party, they are openly sympathetic towards Putin. And I don't say that LP had an event which is anti-war. That's okay, right? It's the company, the communists are just despicable company to be with, I think, anywhere.
I would agree, and if you noticed, I was not on that stage, wasn't invited to be on that stage, and if I were, I would have had a problem with a lot of the speakers who were invited there. And for me, it's important for us to be a anti-war party without being pro any government involved in a war. I'm anti-war because the idea that a government uses its force to kill and injure and maim and displace innocent people for no reason is wrong, and that's why I've always been vocal against the American war machine. It's why I'm vocal against what Vladimir Putin does. I think what he is doing is wrong. Put your troops back over in Russia, fix your own country before you try to take over others. And for me, I wouldn't have been very accepting of the speakers at that rally. I would have loved to have spoken at an anti-war rally. Maybe that one wasn't it.
Thank you. Question to both of you. Have you ever had a situation in politics that you had to compromise on ideas of liberty to accomplish something, and it was maybe tough? Can you give us some examples of those situations where you couldn't really stand on principle because there were other reasons to go forward?
You want to take that one?
Alex?
Yeah, absolutely. So like most hard questions in politics, this is really a definitional question. what do we mean by compromise? Well, in my world, right, I divide compromise into two categories. There's a good kind of compromise and a bad kind of compromise. The good kind of compromise is where you take the world in a more pro-liberty direction, but maybe just not as much as you had hoped. That's a good kind of compromise, right, because it actually lets you make progress. I know my good friend Glenn is probably sitting somewhere here in the room if he's not still sleeping off his hangover. And he told me something very, very wise years ago, which was, you know, Alex, I'm not really that concerned over these debates as far as how far should we go. He goes, I tell you what, we both agree we need to walk in that direction, and once we get there, then we can argue about it. That's a good kind of compromise. Bad kind of compromise is when you actually do something that takes the world in the wrong direction, the direction of autocracy, right? Those are kinds of compromises that I have not really had to make in my career. Those are the times where you take the hard vote, you go back to your voters, and you explain exactly why you voted in a way that may seem distasteful to them, and you explain the principles behind this. I had this come up. As you know, in Arizona, we have serious border issues. The Chinese are flooding our state with fentanyl. It's a terrible, terrible problem. And the chairman of the Judiciary Committee wanted to run a bill that used something called the felony murder rule, which is a neat end run around the Constitution's due process clause, where you say, okay, I'm going to let you convict somebody of murder, even though they didn't intentionally kill anybody, because somebody died in the commission of another crime, right? Which is does not comport with my notions of due process anyway. Obviously, a very politically difficult vote to take to kill that bill. And I had to kill it 3 times, by the way, along with some liberty-minded Republican friends in the legislature who were also willing to take a hard vote for constitutional principles. And then what I did is I made videos and I went to my voters in my district and I explained why I thought this was a serious due process problem, that this use of the felony murder rule, or really any use of the felony murder rule. And the weird thing was that once I explained it to my voters, they agreed with me. So Mr. Oliver says, you know, okay, well, when a liberty-minded person runs as a Republican, they become more Republican and less liberty-minded. No, actually, when a liberty-minded person runs and wins as a Republican, they have the opportunity to bring the party and the people, from whom all political power ultimately flows, more in the pro-liberty direction, and it makes the Republican Party more libertarian.
Thanks. Chase?
So there's some areas of agreement here, actually. You know, we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good sometimes, but there are some times when you must stand on principle, because otherwise is to compromise in a way that is bad, it's unconstitutional, or it's wrong. And I have this conversation all the time with my friends who are anarchists. I'm a minarchist, and I say all the time, like, let's keep reducing the state till we get to where I'm like, this is the size of the state, and then we can fight, because that's when the fight's worthwhile. Until then, we need to be continuing to fight to reduce the size of the state. And so I understand that notion, and I also understand that there's a need for compromise. Like, I believe taxation is theft, and we should have no income tax at all. But I would immediately support anything that cuts the income tax today that keeps cutting it down, right? As long as we're cutting spending to correspond with that, so we're not creating the backdoor of inflation, that's a whole other thing. But, you know, I understand the notion of, like, you don't get everything you want immediately. And so sometimes you do have to compromise when it comes to those things. Education is a big one. In the minarchist ideal, all education would be voluntarily funded. There would be no need to tax people for it. It would just come out of the charity and the needs of the people, you know, without having to have a centralized government tax you for it. But absent that ideal, I'm going to fight to fund the student, not the system, with taxpayer money. Because if we're going to fund education with taxpayer money, it should fund the individual student and not the overall school system as a whole, which is made up of administrators and bureaucrats and red tape. I find that to be a better allocation of resources. Even if I find taxation to be theft, and even if I find the idea of government-funded education ultimately my ideal to be wrong. But I still understand that there are things we have to work towards that improve the liberty ideal in those directions. Absolutely. But there are also times when you must stand on principle, when there is no compromise, when you have to say no. And some of those are the most difficult votes. Those are votes on, like, war and peace, right? When there's a vote to declare war, You can't say, well, I voted this way even though principally I don't feel that way. No, you need to vote with your principles when it comes to war and peace. And if we did that, we'd probably have less wars in the world. So there's definitely areas where, in terms of communicating to voters, I've had to compromise my ideal policy for what I think is possible, for what I think we can communicate easily to voters, and certainly what we think we can get done to move liberty in the right direction. I would say there is an opportunity when libertarians get elected as Republicans. Sadly, the opportunity gets wasted every time by the national leadership, and that's the problem. If Ron Paul were being elected president, that'd be a different thing. But sadly, Ron Paul got completely squashed in 2012. His delegates were silenced, and the system ran against him. This is what happens anytime anybody tries to get high enough in the system. And I respect the work that Liberty Republicans try to do. I respect a lot of the work that Thomas Massey's done. He would get more done if we had a more open system with more parties. That's the problem, is that we're stuck in this false political binary, and we have to force compromise when that happens. And unfortunately, many times when we force that compromise, unintended consequences happen. And we have to explain that to our supporters, to our voters, to our constituents. And it's not an easy vote. As you said, sometimes that's the hardest conversations you have with voters, is on those tough votes. And I respect that there are tough votes out there. So there's some area of agreement there between you and me, I think, on that.
So last question from myself before I open it to the floor. I want quick answers here. So political campaigns in the United States are very, very costly. Yet the resources are limited. The people who believe in liberty, they have a choice. They can spend $1 on Liberty International, on Cato Institute, on Mises Institute, on education of people, liberty camps, other things, instead of spending them on political signs, political banners, especially if these political campaigns of liberty-minded people usually, not always, but usually end up with big losses. But yet, you are politicians, you are raising funds. Why would a libertarian spend $1 on you rather than on educational and other efforts to promote freedom outside of politics?
Very quickly, I can answer that. In my race, it was the presidential race. It's the most high-profile political event that happens. It's the one that is the most in the eye and the consciousness of the voters. And so it's important for us to be fielding a candidate that can put those ideas forward. I did so with $500,000 running against a $1 billion campaign. And so we recognize we're going to be outsized by resources, but with enough resources we can put the ideas out there that hopefully shift the Overton window more towards liberty. And certainly it's important to do that in the most high-profile political races, because that's where most voters are paying attention. We pay attention to Cato, we pay attention to Mises, we pay attention to a lot of these institutes as political insiders. But the average voter, they are too busy to be worrying about that. They just go in and they go to vote. And so it's important to have liberty voices in those very, very high-profile instances. Not that it's not worth donating to organizations like this. There's absolutely value in both of those things, but you have to run campaigns in order to get the political consciousness aware of liberty ideas.
So in my case, it's that as opposed to the race Mr. Oliver was running, my race was not the most high profile, but it is the most important position that we elect in this country, which is the state legislature. That's the way the framers designed this system, where the federal government only has certain enumerated powers. Obviously, it's gotten too big for its britches in a lot of regards, but still the vast majority of laws are made or unmade at the state level. The vast majority of laws that govern your life are state laws. And if you don't put pro-liberty people in where they can actually make a difference, the rest of what we're all doing is essentially, intellectual masturbation, for lack of a better word. And that's why I think Mr. Oliver's push for ranked choice voting is so ultimately destructive. Ranked choice voting will not give us more freedom candidates. Let's be very clear. Ranked choice voting will ensure that our state houses and our Congress and every other position in any state that uses it, it will ensure that all of those positions are filled by fascists, okay? Now, what do I mean by fascist? Words have actual meaning, and fascist means that you want state and corporate power to merge. That's what a fascist is, right? Those people in our political system would be described as moderates, okay? Those are also the people that are most gun happy to go around and use the prosecutorial system to try to throw their political opponents in jail. Those are the people who unanimously love the things that Mr. Oliver hates, endless wars, the surveillance state, all of that, right? Because when you switch to a ranked choice voting system, what you get is the second choice of most voters, and the second choice of most Republican voters is, the first choice is a conservative Republican, right? And the second choice is a moderate, right? Same thing with Democrats. First choice is a progressive, second choice is a moderate. The place where the battle has to be fought is over what a conservative candidate is. Is libertarianism an inherent part of being a conservative or not? And the way that we fight those battles is to donate to, pound the pavement for, make phone calls for Republican candidates who think that it is. That's my pitch.
And I saw, Chase, that you maybe want to make a replica about, very quick, okay?
Yeah, just very quick. Let's just do a quick exercise on ranked choice voting, okay? You're going to play the part of Kamala Harris, okay? Like, you're the Democrat, you're the progressive. You're going to play the part of the Donald Trump, the conservative. I'm going to play the part of the libertarian. There's 11 voters, all right? 5 have selected Kamala Harris. 4 have selected Donald Trump. 2 have selected the libertarian. Kamala Harris wins. But in a ranked choice world, that Republican can then go to the libertarians and say, if you make us your second choice, here's what we're going to give libertarians, X, Y, and Z. They're going to make an offer to us, and we're going to say, that sounds pretty attractive. We're going to put Donald Trump as our second choice on the ballot. When the lowest number of voters are eliminated their first choice, their second choice flows to Donald Trump, the Republican wins. When you have ranked choice voting, it has the major parties, and obviously Kamala Harris would have come to me too going, vote for me because I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, and I would have ignored her and said no. But the point is that when you have ranked choice voting, it has the major parties coming to the minor parties saying, here are the concessions we will provide to you if you give us your second vote. That allows for more civic engagement, that allows for less attacking minor parties and actually working with them and bringing about more libertarianism. I think that's a better way to do it, just my personal opinion.
And with that note, let's open it to the floor. Okay, our volunteers will handle.
Thank you. On ranked choice voting, using your definition of fascist, first of all, we already have a choice between a fascist Republican and a fascist Democrat. They just have different corporations that they prefer. But so what I want to know for you, because I know Alaska, the voters were kind of confused, so they just removed it. But are you saying that there are more fascists in the government in Alaska and in the many cities that already have ranked choice voting compared to the amount of fascists in the U.S. federal government now where there's no ranked choice voting? I just want to be clear.
So I appreciate that question. And I, as a former civics teacher, I probably should have laid a little bit more educational foundation, okay? The way that Mr. Oliver is describing Republicans, from my experience in the legislature, behind closed doors, is an accurate description of about half of Republicans, okay? It is not an accurate description of the other half, or maybe third. We might be third, right? It's an accurate description of almost all Democrats, by the way. What ranked choice voting does is elevate those Republicans and Democrats for whom it is an accurate description. Who did Alaska start electing when they started using RCV? The ultimate establishment creatures. That would fit my definition. And I know, I'll stick mostly to the state I know best, Arizona. The unfortunate fact for Mr. Oliver is that the Libertarian Party is actually not the second choice of most voters in a multi-party system. It's not even the second choice of most Republican voters in a multi-party system. In a multi-party system, the moderate party, whatever it is the second choice of most voters. Libertarians, maybe they'd be third, fourth, who knows, but they wouldn't be second. So it actually doesn't accomplish the goal that he purports that it accomplish. All it does is allow lots and lots and lots and lots of centrists to get elected. But unfortunately for you guys, the only real opportunity that you have to actually make an impact on policy is through the conservative wing of the Republican Party. And the efforts would better be spent engaging in those primaries, which, by the way, just a small number of people can make a massive difference in a Republican primary for State House. Again, if you get 10 people together, you can elect a liberty-minded Republican, right? So rather than wasting resources trying to bring about your own destruction by pushing ranked choice voting, get in the fight at the state level. Mr. Oliver talks a lot about what's wrong with DC. There's a lot wrong with DC, but guess what? The states, we have the power to bring about liberty in our lifetime.
Hi, my name is Ray from Chicago, and this discussion is so valuable. I would think we should have some form of this discussion at every libertarian gathering, because it's very important. And as you're speaking, I am reminded of the late Friedrich von Hayek's essay from 1950, Why I Am Not a Conservative. And so, do any of you feel like, well, it was Rothbard, I think, who said that liberalism, American liberalism, is one wing of libertarianism, and conservatism is another wing. So does any of that fit for any of you? You too, Jacek, I want to hear what you think. Does it ring for you? Is it off base? What do you think?
Yeah, I absolutely think there's, certainly in the libertarian movement, there is room for all kinds of thought, so long as you're focused on not using the force, the monopoly of force of government to push your way or your thinking on another person. You can be as conservative as you want you can in your own personal life. You can be as outside of the box as you want in your own personal life. Just don't use the force of government to impose on other people. The liberal side of that is that we live in a system where we have checks and balances. We are supposed to be able to support the idea of defending one's civil liberties. That should be the only legitimate use of government. And the conservative side of that is that we want government to do less because it doesn't have a lot of resources. It spends way more than it takes in. And so I think there's a natural wedding of both of those things. You can be as far along the left or right axis as you want to be. For me, so long as you're on that more liberty side of the axis as opposed to the authority side of the axis. I know people who are way more conservative than I am, and they are just as libertarian as I am.
So I want to address that too, because you've just asked the most important question that anybody has asked today. And the answer to your question is yes. Yes, they are. There are, for example, in the progressive movement, right, they're terrible on a lot of issues from a liberty perspective, but there's a few things where I've been able to join forces with the progressives to kill really, really tyrannical policy, because at least they've got some principles sometimes, and some very small margin of those principles actually bends towards liberty. Which gets me back to, again, why I hate ranked choice voting, because not only are you going to gut the liberty wing of the Republican Party if you get ranked choice voting, but you're also going to gut the progressive wing of the Democrat Party. And these are the two factions in our politics that sometimes actually stop the evil, tyrannical growth of the state, that sometimes throw sand in the gears of the establishment, that sometimes prevent the handout of taxpayer money to corporate cronies, that sometimes fight back against attacks on our civil liberties. And so congratulations, if Mr. Oliver gets his way, we will be rid of both of them, and nobody in the future will ever get to see that that is in many ways a correct statement that you have made.
I just want to also quickly respond. Yeah, very much agree with Chase here, and to a large degree with Alex, that inside the libertarian movement, we want to be open for different lifestyles, for different choices. We don't want to be, progressive or conservative, but we are happy to have people of different dispositions inside the freedom. And Liberty International is that kind of organization. We are not left libertarian, we are not right libertarian or center. We welcome people from different angles of the freedom movement. When it comes to left and right in the United States, well, I would measure them how much live and let live are they, Republicans and Democrats, and that is changing. But I kind of agree with Dave Rubin. I heard him saying this in his podcast last year. He came from the left, because in the past, American left perhaps was, except of economics, because they were always terrible on this, they were maybe a little bit more live and let live party about personal freedom and so on and so forth. But Dave Rubin left the left. He claims that actually he finds more understanding on the right, American right, for different things like freedom of speech, including nasty speech, because freedom of speech is not always beautiful and nice. He finds more understanding towards concepts unknown to conservatives before, like gay marriage. They discuss these things. You can discuss these things at the right-wing conferences now. On the left, forget about discussing climate change. Forget about discussing more freedom of speech in media and Twitter and so on and so forth. So I am very much with Chase, but I still measure the live and let live. How far, how much is one wing or another? So good stuff. Thank you.
Chase, I've lived in Maine where it has ranked choice voting, and the results have been absolutely nothing of what you just gave as a theory with regards to that. It's been an unmitigated disaster. You were on the ballot there. Did anyone reach out to you to try to do exactly what you said in terms of, hey, vote for us, but we'll help give you something if you can get us that electoral vote in the 2nd district?
No, Donald Trump didn't reach out to me. There's probably a good reason for that. It's the fact that, by and large, we live in a political binary in this country. No, I don't think that's going to happen at the national level immediately. Those kinds of things are going to start happening at the local level. It's going to start happening at the city council level. But we have to change ourselves beyond plurality voting. Plurality voting traps us in a system where we have a Congress that goes to our state houses and DC across the country where people with less than 50% of the support are running 100% of our lives. That is a problem. That's not even tyranny of the majority, that's tyranny of the minority. We have to find a better system to be able to pick our leadership than just first past the post plurality, because that reinforces that there's only two choices, that reinforces an either us or them narrative, and it does move the pendulum. And right now, you're right, I left the left too. I was a former Democrat until Barack Obama stopped his anti-war promises dead in their tracks, right? And then I became a libertarian. But what I see is regularly, we're gonna see a shift away from Democrats and the left being the only people who can't accept political conversations to eventually, as Republicans get more power, and over the next 4 years, you're gonna see a lot of Republicans having their orthodoxies and refusal to talk about a lot of different things. This pendulum swings one way or the other, the pendulum of tyranny. It goes to the left wing, the right wing, and back again. For me, this is why I believe in having alternative voting systems. Ranked choice voting is not perfect. Voting is not perfect. Democracy is not perfect. No system of government is perfect. It's just that I find that kind of representative democracy to be better than some of the others. So nothing's perfect.
Hi, Pericles from the Cato Institute. I suppose my questions are for Alexander. You have a lot of emphasis on current liberty-oriented Republicans, which I think there is some hope there, but it seems to overlook the decades worth of work from very principled libertarians at very principled institutions and in the Libertarian Party, who, because we know politics is often downstream of culture, have created the cultural milieu in which those ideas, which were once very scoffed at, are now becoming more accepted. But my question for you is more around your points around immigration. Do you happen to know how many legal green card applicants, the percentage of legal green card applicants that will be accepted into the United States this coming year?
So, want to address both of the points that you've made. Start with your question on the green card applicants. No, I don't know the number. Quiz time or whatever.
Give me a guess. Give me one guess.
No, I'm not going to guess. But I'm sure you'll let me know.
3%. What do you think that number should be? And if it's a merit-based system, it seems to me that it would fall prey to the same problems that we saw in a lot of Soviet price planning. We know value is subjective. How would you determine the various consequentialist weighting to your merits that you're approaching? For example, in my home in Virginia, I have immigrants who help with my landscaping and my housekeeping. I'm not sure what their immigration status is, but how would you put their life, where would you rank it merit-wise compared to, let's say, the podiatrist I saw a couple of weeks ago for a foot issue I was having? Or, how would you make those kind of calculations?
So, let me answer also the second part of your first round of questioning, which was the institutions. So I don't think that everything libertarians have done is worthless, not by a long shot. I think the Libertarian Party is worse than worthless, it's destructive. But libertarian institutions like Cato have been phenomenal. But you don't need a Libertarian Party to have a Cato. You can just have a Cato, and in fact, the Libertarian Party diverts resources that might otherwise go to Cato, right? So even if you place the value on these institutions, which I do, place high value on them, the institutions that are actually valuable from the Libertarian Party will be better off without the party. So that's the first thing I say. In terms of how I would value, I guess you would say, people's lives, well, I would start by valuing the lives of Americans the highest, right? That I am part of the American government. I am elected by American voters, and specifically voters in my state and voters in my district. So the first thing I do is, who are the people that we can let in, if anyone, right? But who are the people we can let in that are going to make the people to whom I owe a fiduciary duty, right, who are going to make them better off, right? Who are the people who could come to America who could make my voters better off, okay? And the answer to that question is largely how I dictate immigration policy. Probably the answer to that question is going to be folks who can be gainfully employed at a high enough rate that they are net taxpayers instead of net recipients of benefits. Probably the answer to that question is going to be people who can comport themselves peacefully.
We'll fix it during the break.
Probably the answer to that question is going to be folks who are well educated and can perform useful services. The more useful, the better. And the usefulness of our services, I'm so sorry to say, it is measured, at least when the government doesn't get involved and distort it, right? It is largely measured by the compensation received, right? I'd look for young people who aren't going to be drawing down on the Social Security and Medicare benefits that my constituents are expecting to receive and that they've paid into, and they paid into that system. Those are some of the ways that I would make that evaluation on behalf of the people to whom I owe a duty, which is the American people.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Chase. Gentlemen, great debate, great discussion. Thank you, audience. And on this note, I welcome you for lunch. And after lunch, we'll have another speakers. But now Jeff will take over.
Yeah, I have an announcement for everybody. Please don't leave the room yet. First off, well, you already given a round of applause. Very well earned. Thank you to the presenters very much. But here's the deal. We do have people. We had to make a commitment for the number of people who will be eating lunch. Many of the people who said they would be here, and they're going to be here, but they're not here yet. That means that we're going to get charged for the full number, even if there's nobody there. So if you're one of the people who bought a speakers only package, or you're an exhibitor, lunch is on us today, okay? So yeah, go enjoy lunch. It's just head back towards the lobby, look on the left, you'll see the sign, and enjoy your lunch. And we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I invite you all to come take a seat. We're about to start with our next talk. So let's all sit down. I hope you all had a great lunch, a great time. So many wonderful conversations, and we've learning so much. And we've only been here half of a day. So I'm glad to see what we are going to accomplish by the end of this amazing conference. So I want to invite to our next speaker. Actually, this is a keynote speak. We're very happy and, let me find it, and excited to hear from him. Ron Manners is a legendary figure in mining and passionate advocate for free markets, from founding Courses of Mining to leading the Mankal Economic Education Foundation. Ron's remarkable career spans decades of innovation, resilience, and, of course, philanthropy. Recognized as a living legend in the Australian Perspective of Miner Hall of Fame, his contributions to the mining industry and economic education have left a lasting legacy. We're so honored to have you here. Thank you so much, Ron. Welcome to the stage.
Wow, thank you so much. I wouldn't mind if some of you moved forward and came up the front a little bit, because we could make that more of a personal discussion, and I'm a sort of a personal type guy. So if you'd like to do that, I'll pause for a moment. And thank you for moving forward. That's encouraging. The other thing, I've made some notes because it was a long flight. I made lots of notes, and it's too long, so if I skip through them and miss out about a third of it, I'll be able to handle it within the prescribed time. There are lots of links and lots of references to some very interesting books and other references. I will get back to the organisers with the complete transcript with all the links within a day and a half of me returning to Australia. So that's it. So all I can say is it time for a peaceful revolt? Probably is, if we've tried everything else, and I have. It's so good to be with a bunch of dedicated libertarians like yourselves, and to renew my association with this great organisation. I was an active participant in the very first Liberty International Conference in Zurich in 1982, and then again in London in 1984. And it was interesting that it was explained that Jim is the historian. I will send him some digitised photos that I took from both of those conferences, because they had some remarkable characters in them, and I used a lot of those ideas that I gathered up in those two conferences to build into my early arsenal when I set out on my libertarian journey. Again, I hope to pick up some ideas from you all and take them back to Australia with me, and in return I might share with you today some of the ideas and things that we've been doing over the years that have worked, and even confess to some of the things that haven't worked, because they might save you time. And time, of course, is the very finite element that we're always short of. We have a huge task ahead of us to libertarianise the whole world. But let's not be daunted by such a task. I think if we start with libertarianising ourselves, we can adopt strategies that even under scrutiny of cost-benefit analysis will prove to be net winners for ourselves. We can win out of all this, and I think that's important that I've found that libertarianism has helped me in my business career. It's helped me be successful, and I can say for sure that my life would not have been the same if it hadn't have been influenced by some very major libertarians over the years. So apart from being focused, I think it's our duty to remain optimistic. Sometimes difficult, but hang in there and be an optimist. And let's talk about leadership. Leadership is something everyone talks about. You can see it every piece of paper you pick up, magazines, TV, everyone talks about leadership, but we can't all be leaders. Many of us have got other things to do. So I think leadership on the one hand is fantastic, but followership is equally important on the other hand. And this was explained well by Neil Ferguson in a recent ARC, Alliance for Responsible Citizenship panel in Australia, which was in the form of an interview by Australia's Greg Sheridan. And the panel consisted of Neil Ferguson, John Anderson, a former Deputy Prime Minister of Australia who's gone on to become one of our major intellectual influences in Australia. And Sheridan, handing over to Neil Ferguson, said, "Neil, looking out at the West, are we in this fight with a good shot? Are we going backwards? What is your net assessment?" And Ferguson said, well, my message is that leadership is important, and John was right about that, but we also need to act at the grassroots. The most important message I have for people here at ARC is to be active citizens, because the threats to our freedoms don't just come in at top level, they come in within your school, they turn up in your college campus, on your alma mater, and you have to be ready to fight the ground game to make sure that crazy ideas, whether it's about race or about gender, don't become part of the school's educational system that you have relied upon and you are sending your children and grandchildren to. So leadership, yes, we need it, and it needs to be strong, but the followership is just as important, and that's what ARC is all about. Each and every one of you can do more of the fighting that we just talked about in our daily lives. It works too. When the woke director of human resources decides that it's time for you to do a little bit of intersectionality training, say no. Just say no to all that stuff. I think if we all do this, we will have fellowship as well as leadership. Sheridan also asked John about his grandchildren and what he thinks about their future. And Anderson said that really it's an age which is surprisingly disinterested or even hostile toward the best interest of our kids. I cannot think of a policy area that we should not approach with an attitude that would mean for this would mean for our children. Economic policy, environmental policy, defence policy, tax policy, dare I say, a fiscal policy and monetary policy, and our disgusting willingness to live beyond our means and engage in intergenerational theft. I could expand on that, but I haven't got time. That was an amazing interview, and in my transcript there will be a link to that YouTube of that interview between those amazing, very current, very, very incisive activists. So let me echo that call to action, which is a call to be an activist. There's another reason why you should be an activist. It's a hell of a lot more fun than just being a spectator. Thank you. Having decided to become an activist, you could then select which of the 4 roads ahead fit your talents and passions. Each road can be effective, but there will be one that takes you forward in perfectly pitched harmony. Just as in music, you will know when you've made the right choice. You will have the right mix, and no one else can guide you with this selection. I see the 4 roads as follows. 1, education as being a precondition for any meaningful increase in freedom. 2, economic self-protection and self-preservation. How individuals can protect themselves against inflation and other government policies. Always remember that if you get wiped out, you are of little use to anyone. Political action is the 3rd way, and it's used to roll back the power of the state and restore the rights of the individuals. The 4th is non-violent, peaceful forms of civil disobedience against governments and bureaucrats when they go beyond their legitimate functions. I always remember the wise words of Ayn Rand, who once said, "They can only do to you what you permit them to do." May I expand on these 4 roads ahead? Number 1, education has been my own choice following a short but energetic sojourn into politics, but more on that later. Education is important in developing the partnership of freedom and self-responsibility. These are interchangeable terms, as self-responsibility is impossible unless one be free, and one can only be free, and one cannot be free if not self-responsible. My mentor, Leonard E. Reed, who founded the FEE organisation, suggests that education is a civilised alternative to ramming ideas down the throats of others. Instead, he said, if we have a clever idea, just work on it. If it's any good, others will borrow it from us. This is the road ahead that our Mankell Foundation has been following. The philosopher Eric Hoffer once wrote that the central task of education is to implant a will and facility for learning. It should produce not learned, but learning people. Our Mankell Foundation's track record over almost 30 years is that we've processed over 2,500 young students through our programs, and this has given us time to evaluate how successful we've been. I estimate that about 5% of those 2,500 scholars have gone on to become activists. And that's a pretty good result compared to today with all the competing influences that are thrown at people. Our Mankell alumni have created their own organisation. They run regular events, and 4 of them are currently running as candidates in our upcoming elections. So our educational project has been successful, but it's very slow, and let me assure you that it's very challenging work, particularly dealing with woke universities. Sometimes I weep. The second is economic self-protection and self-preservation. It sounds simple and logical that we always should make decisions that will protect ourselves from inflation and the other government policies. But this is not the case, as many of these damaging policies are sold to us by politicians as being to our benefit. A short course in the vital branch of economics called public choice theory will alert you how legislation is written in favour of those few who receive the concentrated benefits. They have much to gain, so we'll work hardest to lobby for this legislation. And for many years, Mankell has been sponsoring an accredited course in public choice theory, as it also explains that the prohibitive costs of such legislation are always designed to be spread over a large number of people, so that it's not life-threatening to them, so they just put up with it and go along with it. What is threatening is the multitude of all these loads and burdens being put upon us by these self-centered legislative events that the costs are being spread over all of us again and again. If you're successful with your economic self-protection and self-preservation journey, you will always have sufficient funds to defend yourself and contribute to supporting your allies on the educational and political roads ahead. If you've chosen to go into business and run a company to achieve your end goals, may I suggest an excellent guidebook. Its author is a Canadian academic, Jana Woyshine. The book's title is How to Be Profitable and Moral. It's an excellent book that illustrates how to run a company on Randian principles, available in print or audible. The third road ahead, political action and its use to roll back the power of the state and restore the rights of individuals. My own brief sojourn into politics was with 9 other Australians in 1974. We formed the Workers' Party, later renamed Progress Party. Murray Rothbard helped us write the platform, so you can imagine that it was right on target. This was an interesting experiment, and it was covered in my book called Heroic Misadventures, and there's a link to that free e-book in the notes. The chapter is called Our Very Own Political Party. Was our political party successful? Did we take over Australia? No. But we did get 3 libertarians into politics, and ever since then there has always been several successful and very influential libertarians in the Australian political scene. So that's been our success. Our political party really ended when an individual called Malcolm Fraser was elected as Prime Minister. He had just had his photo taken with Ayn Rand, and his speechwriter had written into his election speeches some wonderful free market libertarian phrases that absolutely captured our imagination. And we all said, thank God we can pull up our tent, forget about this political experiment and go back to work. So we relaxed. However, as Prime Minister, he obviously did not understand those concepts and those words himself, as he went on to become one of Australia's worst Prime Ministers. This does not indicate that you should stop trying the political method, as circumstances are always changing. Horrific. Now, way back in 1977, when I was still drawn to the political path, I booked what was called a long-distance trunk line phone call to a fellow in England called Anthony Fisher. He founded the Institute of Economic Affairs and later the Atlas Network. And his political influence fascinated me, hence my telephone call to enthusiastically encourage Anthony Fisher to visit Australia. He said he would, but I don't think he did, because each time I met him, all those personal meetings with him were always elsewhere. Our telephone call that day was long, and in those days interrupted every 3 minutes with warning beeps to warn you about the cost escalation as you continued to speak. I had several questions for him, and with his permission, I recorded his responses. I then transcribed his comments about bringing economic principles to politics. There's a lot more in the notes that'll come, but I'll just mention one particular thing. His method, he explained, was producing thoroughly researched studies and making the resultant information freely available to politicians, intellectuals, the media, and other avenues through which the public are normally educated. Fisher said, lacking fundamental principles as guides, the politician and his party organisation are like amateur explorers marching in step to an unknown destination without a map, navigational equipment, or any factual knowledge of the stars. Inspired by Fisher's words, our Mancal Foundation produces every 4 years, we produce a document called Project Western Australia, which is a guidebook. It's a policy document. It's like an instruction book to the incoming government of the day. And each 4 years we get one of these delivered personally into the hands of every politician of all parties. With limited success, I must say, although strangely enough, that's been picked up and has been translated and is being used in Ukraine at the moment. That as an instruction book for Ukraine as they design the government that will step forward after the war. I always regarded Anthony Fisher as the most successful politician never to have entered Parliament. I've got 5 minutes. I think I can do it. Another possible deterrent from pursuing the political method right now is that politics is broken. I've got two classic examples of how politics is broken. Anyway, you guys have just recently voted for a guy as president because he doesn't look like a politician and he doesn't act like a politician. Isn't that interesting? And we wish him the very best for all of our sakes. Now that brings us to the final and fourth road ahead, that of non-violent, peaceful forms of civil disobedience. This is the road requiring that delicate balance between courage and wisdom. And that's where I'm going to concentrate my focus for my remaining useful years. Courage is less about what you're not afraid of and more about what you are afraid of but are willing to face. Wisdom is less about what you know and more about what you do not know. The particular road is by far the most interesting and deserves a more detailed treatment than this brief exploratory trip today. It may lead you to study the Fraser Institute's wonderful country comparisons, the Heritage Foundation's Index of Economic Freedom. It may lead you to obtaining e-residency for Estonia and other countries where they are far more welcoming for business environments than either Australia or the US. That tiny country, Estonia, is 10 years ahead of the rest of the world in adopting a business-friendly environment. I have e-residency for Estonia, and with my EA on a Friday afternoon, several years ago, we registered 2 companies in 15 minutes online. That easy. They have got that e-commerce completely under control. Your venture into civil disobedience may also lead you to reading the inspirational works of Henry David Thoreau, and it may lead you to the incredible literature of peaceful revolt. 2 fantastic books that I'll have to skip. I just mentioned them. One book's called The Rebel by Albert Camus. who urged us to revolt, as revolt is one of the essential dimensions of human nature. The other book's by Albert Hirschman. The book's called Exit, Voice and Loyalty. It's a collection of responses to the decline in firms, organisations and states. And he asks, if we are loyal, how much should we speak up before we exit? Each society learns to live with a certain amount of such dysfunction or misbehaviour, but lest the misbehaviour feed on itself and lead to a general decay, society must be able to marshal within itself forces which will make as many of the faltering actors as possible revert to the behaviour required for its proper functioning. This road should be navigated with great care, as those less brave will envy your courage and spirit of adventure. To conclude, I will add a detailed list of 12 excellent books to the appendix, to the notes. Let me mention only my two favourites of those 12 books. One, of course, is the wonderful book called The Impatient Libertarian. And if you haven't already got a copy of it, I have plenty of the desk out there, and I'd be so happy to sign them for you. That's one, and that will expand much further on what I've been saying today. And the other book is the book by Harry Brown called How to Be Free in an Unfree World. And I see that's the title of one of the upcoming sessions today. An absolute classic of the book. You don't have to change the world. You can live happily in that you just change yourself. And to conclude, always remember that the occasional revolt is a particularly good thing. And as Thomas Jefferson said, when the government fears the people, there is liberty. And when the people fear the government, there is tyranny. So the choice is ours, tyranny or liberty. Let's go for liberty. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Manners. Remember, you'll have the book available to purchase during our break, The Impatient Libertarian, and you can ask Ron to sign it. You can find this during the break, so be sure to look for it during our break. So I'm happy to present our next panel, today's hot button immigration. It's a topic that we've been wanting to talk about at Liberty International, and that it's been a constant topic throughout our conferences because we are international. We come from many different places. I come from Colombia. We have people from Poland, India, Nepal, Argentina. So we thought it was really relevant to talk about immigration and to return to that libertarian root. So I'll be introducing our panelists. He's already on stage.
Yeah.
I want to introduce you, Ken Skousen. Ken is an economic professor at Hawaii Pacific University and the author of The Adventures of Jonathan Gullible, a free market odyssey that now is an animated series that you can watch that as well. He's a renowned advocate of free markets and individual liberty, promoting these principles globally through education and outreach. Please give a round of applause for Ken. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here in front of a lot of libertarians, and I feel especially glad to be in a bunch of libertarians here for this. The topic is immigration, the hot topic. As you know, it's been on the news a lot. And when I think about it, a lot of times people are talking about solutions of various kinds. But I think we ought to look at the causes of this. And for solutions, well, for example, Christians look for guidance to a principle of what would Jesus do? Because Christians have a big experience with famine and fleeing and persecution and compassion. They have a way to look at these issues. For libertarians, we have the non-aggression principle, which I think is a very applicable thing. Non-aggression principle, for those who aren't familiar with it, is, that I don't have the right to initiate force against my neighbor. To take his life is murder. To take his liberty is slavery. To take his property is theft. Thanks for that tag. And if I don't have the right to do these things, I don't have the right to ask somebody else to do it for me. Even if a whole large number of people vote to do something, if it's wrong for large numbers to do as well. Years ago, in 1986, I ran across an article in the Wall Street Journal that cited a letter from Patricia Brown, who was the co-owner with her husband of a plantation of sugar in Belize. And the letter was written to Nancy Reagan, pleading with her, please ask your husband not to close down the sugar trade. Because he had just cut down half of the sugar that was allowed to be imported into the United States from various favored countries, the Philippines, Dominican Republic, and throughout Central and South America. Well, what this did, she said, is it's throwing them all out of work. Well, and 1 million people in the Philippines. I was in Baguio in the Philippines, where the countryside, the hillside was filled with people who were displaced from the sugar plantations in Ilocos Norte. And Reagan said, well, that's not a problem, we'll send you aid. We'll buy up a lot of food from farmers in the United States and send it on Jones Act ships down to Central America to compensate you for the loss of income. Well, that wasn't help. That would hurt more farmers. It destroyed the rice farmers in Haiti, the cotton farmers in Brazil, the corn farmers in Mexico. They were ruined by this aid. She said, well, you know, that makes the America look bad compared to the Soviet Union. At the time, the Soviet Union was paying 60 cents a pound to Cuba for sugar, and the United States wouldn't buy it at 5 cents a pound. So what does that make the people feel is their friend? If they start to grow marijuana instead, what is the United States going to do? It's going to send military weapons down there to prevent them from going to communism or prevent them from growing drugs. Well, that military aid was leading to warfare through a lot of those countries. At the very same time, mind you, Ronald Reagan sent weapons to China, sold weapons to the People's Republic of China, the biggest communist country in the world, at the same time he was saying he was fighting communism in El Salvador. Well, these things were horrible, and she said, ultimately, the people from my plantation aren't going to starve to death, aren't going to die in warfare, they'll move north. It was driving migration. So who were the losers? These trade barriers are essentially theft from American consumers who have to pay twice as much, excuse me, where's the, where's the button here for changing? Oh, okay. Thank you. This is the slide that I missed in showing you all the letter from the lady from Belize and all of the arguments that she was making about why not to cut down the sugar trade. And then my points here of these trade barriers are theft from Americans who could be buying food at maybe 1/2 or 1/3 or 1/4 the price that they have to pay from domestic farmers. In other words, the U.S. domestic sugar price is twice or 2 times or 3 times what they could pay if they were allowed to buy food from these other countries. Well, now as an American, that's theft for me. I have the right to buy food from wherever I want. But quotas were established as a protectionist measure to prevent us from doing that. It costs Americans $4 billion more for food per sugar. That's just for sugar, not to mention all the other things that are protected in a similar way. That's a cost of $826,000 per sugar job that is protected, and 3 jobs are lost in the food industry for every one job saved in the sugar industry. Who are the winners? 42% of this subsidy of $4 billion a year goes to the top 1% of the sugar farmers. They're big farmers indeed, like the Van Hool brothers, the Flowstone Corporation in Florida. For example, they've got 180,000 acres. It's not a small family farm. And they have $500 million in family wealth. And every year, they get $64 million in higher food prices from American consumers for their benefit because we're not allowed to buy the sugar from poorer countries abroad. And also winners are the government agencies that have bigger budget and staff for all of these agencies, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, State Department, AID, DEA, DOD, and ICE. Now, hope this isn't taking off my time. Let's go backwards. No, they're trying to go forward. Yeah, please. Well, I wish it was connected to my computer, but all right, see if I can get you to the next one. There we go. Okay, but no, you still attend to it because I've got more slides here. The kingpins of this whole crime operation are the presidents of the country. Ever since Reagan, the presidents have done the same thing. Not that one party or the other has been in favor of free trade, even though Ronald Reagan was a very big verbal champion of free trade. Milton Friedman and William Niskanen both said he was one of the most protectionist ever, but then came along the others. Oh my gosh. Okay, the trade barriers and subsidies are theft from farmers abroad. The losers are those who have had their trade banned. That means the cost to poor countries amounts to about 3 times what they could get from all overseas development assistance combined. And yet, that overseas development assistance is often ruining their farmers as well. To get an idea about how they would feel about this, imagine how American farmers would feel if the Canadian government bought up a lot of wheat from the Canadian farmers and then unloaded it for free on the American market. American farmers would be outraged. They'd say, wait a minute, what's going on here? How come we can't sell our products with that kind of subsidy? And yet, okay, so the winners are those in the United States, Europe, and Japan that receive about $700 billion every year to subsidize their crops and their livestock. For example, enough money to fly 41 million farmers, or 41 million cattle around the world first class, 1.5 times is how much it is. And the winners also are to $300 billion to corrupt and repressive regimes and criminal drug lords by the existence of prohibition that tremendously enriches the criminal world at the expense of the poor in those countries. Oh, good, okay. The market alternative is, of course, better than central planning, government central planning. Voluntarism and the non-aggression principle would bring an end to trade barriers that rob U.S. consumers and Latin American producers. It would end the subsidies and protectionist corporate welfare. See, we're talking about welfare. People all the time say, well, the immigrants come for welfare. The biggest welfare by far is the corporate protectionist welfare that goes to undeserving interests, corporate interests in the United States, Europe, and Japan, at the cost to U.S. consumers and taxpayers. Also, end the drug prohibition that fuels global crime and corruption and invites military interventionism from around the world. I'm reminded, of course, of the two I'm trying to go backwards, actually. Well, let me just, okay, let me just mention 2 of my favorite economists, Henry George, who said that protectionism in all of its forms does to your own nation in peacetime what the enemy would do to you in wartime. And Friedrich Bastiat, who said, when goods can't cross borders, soon nations will. Okay, now to this slide. This slide shows what we're expecting in the near future. President Reagan has been reelected, and he promises even much more trade barriers and much more farm subsidies than in the past. When he was the president, the farm subsidies doubled because he was trying. What's that? You mean Trump or Reagan? Trump. Yeah, did I say Trump? Oh, I say Reagan. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. To me, this is a sad sign with these kinds of trade barriers of promising as much as 60% on China and 100% on Mexico and 10% across the board. To me, it's going to be raising tariff levels to those of the Smoot-Hawley tariff, the things that brought on the Great Depression. Okay, one more. Next slide. There we go. The steel protections that he put up. The center circle shows the number of steel workers who were benefited by his steel trade barriers. But the outer circle, the lighter circle, is the many more, the 2 and 3 times as many workers who were adversely affected, who lost jobs because of the increased price of steel. In other words, they lost competitiveness and had to move abroad or close down. So these kinds of trade barriers are damaging to the US economy. Next slide, please. There we go. Now, Trump has referred to immigrants as, well, drug dealers, criminals, and rapists. Frankly, I think this does a tremendous disservice to millions of immigrants who have come to this country and provide valuable, invisible services. Just on Monday, I spoke to a gardener who was working at the beach at a resort there, and I said, where are you from? He says, I'm from the Philippines, sir. I said, do you have kids? He says, yes, I have 3. Are they in school? No, they're out of school. My daughter is a nurse. My son is an accountant, and my other son is in the military. And I thanked him for his work because he's invisible. So many people that do work around us all the time, taking care of us in so many ways, are done such a disservice by these kinds of labels for immigrants. Now, yes, it's probably, they contribute about $1.5 trillion to the economy and paid $500 million, $500 billion in taxes. So they're not deadbeats. And I've indicated here with 3 dots, among 100,000 dots, how many the Cato Institute says probably commit on average murders or homicides in the United States. Now that's bad, but they also indicate that the crime rate of Native Americans is much more than those of immigrants, whether they're documented or undocumented. But that's beside the point. Yes, there are bad people around the world, but let's not treat everybody, not treat 99.9% of the population as bad people or murderers or criminals and rapists just because there are some who do that. There are some who do that. I would say that, here I've got in the little blue section there, how many people die just trying to get into the country through the borders or across the seas and so on, die because their life is so desperately bad where they are from. Okay, next slide. Forward, not backward. Well, yeah, that one, okay. Everybody knows of Timothy McVeigh, who's at least my age and so on. Timothy McVeigh was America's worst terrorist. He blew up the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, killed lots of people. But we hold people individually accountable for their behavior. We don't hold them en masse. Because he came from New York, we don't hold all the people in New York responsible for the deaths of that person. We hold people individually responsible for their actions. And by the way, this other guy who came from New York, one more slide, Donald Trump, came and he's faced a lot of well, accusations about, can I have the next slide, please? Okay, yeah. Okay, he's faced a lot of charges. It's a little bit like the pot calling the kettle black, that's saying that they're criminals and rapists and so on. He's faced these charges, but I'm not going to take on whether or not they're valid claims or not. I don't know about all that. What I'm saying is that people will often excuse behavior of the people that they want to excuse, and they won't excuse the behavior of people who they don't want to excuse. They'll elect a person here as president, and they'll say that all those charges were false or bogus or politically charged. Well, I would say that's true. And the next slide, please. That's true of immigrants, too. It wasn't a criminal activity to come across the border seeking for work. The Declaration of Independence was signed by people who all protested in the Declaration of Independence that King George III wasn't allowing people into the country. And they were one of the first, 1 of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to protest against that. And they were one of the first people to pr reasons that they wanted to separate from England, among taxes and so on, was also the obstruction of people coming to the country. We had an open borders for 100 years practically, until the Fugitive Slave Act was, of course, a racist law to keep sending runaway slaves back to their rightful owner. That was a racist act. And finally, after the Civil War, we had the Chinese Exclusion Act, which was also based on racism, which Ayn Rand identified as the most primitive form of collectivism, to hold people responsible for, by their race or religion. And then the National Origins Act of 1984. We used to accept 98% of the people who applied for immigration got in, 2% for various other reasons. But now, after the National Origins Act, only 3%. And this is basically using labor protectionism as the motive for keeping people out. Of course, race still played a role, religion still played a role, but labor protectionism, a welfare of its own form, was to protect American workers from that competition from abroad. Now, to the marketplace, people are an opportunity. We should welcome them. But to the government, people are always a problem, something to be discouraged. I'm particularly impressed by the Cato Institute's work on how difficult it is now for somebody to get into the country. They apply, and for someone who's, for a family of US citizens coming from Mexico, it takes 76 years to process a visa for an unmarried adult child. And they process 60 million people for tourist visas every year, for business visas every year, for student visas every year. And yet they only can process only 1% of that for people who want to work. And I'd say that's intended to be a form of labor protectionism. Now, what about coming across the border illegally? Well, I'd say that it's not such a terrible crime. I'm guessing that probably everybody in this room, except for my wife, maybe, has probably said that they won't ever drive over the speed limit. But most people do, to save a few minutes of their life. And they even do it at greater risk to themselves or to other people, and yet people do it all the time. Even when they get stopped by the police, they do it again. And they all excuse it if someone's life is at stake. When I took my wife to the hospital to give birth to our daughter, no one would have objected if I went over the speed limit to get her to the hospital. When people's lives are at stake, they're probably not going to wait around 76 years to save their family and their lives, or maybe to increase their income by 100-fold or 10-fold or 5-fold with these opportunities at stake that matter so much in life. So, next slide. Everybody allows sportsmen, athletes, to come from all over the planet. We want the best for the Olympic team, for our sports teams in soccer or in basketball. In fact, our most valuable player award has gone in the last 5 years for the National Basketball Association to foreigners, expats, people from abroad. This kind of competition should be allowed in every kind of occupation, not just sports and things with big headlines. Next slide. So ultimately, I like to say that market alternatives are better than government planning. That's voluntarism and the non-aggression principle. End work restrictions. Allow border U.S. producers to hire as they choose, and for immigrants when they come to be able to work as they choose. And I, again, like to cite the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And one of their objections the king, has endeavored to prevent the population of these states for that purpose, obstructing the laws of naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither. Right now, every country of the world seeks barrels of oil. They'll do anything, go to war to get barrels of oil. And then they do the same opposite thing to keep people out. Well, frankly, I view people much better than barrels of oil, and they ought to be treated that way. So, last slide. Thank you very much.
Hola. Thank you so much, Ken. The presentation, today we have a different dynamic of the panels. All of our three speakers are going to give a presentation like Ken did, and then we're going to move on to a conversation and then some questions from the audience. I want to invite next in the stage to Wes Benedict. I'll introduce him. He's a libertarian leader and a former executive director of the Libertarian National Committee. With a background in business, he focuses in advancing libertarian policies, reducing government interference, and of course, promoting personal freedom. Wes, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here today at the Liberty International World Conference. My name is Wes Benedict. I served as the executive director of the National Libertarian Party for 8 years. That's longer than anyone else ever served in that position. I think the party has been going downhill lately, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's been going down. Maybe somebody can figure it out. After I left, it's kind of been going down in some ways. Chase Oliver did a great job, by the way. It's not because of him. There are many great libertarians, but when I think back when COVID happened, the coronavirus outbreak was starting to happen and the government was starting to crack down on people, the Libertarian Party was very weak in responding to that. I was so disgusted that I had to write my own content and press releases about the COVID and what's the libertarian response should be. You can find, I wrote something in here, you can pick this up later. It's called A Libertarian Prescription for Coronavirus. And to me, it foresaw a lot of the things that were about to happen. I wrote this in early 2020. It's not like medical advice or conspiracy stuff on medicine. I'm not a medical expert. These were prescriptions for what the government should do. Okay, libertarians, we are experts on what the government should do and should not do. So I encourage you to pick that up. Again, I think it was one of the best things written by anyone about COVID-19 when it was first coming out. It was definitely the best thing from the Libertarian Party or someone outside the party that's associated with it. If you find something better, please show it to me. I'd like to see it myself. In recent times, the Libertarian Party's been quite weak on free trade, on immigration, and of course, there was one other thing I wanted to name: tariffs, trade, and immigration. So in any case, before that, I would say I was a normal person. I was an engineer, had an MBA. Now I run something called the Libertarian Booster Pack. It's what I do full-time, almost full-time. It pays most of my bills. My claim to fame is I have recruited more libertarian candidates than anyone else in the history of the party. And I've recruited more who won their elections, and I've recruited a whole lot more who lost their elections, okay? I love them all. I wasn't always a libertarian. I used to be a Republican, and I wasn't like a Ron Paul Liberty Republican. I was like a right-wing, conservative, typical Republican, more like a Newt Gingrich Republican or a Rush Limbaugh Republican. I was totally Republican. I was for free markets, capitalism, free trade, low taxes, that kind of stuff, and I had read quite a bit about it, and I knew about it. But because I was a Republican, I was also pro-war. You know, I loved America. Anytime there was an announcement of another military action, I'm like, yeah, we're going to go kick some more ass. America is a great place. We love America. We're rich. We're intelligent. We're successful. These other places, the best thing they could use is a good kick in the ass from American military, right? Get them in shape. That was my mindset. Of course, I was against the war. I'm a Republican. I was against the war on drugs. Of course, half my friends smoked marijuana in college. But still, and even they were against, I was for the war on drugs. And even though half my friends probably smoked marijuana, and even they were for the war on drugs just because everybody thought it was the right thing back then. And of course, I was anti-immigrant, definitely against immigration. Of course, they would show on television, an illegal immigrant came from Mexico, crashed his car, killed some people, and that's a horrible thing, right? It's definitely, it is horrible. Or an immigrant came in and murdered someone, and now, you know, that was an illegal immigrant who did it. Of course, I was against legal immigration as well. I mean, not totally against it, but somewhat against it. I certainly, I would say you could maybe tell that I kind of look down on foreigners. Any foreigners here, by the way? Raise your hand if you're a foreigner. Okay, there's a few foreigners here at the Liberty International World Conference. All right, so I'll be careful. I looked at, we had foreign students, and I went to the University of Texas. We had foreign students there. Why are they here learning our engineering and then going back to their home countries and competing with us? Are we paying for this? You know, are we subsidizing their education? I don't know. It just didn't seem right to me. So in any case, one year, some friends said at spring break they were going to take a bus halfway across down Mexico and go over to the Pacific coast to a small town and hang out and have the beer's real cheap there, and they're going to eat fish tacos under a cabana right there on the beach. And I was like, that sounds great. I'm going to go. And it was a great time. It was. I had a great time. Later on, I became an engineer at a major international company. They asked me to go to Italy for 6 months to work as an engineer. And I said, you know what, that foreign stuff, it's kind of fun. I think I'd like to go to Italy. So I went to Italy. The people in Italy were very nice to me. They'd invite me over to their home for Sunday dinner. They'd start at like noon, and they wouldn't get up until 8 at night. They'd have course after course, a drink, a meal. It'd just go on and on. It was so fun. And they showed me how to find a gym, how to do this, everything all over Italy. Just extremely nice people. Next, they asked me to go to South Africa for 6 months. And you know what I said, right? This foreign stuff is kind of fun. I think I want to go to South Africa. So I went to South Africa for 6 months. I don't know if this I'm going to try the projector. If this doesn't work, I don't really need any of the slides, but let's just see what happens. Okay, yeah. So I go to South Africa. This is right after Nelson Mandela was let out of jail and was elected president. All the people in South Africa were nice to me. A lot of them didn't like each other. You know, they had the white apartheid. Whites lived separately from blacks and ruled over them for so long. There was a lot of racial, hatred between the races there. Everybody was pretty nice to Americans. So this is just a picture I took with some of the, at a home I visited. One of the black South Africans took me way out in the country to some of the townships. I don't remember which exactly this one is, but those are shanties. I don't know if you remember hearing about the shanties all the time when we were all talking about South Africa a few decades ago. I remember going into one, meeting these people. They let me inside. Of course, this guy on the right was drinking a beer. Their cheap beer, they called it beer, came in a milk carton. You know, that's how cheap the beer is that he was. And, of course, he shared it with me. And, of course, I felt obligated to take a sip, of a drink of this beer that he had. He lives in that shanty. He's sharing his beer with me. So, you know what? One more slide I needed to show. After all that foreign travel, I got together with a friend of mine who had a similar background, and we had worked together, and he had worked in different places overseas, and we said, this foreign stuff is so much fun, why don't we quit our jobs and do it full time, so we don't have to go to work all day. And the two of us both quit our jobs, and we were both from Texas. We started out driving out to California, and then our goal was we're going to drive all the way to the tip of South America. Okay, it's a long way. It's longer than all the way across Texas, right? It's a long way. So that was our goal. It wasn't a hard goal, but it was something to shoot for. We started out over in California, went down the Pacific coast, halfway down Mexico, cut across to Mexico City, up to the Yucatan, down into Belize and Guatemala, driving the whole way. Now we had a good time the entire time, and it took us 3 months just to get down to Guatemala. Met a lot of great people. Our vehicle, it was a four-wheel drive, but we would often get stuck in the beach. People would see us trying to peel out, get out. They just come running, pushing us out. We went to people's homes. We met so many great, nice people. And it changes how you feel about people. When you hate immigrants, you see all the bad things that happen. You see the bad things they do. When you like them, you care about them. You care about what happens to them. You're like, man, my government sucks in America. Your government really sucks. Your Mexican government sucks. Your South African government sucks. Your Guatemalan government really sucks. And it's a shame. And I feel bad for you. And I want you to have a better life. And so I've changed my mind on some things. There are people in awful places like Haiti. They just want to get out. They just want to escape. They don't need welfare. They'll leave and come anywhere without welfare. They don't all have to come to America. Some would go to Mexico, to Brazil, anywhere, right? I mean, if you look at the bottom 10% of the people in the world, all of them would be happy to go somewhere that's a little bit better than that. Imagine Palestinians, they hate the Israeli government. A lot of them also hate Hamas, the people controlling them. It's like they're stuck there. They're like slaves. They're like hostages. They would love to get out and go anywhere. They don't need welfare. They don't need anything. They just want to escape. When people are in a sinking ship or if they're in a house that's burning, we want to allow them to escape. The same thing should apply to people who are stuck in some of these countries where they have an awful life. There's no hope of there's no hope of an individual in North Korea overthrowing his government. How many Cubans have been executed for trying to overthrow their own government? Again, I'm not asking for welfare for anyone. Just let them escape. So back to policies. When I became executive director of the Libertarian Party, you have to pretend to be an expert on everything. You put out press releases on trade, on immigration, on everything, taxes, whatever. When I was executive director, you do some quick research, and I'll tell you the thing that impacted me the most, and I already knew a lot about stuff, and I'm for immigration, even if it's not the best thing for American citizens. I'm for it because of liberty, right? Like, you don't have to convince me guns prevent crime. It's your freedom to own a gun, whether they prevent crime or cause more crime. I'm for it for liberty. But the one thing that impacted me more than anything, doing research after I have an open mind, is stuff like this from the Cato Institute. The 14 most common arguments against immigration and why they're wrong. I mean, there's things in here. Immigrants commit fewer crimes, even illegal immigrants. They commit fewer crimes than Native Americans. That's not what the conservative media ever told me. Immigrants use welfare less than Native Americans. That's not what the conservative media ever told me. Immigrants learn English. They adopt the cultures here. They don't keep their own cultures. That's not what the conservative media told me. Are you telling me the conservative media has been lying to me. Yes. Now, a lot of libertarians like to do extensive research and create very long documents with lots of facts. Cato has a lot of them. This is a pretty short one, though. I love this one. Again, this is the single most impactful publication that changed my mind on issues. I already knew about low taxes and all that. That's written everywhere. But this is the 14 most common arguments against immigration and why they're wrong. And I read this, and it just blows my mind. Now, these days, Donald Trump is out there saying immigrants are bad. They're murderers. They're rapists. They kill people. They're sending the worst people over here. Meanwhile, and he's turned a lot of people against immigration. Meanwhile, some from the left are saying, hey, you know, they are victims of foreign capitalism or whatever. We need to be nice to immigrants. Let them come here, give them welfare, maybe send foreign aid to wherever they come from or where they live. So you've got these leftist socialists being nice to immigrants. Meanwhile, people like Donald Trump associated with the Republican Party here and associated with free markets and capitalism, you've got them sounding like they hate immigrants, sounding like they are horrible racists. And so now you got to wonder, what's an immigrant going to want to do? Are they going to want to be associated with free markets and racism and hatred? Or are they going to be associated with people who are trying to be nice to them? It's going to be hard for them to adopt the free market stance. Well, look, libertarians, we've run a lot of candidates for various races. We've lost a lot of races over time. The one biggest reason I want to run libertarian candidates for office is to get messages out there. Libertarians have been saying the war on drugs is wrong. We need to legalize marijuana. Libertarians have been saying it's okay to have gay marriage. If you don't like government, let gays get married. When I joined the Libertarian Party, we talked about those issues. I actually never thought they would succeed. You know, I'm just going to say all this stuff. It's never going to work. In fact, it has worked, and a big reason is because Republicans sometimes listen to libertarians where they won't listen to a Democrat or a liberal. I was definitely that way. When I was a Republican, if a Democrat said something, I hated I just disagreed because they're the bad guys, they're crazy liberal hippies, they got no good ideas, I don't agree with them. That's the way Republicans still are today. They think Kamala Harris and the Democrats are the most evil thing ever created. They won't listen to them. They will listen to libertarians. And so we need libertarians on the ballot, just as activists, whatever you may be, out there explaining the truth on immigration. We don't need long documents. We just need immigrants to say, no, immigrants use less welfare. Yes, immigrants do pay most of the taxes. No, immigrants don't commit more crime. And so I encourage you, if you have an open heart and an open mind, take a closer look at immigration and think about the benefits of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wes. Now I would like to invite to stage to Wojtek Jakuas. He's a Polish libertarian dedicated to advancing individual rights and free market. Through his activism, he fostered global projects and education initiatives promoting liberty and personal responsibility. Wojtek has been personally aiding people in the frontier with Ukraine and Poland during the war. So welcome to the stage, Wojtek.
Thank you. Thank you for kind invitation. I'm happy to say that this is actually my first speech at the Liberty International Conference. And not only that, that is also my first visit to the great country of America. And thank you. I'm very thankful to two organizations, namely Liberty International and the Foundation of Freedom and Entrepreneurship, for giving me this opportunity to talk in front of you. And quite frankly, Jacek Spendel, that was the guy that invited me here. got me in a really tough situation. And why is that? Because speaking after two titans like Ken and Wes, and trying to act as sort of advocatus diaboli for the opposite side than the one they're presenting, is a hell of a task for a first-timer like me. But I'll do my best nonetheless. I have quite personal experience when it comes to immigration, being an immigrant myself. For a few years, I've been working and studying in 2 different foreign countries. Those countries being Sweden and Germany. But I would say there is one experience that that touched me and moved me and changed me, if I dare to say it, even more profoundly than my own life experience as an immigrant. 1,000 days ago, and that is exactly the number of the days since the Russian invasion of Ukraine started, I have left my life in Sweden and went to the Ukraine to do whatever I can do to help those people. And that led me to setting up and operating an NGO, organizing different types of aid for the people of Ukraine. And in the course of that help, I personally evacuated people from the danger and threat of the war zones to the safety of Europe. Having said that, I would try to present certain arguments why some form of border control, migration control, might be, to say the very least, non-contradictory with libertarian principles. So that's the quick plan of the talk. At first, let's start with a certain reality check. I'll give a few premises from which I will continue to follow the arguments from. As much as libertarians usually we like to speak about the abstract, we like to reason from the principle. We are often accused of living on another planet, like not living in the reality. So that is why I chose to focus my presentation more on the reality side. But nonetheless, as a libertarian, being a libertarian myself, I will present a philosophical argument on border control. Then I'll go quickly through the utilitarian arguments and present a case of Poland, because I would say that the way in which my talk will be different from the talk of my predecessors is actually that not only I am a libertarian, like probably everyone else in this room, I'm a European coming from a country of Poland, and well, I guess I'll be able to shed some light on what's going on in Europe when it comes to immigration. I hope you will be able to understand a little bit more of what you are reading on the news when it comes to that issue in Europe. Let's start with the premises. That's a very useful thing. since, as Ayn Rand herself observed, contradictions do not exist. And she goes further, saying whenever you face or think you are facing a contradiction, check your premises. So that is why it's extremely useful to start with the premises listed out, because it makes it easier to point out flaws in the further reasoning. Let's start with the first one. Sovereign states do exist. Let's raise the hands, any anarcho-capitalist that we have here. Well, there's quite a lot. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you guys, but we ain't there yet. We do have things called sovereign nation state. Second thing, not only states do exist, but also nations. They do exist, however artificial they might be. Because frankly, if we move back merely 300 years ago, when you look at a span of history, it's really really short time, merely 10 generations or so. And if we would meet our ancestors living 300 years ago and ask them, hey, great-great-great-grandpa, what nationality are you? We would quite probably be very surprised by the answer. 300 years ago, we didn't have this thing called American nation. We didn't have Mexican nation. We didn't have Brazilian, Colombian nation. Not only that, in Europe, that is perceived as having their nations settled and being rooted in their history for hundreds of years. 300 years ago, there were only very few people that would call themselves French. And for that matter, even fewer people that would actually speak what could be recognized as a French language nowadays. Just ask any German if they think if Bavarians speak German. That's probably that's a relic of this situation. So the nations needed to be, in a way, artificially created by the schooling system, by the media, by inventing and creating national cultures. So that is that. On the other hand, I think it would be very hard to argue that nations do not exist for that reason. We do have American nation right now, and as well as we have any other nation. Those nations, being a group of people, frankly, they need a way of organizing themselves politically. And whether we like it or not, the current situation is that those groups of people organize themselves through a vehicle of the nation state. If we are lucky enough, as I hope most of us in this room are, we live in states that chosen democratical process as their way of making decisions, of allowing members, actual members of those groups to have a voice and try to work out a solution of whatever problem they're discussing. Again, whether we like it or not, the result of those discussions is the welfare state, government expenditure, taxes, and all those things we as libertarians like to complain about, and rightly so. All those things are not going anywhere. I think that up until this point, I didn't tell anything specifically from European and Polish perspective. But then there are certain groups of people, I put nations here, but probably using the word states, it appears to me right now would be a more precise way to put it. So there are states and other groups that are actively hostile towards us and our ideas. So the way I picture it, correct me, all the people from America, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not like you're waking up in the middle of the night worrying that those evil Canadians are plotting against you. And the same thing probably goes for Mexicans. Whereas in Poland, we have a neighbor that launched an active, full-scale military aggression against their neighbor. And we also have a border with a country that is their satellite, namely Belarus. And that changes our perspective on migration in a tremendous way. I'll show later on why exactly is that. And then, as Wes mentioned in his presentation, libertarians are famous for being an experts on everything and pretending to have a solution for everything. Well, the thing is that there are no ideal solutions to anything, and there is always some kind of trade-off. No matter how clever, what solutions shall we come up, there are always trade-offs. And what Alex Kolodin mentioned to me yesterday when I asked him a question, hey, how do you assess a policy when it comes to unintended consequences? He would reply that I try to weigh costs and benefits, and if the perceived benefits outweighed costs, I would go for it. A theoretical argument on border control can be basically summed as stemming from freedom of association. If we come from a Nozick perspective of self-ownership, a person owns himself, herself. That is accepted by all libertarians. That is, we treat it as given. Then what it stems from self-ownership is self-determination. We have a right to live our lives as we see it, as we see fit. That is up to us to decide. And one of the freedoms or rights that come out of this argument is a right to associate with people with whom we want to associate. We are free to choose our partners, our friends. We are free to choose the people that we do business with, and we would consider it a horrifying intrusion on our personal lives if someone else would decide that for us. Well, then there is the other coin of this argument, namely the right to associate entails the right to exclude. We are free not only to choose people we do associate with, we are free to choose the people with whom we don't associate with. And then someone would say, okay, but that is on the personal level. How does it scale up? Then the argument goes, it does scale up for groups. Let's have a group like golf club, and it would be obvious for every one of us that certain groups like golf clubs can have very exclusive and very, in fact, arbitrary rules of accepting or declining their members. State being, in a way, being an organized group of people would also have the same way. Then I'll go through some utilitarian arguments on border control. authoritarian parties promising to curb down the immigration. That is actually a huge issue right now in Europe, with all those parties like Alternative for Germany, like Swedish Democrats, like Freedom Party of Austria. Just notice how many of those authoritarian parties like to put freedom in their names. The reason why they are getting so shockingly high support is the immigration. They are the only party, those are the only types of parties that voice concern of millions of people who feel that something is not wrong, is not right in their countries. And we cannot ignore people like them, because once we ignore it for a sufficiently long time, as we did in Europe, the party like Alternative for Germany would come up, and within a few years, they would end up being the second force in the parliament. Because the issue of immigration is the most important issue for lots and lots of Europeans. It's more important than the economic situation. It's more important than any issue on foreign policy. And they cash out on that in a very effective manner. Well, then I've been shown by Sugandhi that my time is running out. I'll just go briefly through all those arguments we heard, probably quite a lot of time. Cost of social benefits and welfare states and bureaucracy. That's what happens in Europe when within rising immigration, we need to provide things like housing, things like excuse me, I'll leave it right now for a moment. The surge of social tensions, that is something that the Russians are expecting to happen when they send migrants through Belarusian border into the EU. Internal security issues, that is something we absolutely need to have at least some form of control. Right now, we don't have any way of knowing who is getting into our countries if those people come across the borders illegally. And we have absolutely no idea why those people, who those people are, and why they're there. If there are potential criminals, terrorists, agents set out to cause turmoil. What we need is at least some way to know who those people are. Then there are certain groups of people that hold views incompatible with what we call modern liberal democracy. And the thing is, once we let enough of those people in, after a few years, they're getting a right to vote. And if we do not convince themselves, if we do not convince them that we, as a home culture, that we have actually a better idea of organizing things, and that they should accept our ways of liberal democracy, then within time we'll get less and less freedom, not more of it. The case study of Poland is that there is this crisis happening on the border with Belarus. with Belarus supported by Russia. What they would do, they would invite people from, well, God only knows where. They would invite them to Belarus, promising an easy way into Europe, and send them across the green border. That's what Poland was recently quite famous for. That's why Poland is being perceived by some people as a deeply anti-immigration nation. I'd like to challenge that view, at least a little bit. We accepted up until 2 million people fleeing the war in Ukraine. And by the way, that is a beautiful example of what we as libertarians preach, and that is help on personal level. Much of the help that we provided to the Ukrainians wasn't provided by the Polish state. It was actually provided by the Polish people. So you have those people saying, okay, if you like immigrants so much, then why don't you invite a few of them to your own house? And there are thousands of people in Poland that did exactly that. But someone might say, okay, Ukrainians, those are people culturally similar to you, linguistically similar to you. That was an easy part for you guys. Well, actually, there's a huge surge of immigration from all over the world, from countries like India, Uzbekistan, Turkey, Philippines, Zimbabwe, some Southern American countries, coming to Poland legally. That is a matter of the last 10 years, and we do not see any rising social tensions following those, this process. That shows Poland being relatively easy nation to immigrate in, and quite frankly, just as Polish immigration was a huge success story, I would also argue that immigration is being a success story for us as well. I wanted to end saying that immigration is a beautiful, wonderful example of what we preach. It's a win-win situation. Let's not ruin it by the people hostile to liberty. Thank you.
I want to invite back to the stage Ken and Wes. We're going to start our conversation for a couple minutes. Well, thank you so much. That was really amazing, and it's definitely immigration is the hot button, especially nowadays, and with the recent declarations of characters like Trump, the situation in Ukraine and Russia, the situations that we have in Colombia with Venezuela as well. So it's definitely that hot button. I'm just gonna do a couple of questions in general to all of you, and I want to start with asking you, how can we address the fears? Because I feel most of the issues that come about migration and the general people, when they hear migration, they feel fear of my job is going to be taken, I'm going to live worse, I'm going to be killed. So how can we, as libertarian, address these fears about immigration and criminality while promoting the benefits of free movement? How can we do as this generation? Maybe each of you can touch on this topic just for a couple minutes. We can start with you, Ken.
We've seen some examples of mass opening of countries. For example, in Eastern Europe, there were 10 countries that joined the European Union, now 27 countries in all. They opened up, and there were fears that people were going to lose their jobs. But actually, the jobs don't belong to them. They belong to their employer. And it is the right of the employer to choose whoever is the best worker for that money. It doesn't belong to the worker. belongs to the one who's paying the money for it. And they found that when they opened up to Eastern European countries, there was everyone didn't leave Eastern Europe because people actually like living where they grew up. It's usually some very diligent and hardworking people who leave and look to other places that are risky and hostile, potentially hostile. And they did a lot of productive work in the countries that they went to. And a lot of investment poured into those other Eastern European countries because they were open and freer to move. We find the United States is 50 different states. People move around all the time between the states. We don't have borders and barriers between them. And yeah, there was all the time, there were people maybe in Florida who fear all these Californians coming to Florida, you know, and all those New Yorkers coming to Texas. Yeah, there's a reason for fear, but that's not the reason that's not a justification for taking away somebody else's life. Yes, the Hans Hermann Hoppe argument is that, yes, we can exclude people if we want, and I agree. You can exclude people from your own property and your territory if you wish, but you cannot impose that exclusion on another person who wants to invite. There are inviters who want to invite people, and they should have that right.
Thank you, Ken.
What if we just use one mic and leave it on?
Okay.
It's still on? Yeah, okay. Well, to counteract the fear, first of all, with the truth, it's nice that the truth, they don't use welfare more than residents. They aren't more criminal. That's a big way to counteract fear, is to speak up the truth. A lot of folks use immigrants as an excuse. You know, it's the current scapegoat. Germany had their scapegoats for a while. Presently, Donald Trump likes to use immigration and immigrants as scapegoats in America. But it's not immigrants who came up with the $2 trillion COVID spending. It was white Republicans who came up with that and passed it and implemented it. Lots of problems here in America, you know, they're done by Republicans and Democrats. It's not immigrants. A lot of immigrants don't get to vote. So I think we have a job to educate people, but the biggest thing is counteract the lies often. It works. Just like with marijuana. Marijuana, legalize it, will save money on tax spending for jails and things. Well, it's an issue about freedom. If you're a Republican, you should stand up for freedom. Well, you know, immigration, if you're for lower taxes, building a wall is an expensive thing. It's not a good way to solve problems. Immigrants are not here for welfare and to make our country worse. Most of them came from countries where they hate their government, they hate the big government that won't let them start businesses, that won't let them find a job. They want to come to America where we have freedom and free enterprise and job opportunities. So counteracting them often.
Thank you, Wes. I want to do a follow-up question with you specifically, Wes. You said you used to be a Republican, and I want to know, in your perspective, since you did that change, that shift in your mind because you traveled, you went away, how can we, as libertarians and as young libertarians and as international libertarians, hold responsible Republicans like the one that you used to be about the role of interventionist politics of the USA in other countries, for example, with the sugar subsidized or the drug on wars? How can we keep these Republicans accountable on they're complaining about immigration, but at the same time, they're promoting policies that are damaging countries and people have to leave because of this? Yeah, that's for you.
Well, I caught most of that question, but it's, for me, I was a closed-minded Republican, not open to Democrats or the left. So there was nothing they could say. They could have given me a list of facts and a 100-page report, and I wouldn't have listened to it. So when it comes to changing minds on immigration, I think it has to be libertarians who already have something in common with people whose minds you're trying to change. Like you, I want lower taxes. Like you, I'm for small government. Like you, I think I should have private property and control of my own space. And so we're not trying to take that away from you. We're not trying to take your wealth and give it to an immigrant. We're trying to just let the immigrant have the freedom to take care of themselves. So I didn't capture the part about our policies on foreign countries that might have been different outside of that.
Yeah, how can we keep accountable those Republicans on those mixed ideas that they have?
How can we what?
Keep them accountable.
We just got to call them out when they're spouting lies, and you know a lot of libertarians are scared to do that. When I would send a press release on pro-immigration things, I'd get so much hate email back. I'd sometimes get phone mail and stuff in the mail saying this is horrible, you know. And so a lot of libertarians are cowards when it comes to immigration. You don't hear many people saying what I'm saying. There's definitely some in this room that would say this stuff, but more of us got to have some courage and speak up. I mean, we still have some free speech in America. There's significant free speech in other countries as well, and the people who know this, who care about other people besides themselves, got to speak up. Just one quick fact: there was some economist, I think it was Brian Kaplan or something from one of those universities near D.C. He was saying. He's estimated the GDP of the world could double in about 4 or 5 years with open immigration, because people could move from where they have a horrible existence, and you just simply put them in a better place, and now they're more productive because they don't have the chains of government on them. We got to explain that. You know, capitalism brought a lot of people out of poverty. Immigration lets them go to where the capitalism is and bring themselves out of poverty as well.
Thank you, Wes. Let's go back to Wojtek. I'm going to rephrase the question a little bit because you had a different take. So in Europe, immigration has sparked a significant political and social debates. How can libertarians worldwide, not only in Europe or in America, how can we navigate these continuous discussions and advocate for a free movement that resonates with both policymakers and the public?
Well, my first reaction, being a data nerd as I am, would be to present data that's like the ones that can show the data and graphs concerning spending, taxes, concerning crime rates. But then I remembered that people don't really care about graphs and data. They care about stories. Mm-hmm. And that is something that the other side is very proficient in using. It takes one single story of an immigrant, drunk driving immigrant that killed someone on the road, to change the whole mood in the whole country. And the way I see it is that the things happen for themselves in a way. And what I mean by that is it happens naturally. The more and more people would come to a country, like Polish people coming to the UK, that was, to put it mildly, skeptic about mass immigration from what they call Eastern Europe. And with more and more people coming in, people would realize that it's not some abstract, evil Eastern European immigrant that is after my job. That is actually a guy like me, a guy that I'm working with, that could be my friend, that has the same worries, hopes and dreams for himself as I do. And that is how the integration happens. It really does happen by itself. Coming from Poland, I definitely witness that gradual change of sentiment towards Polish immigration in Western Europe. Back in the times of my parents, Polish were having this rather nasty stereotype of drunkards, thieves, stealing cars, etc. All those Polish jokes running in, for example, Germany. There is absolutely none of that left anymore. And that happened because people, quite frankly, they got to learn us. As simple as that.
Thank you, Wojtek. I always say that the most interesting questions always come from the audience. So we're going to open the space for a couple of questions from you guys. Sarah will be passing the microphone if we have any questions. I see one here on the back.
I might just relate one story while she's taking the mic over. The
I'll pass my mic.
The SS St. Louis that was taking 900 Jews from Amsterdam to Havana wasn't allowed to disembark in Havana, wasn't allowed to disembark in the United States because at the Council of Evian, 32 countries said no more Jews or Eastern Europeans, Poles and all the rest from Central Europe who were trying to flee Hitler, Mussolini and Stalin weren't allowed to. So millions died in the concentration camps who had tried to escape and could have been part of the resistance against those tyrannies, but they weren't allowed.
Hey, Ken and group, thank you. First of all, we've done television programs for 35 years on a lot of subjects. Immigration is the #1 most difficult one, in my opinion. So I thank you all for your opinions. Laughlin, Ohio, you've all heard of Laughlin, Ohio, 3,400 people, population, 3,000 Mauritanians moved in there, stoves burning, apartments burning, people moving out, people on the street, Mauritanians on the street, not getting out of the way, all kinds of problems where you get 3,000 immigrants illegal into one place that had 3,000 other people. That is a problem. I'm sorry. It is a problem. I just immigrated. I spent all my life, except the last 3 years, within 30 miles of right here. I just immigrated to the People's Socialist Republic of France 3 years ago. And I can tell you that it's difficult. The thing I had to go through, I'll show you my papers here that I had to go through to get that. And yet, I would say that people in France know about the people who are citizens, and they want to know that people like me have the ability to live there without being a ward of the state. But I do have a carte vitale, which gives me, quote, free health care. I would say that we don't want people coming into this country not knowing about them any more than they know about us. I think they know too much about us. So that's a whole other issue I think we'd agree on. But it's a real problem to say that you ought to open everything all at once at one time. And I understand the government can never do it right. They haven't done it right for all the reasons you've said. And so I understand that's the issue. But it's really something that takes more of a thought process, I think, than just saying, let's go open immigration because at one point in time you're going to create more problems than you solve, at least in the short run, in my humble opinion.
Well, I'll start with a comment and then I'll pass it to the others here. Yes, I agree with you. There are problems when people mix from around the world. I'd say that the government has a lot to do with creating those problems. They don't allow people to work, and they give out welfare. The welfare wasn't created by these immigrants. The welfare was created by the Democrats and Republicans who overwhelmingly voted for a welfare state and a war for a state. They're ones that are creating this welfare in the first place. I don't think immigrants should get welfare, but I don't think Americans should get welfare either. And so I'd end all of that. And the same complaints were about the Irish coming from, the Catholics because they were coming from Ireland, the Italians who were coming into the country. There's always been complaints about newcomers for a variety of reasons, but usually people had a motive to fit in really quickly because there was nothing to take care of them. And they helped each other to assimilate very, very quickly. And I would say if the government got out of the way, these people would have a stronger motive to do that here. Okay, let me.
So Texas, we learned from Jeff Neal's a big place, right? In 1960, there were 10 million people in Texas. 50, 60 years later, there's 30 million people in Texas. You can go from 10 million to 30 million people, and it works. Dallas, Texas, there was 30 years ago, there was like 4 million people in this metro area. Now there's 8 million people in this metro area. Now, when it got to 7 million, it was probably crowded and annoying, but another million people said, I still want to go to Dallas, Texas, right? Obviously, crowding creates some problems. Where I live in Williamson County, it's just north of Austin, Texas. I think the population there has doubled in probably 30 years. It's probably doubled, if not more. Some of them immigrants, but most of them highly educated immigrants that work at Dell Computer. These are like people with higher education and better jobs than I have, and we complain about them as well. You know, a lot of folks who live there don't like these new people coming here. It gets more crowded. All the people who lived in Austin, Texas 20 years ago, which included me, we love to talk about how Austin has changed because all these new people came. And again, in Austin, it's gotten whiter. It's not gotten more brown or more black. It's actually turned whiter and whiter, kind of like San Francisco. It's the people showing up creates some nuisance. But look, a lot of good things happen. These big places, a lot of people want to go there. There's a lot of great opportunity. There's a great opportunity for the new people there. There's great opportunity for the people who already live there. And I would just ask you to please put up with a little bit of nuisance, of a little bit of too much traffic, maybe not as many open fields and forests to see, to allow people who might die otherwise of starvation or warfare. Let them come and be, you know, I don't want to give charity to anyone. I don't want the government to give welfare, what have you. That's like the one form of charity I absolutely want to offer. Let you escape from somewhere horrible and get to somewhere better.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. I definitely agree with Wes on that. The difference between America, at least in the first part of the 20th century, and the present Europe, I would say, is just that, the presence of the welfare state. Back in 1920s, the people that would come to America, and as stereotypically, it sounds America is really a country built by immigrants. They came here for the opportunity. They came here to escape whatever they perceived as threat to their freedoms and prosperity. Just because there was no welfare to get, there was no incentive of not creating value, because actually if you come from a desperate, desolate country into America, without having anything else than the clothes on your back. Providing value is really the only way how you could survive. And it also happens to be so that this is how the integration happens. So I definitely agree on that. I would also like to come back to the story of SS St. Louis that Ken mentioned. That's one example of a situation of bigger force, when the situation is so critical that not letting those people in, the consequences would be death. Consequences would be terminal. And I do agree that in certain extreme conditions, such form of open borders, one might say, is absolutely acceptable, and that is exactly what happened during the first weeks of Ukrainian war. Poland basically opened borders wide open. There were absolutely no checks. Anyone that needed to flee the country could flee the country, basically showing their gym membership card instead of legal document. That's how extreme that was.
Thank you, Wojtek. Sadly, our time here has ended, on stage has ended, but I invite all of you that still have a question, Wes, Ken, and Wojtek will be right here with us. We're going to go on a short 10-minute break, and we'll be back here for our final panel and a speaker for this afternoon. So remember, coffee's here. Go enjoy the tables and go take a look at the book of Ron Manners, and please keep enjoying the conference. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Well, that was a short break to stretch our legs, get some coffee. So I'll invite everyone to come take a seat. We're ready for our next panel. And we have a very interesting topic today for our last panel for the day, and this is part actually of the vision and mission of Liberty International, and that is how can we find freedom in an unfree world. In the current reality that we are, how can we find those little pieces and bits of freedom in our everyday lives? So today, to moderate this panel, we have Gabriel Caprav. He's the lead of the storytelling department at Liberty International. He's going to be introducing our amazing guest.
I'll introduce you guys first. Oh, it's right there. So, hi everyone. I'm Gabriel. I would like to introduce our two great speakers for this panel. I would like to introduce, well, Jeff. You all know Jeff. He's our most gracious and magnanimous host for this conference. Jeff, he served as the chair of the Texan Libertarian Party. He was also the chair of the Libertarian National Committee. Also the chairman of the International Alliance of Libertarian Parties, of which he was a co-founder. In 2022, he was inducted into the United States Libertarian Party Hall of Liberty. Our other speaker is Lobo Tigre. He's part of the board of Liberty International. He is a longtime libertarian activist and the founder of independentspeculator.com. He learned the ins and outs of resource speculation from the legendary libertarian speculator Doug Casey, which I'm sure many of you know. Lobo was also president of the Henry Hazlitt Foundation and organized liberty camps in countries such as Lithuania, Georgia, Romania, and Ukraine. So Lobo, he's gonna start with his presentation.
Thanks. Not really a presentation. I'd rather have more of a conversation, so I'll be brief and hopefully we'll have time for some Q&A and feedback here. Let me start by saying, with all respect to my esteemed co-panelist and everything else that you have heard and will hear at this conference, that I'm not here to tell you that anybody else's path to freedom is wrong, and you should only do what I say, I'm the great guru, or that other plans are bad. That's not the point. But I think there is an overlooked path to finding freedom in an unfree world, or at least one that's not often, mentioned or considered, or maybe thought feasible. It's just not discussed much. And the predecessor point to this would be very simply, if you wait to win an election and impose or establish a free government to free everybody in the world, you're going to be waiting a very, very, very long time. Let me put it a different way. If you ask for permission to be free, you will never get it. No matter how the sheep petition the rancher, they're not going to stop being fleeced. The only path is to become a wolf. And if you'll pardon my speciesism in there, because a lobo is a wolf, of course. I had to slip that one in. So it might sound like I'm saying criticism or everything like that, but I just think this is an important point to understand. Or as the motivational speaker like to say, if it's to be, it's up to me. So basically I'm saying, not don't do anything else, but take this decision and take action into your own life. Even as Ron Manners was saying in his followerism point, that you can have more freedom even in an unfree world. And the pathway to this that I've been mentioning is money. And it's a very strange thing that amongst libertarians we defend free enterprise and capitalism, but how many of us want to be a capitalist. And I have to confess, this was absolutely where I was coming from for most of my life until the Doug Casey thing happened. You know, I was out there saving the world. I was working with nonprofit organizations. I was writing the great libertarian novel. I was writing, you know, dissertations and explorations and scholarly work on immigration policy or something. And in this environment, I was doing a lot of fundraising work, and I found myself meeting a lot of very wealthy people. And after meeting a bunch of wealthy people and discovering, wow, these are really, they're nice guys, they're interesting. You know, none of them wore black and capes and had curly mustaches. They didn't tie girls to the railroad tracks on the weekend just for fun. And I understood, you know, like this light bulb went off in my moment that in my head that I had an attitude problem, that I was all happy to talk all day about the morality of capitalism, but I wasn't doing it in my own life. And I was, you know, that was something somebody else did. And so I made a decision that I was going to learn about finance and money, and I was going to get rich. I decided to get rich. I didn't just wander through life. I decided I'm going to be rich. And I kid you not, I don't believe in mysticism or that the universe listened to me or whatever, but it just so happens that I made this decision, and within 3 months, Doug Casey offered me a job. And maybe other Doug Caseys would have offered me other jobs, but it was because I had made the decision that I said yes to the job offer, and that changed everything. I went from being the guy that went around asking for checks to support worthy events like this and educating people and around the world to being the guy that wrote the checks. And I don't mean to brag or anything like that. I'm certainly not the wealthiest person even in this room, I don't think. But I went from having trouble clinking 2 quarters together in my pocket to being one of the 1%. And that happened first and foremost because of an attitude shift that I had, a decision that I made, and then taking personal action in my life to do this. Now, if there is any part of you that pushes back against what I'm saying, you know, money is the root of all evil, right? You know, well, remember that if you don't actually steal the money, if you're not a thief robbing people in the street or a less honest thief robbing people through government, if you're exchanging the value that you create doing whatever you do in exchange for money, what you're doing is completely ethical. It is, yes, money is power. And the power that my money has to incent somebody to clean my windows or fix my car or whatever, it's completely ethical. Those people value the money I'm offering them more than the clean car that I'm getting in exchange or whatever it is. So, you know, you really should think about this thing that, oh, money, you know, is the root of all evil. Money, power corrupts, right? Whatever. Not all power. So if the power isn't going to flow from the barrel of a gun, embrace the voluntary, the essentially voluntary and ethical and moral power of money, of capitalism. That's why we're here. And the final point is, and I will shut up, is stop talking about it. No offense to everybody, stop writing about it. Do it. Go make some money. It's a good thing to do. And you know what? If you do nothing else at all, if you never write any checks, if all you do is get filthy, stinking rich, you know what? At least you're not part of the problem. And all the people that you're paying money to for your yachts and helicopters or whatever silly, frivolous things you're wasting your money on, they're feeding their families with that. If you are not a criminal or in government, or I repeat myself, right? The money you amass in your life is the measure of your utility to society. This is not new. You know this. I'm telling you to believe it, to take it personally, and to act on it. And I'll also tell you it's a lot more fun to write checks than to ask for them. So please embrace this. Please do it. And see what you can do with the, you know, voluntarily, ethically sourced power that you can accumulate in your life. Thank you very much.
With your indulgence, I'm going to do it from a seated position. A couple of reasons. One is I'm an old man and I'm more comfortable this way. And the second reason is I think this makes more like a familiar chat with friends as opposed to an authoritarian position. I'm sorry. Well, my story is going to be very personal, and it's going to be what I consider to be landmark moments, small and large, throughout my life that led me to where I am today. But first, can any one of you define freedom in such a way that everybody in this room agrees with you? And it's rhetorical. The answer is no. Well, first off, I see freedom is really we're at a spot in a timeline or in a spectrum from no freedom to infinite freedom, and we're somewhere in the middle. But we're not all at the same spot. And the reason for that is because freedom is personal. What you want in your freedom may not be mine. Maybe you want to be free to walk naked down Main Street. I have no such interest. Go for it. If you want to do that, that's great, but I just don't care. Now another concept I want to throw into this is that, along being freedom, is in talking with my daughter and raising her, I said, honey, you're free to do whatever you want, once. The question is whether you're ever able to do it again. So the U.S. Supreme Court famously said, you do not have the right to yell fire in a crowded theater. Well, of course you do. Is it something I advise? Is it something that there will be a consequence for you exercising some freedoms that if you don't think of them ahead of time, you might go, well, that was really dumb. We have the freedom of action within almost any society on earth to do things that are dumb because the other person won't react well. You call your best friend a total loser, maybe he's no longer your best friend. You have to think about stuff like that, to me. So anyway, personally now, this gave me an opportunity for retrospection of what were these pivotal events or circumstances or relationships throughout my life that changed my viewpoint, that changed me, that I think, looking back, said, that gave me more freedom than I had prior to that. Well, I was born in England to English parents, in English society, and unlike Kamala Harris, I'm not from a middle-class family. I'm from a working-class family, where every person in that family got their hands dirty, their backs bent, their patience tried every single day. That was the class that I was born into. And in England, the class system still exists. Anybody who says, well, not really, bullshit. It exists. There is an aristocracy there. Statistics show that if you are somebody who went to a place like Eton and have a Norman name, a great friend of mine, I joke with him all the time about it, his name is Guy Montrose. Guy Montrose, completely French, and you know Guy. And I joke with him about that, well, he's part of the elite. But it exists, and if you look at the statistics in England of those high-level positions in government and the law and all this stuff, it is super dominated by people with those fancy Norman names. Whereas me, my last name is Neil. It's Celtic. It originates in a kind of a noble thing. The name supposedly is Old Celtic for champion. My first name is Jeffrey, which is just an anglicized version of the German Gottfried, which means God's peace or God's grace. So obviously, me, I'm from that working class, scum people of the Celts and the Saxons. That's what I was born into. Well, shortly before I turned 8 years old, my parents decided they wanted to move to the United States, and they did. They emigrated. By the way, for those people who read the New York Times, they don't know grammar. You can't immigrate to another country. You can emigrate to another country. And so they came to California. And that's where I went through high school and grade school and high school and all of that. Well, looking back, I go, well, that was a very important thing. It changed my position in terms of what freedoms were there and available for me. And maybe I didn't think about that until, well, a few weeks ago. when I was said, we want you to do this topic. But it's really true. It changed where I sat on that perspective of freedom and what was available. And I had very much of an American upbringing in what was a middle-class, working-class neighborhoods, although I did have some really infinitely rich people as friends, which I thought was also very liberating, knowing that these were just good people, even if they lived in houses with 14,000 square foot ranch-style house, which one of my best friends had. But then I had some teachers, just in regular grade school, back in the days when teachers had the ability to set their own curriculum and do things differently than other people did. And I had this one teacher named Hugh Booth, and I had him for 5th grade, then I had him for 6th grade. And in those classes, he believed in challenging the students. So we read Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, but we also read Animal Farm, Lord of the Rings, Brave New World, 1984, to 11, 12-year-old kids. And they can handle it. At least they could when I was that age. The other thing that he did was really fascinating is he said, if you're really good at something, like mathematics, which I was, I don't want you to sit in the class and just be bored because you're light years ahead of most people. So what I'm going to do is you 4 people that are really good at this, you go sit at the back of the room. You get to work on your own. You grade each other's papers. You give each other's tests. The only rules are there's 2 things. Number 1, you must stay at least 15 pages ahead of the rest of the class. And number 2 is you must help the people who are struggling to learn it because you have already mastered it. And so in a simple way of doing things, he created this much more holistic environment of education where the measure of whether you understand something is best measured by how well you can teach it to others. That is a mastery that is important, and he built on that. Well, us 4 or 5 dweeby kids who got math, we just started going crazy. And after the entire school year was over, which is 5th grade, we had finished and mastered 5th, 6th, and 7th grade mathematics. So then the next year he does the same thing, and he's scrounging around trying to find, stuff for us to work on so we can keep doing this, and he found it. Well, then I move on to 7th grade, and as circumstances would, the way it turned out, he transferred to the junior high school that I went to, and I had him for 7th grade math. I did not miss a single question on any test, homework, or whatever in the entire year. I had 100%. Basically, it was a very boring year because, well, he couldn't institute the curriculum at that level. He was really transformative to me because he taught me, give a little freedom to direct your education, and you can out-teach the teacher, you can out-study the teacher. Very important. Then later, I had a teacher in high school. It was my junior year. I was taking a class in advanced biology. I'm 15 years old, and this teacher, Jack Kelly, first day of class, here's what he said. In this class, we're going to have homework, but it's optional. And we're going to have quizzes, and they're optional. And we're going to have midterms, and they're optional. And we'll have a final, and they're optional. Now, if you want to pass, you will do all these things. If you don't, I don't care. I will fail you if you do not do these. The choice is yours. That was the first time any adult talked to me like I was an adult. That the choice was mine, not somebody telling me, oh, you must, you must, you must. To me, that is absolutely, yes, he liberated me and made me master of my destiny to a certain degree. I appreciate him and I love him for that. Well, anyway, along with all this stuff that's going on, my parents, when I was off at university and I'm like 18 years old, they say, Jeff, your mother and I have decided to move back to England. And you can come with us or you can stay here. And I look out my window of my dorm room at UC Santa Barbara, 100 yards from the beach, watching the barely clad girls playing sand volleyball. And I said, it is 75-degree weather in November, and I said, oh, I think I'll stay here. And of course they said, but we can't give you any support. We can't send you money. You're going to be on your own completely. And so I said, I'll give it a shot. What have I got to lose? And that really was. I took responsibility for my life. Did that change my freedom? Well, of course it did, but it also changed my responsibilities. I'm now answerable to nobody. I can't run home to mom, dad, because at that time in England, it was illegal to send more than $600 worth of money out of the country in a calendar year. They could not help me. So this was very seminal. I mean, it's important to me. And then we look along then with other people, and I've worked with, and the advice that I've gotten from people. I work with a guy who grew up in Hell's Kitchen, Italian, no neck. I mean, you know what I mean. He could have been the bad guy in any mafioso movie. And one day he said to me, he said, Jeff, never tell anyone anything they can use against you. And he's right. Which brings to the paradox of today's world. I find it very frequent that I will meet with people who face-to-face seem very civil and nice, and the minute they get on Facebook or on Twitter or on X or whatever you want to call it, they are just raving lunatic nut jobs throwing hate your way left, right, and center. This is so absolutely stupid because anything on social media never goes away. What we should be doing is being nice to each other and being very politically, moderate, and save that passion for the face-to-face. Because then it's only him or me saying what really happened, unless they're recording you. This is, to me, a paradox of the modern world. Well, I was a jerk when I was young. Okay, just plain and simple, I was a jerk, total jerk. I would love debating with people to prove how they're wrong. Do you think I got a lot of friends that way? No, like none. And those of you out here who love the debate, who love to show that other person that, libertarianism is right and you're wrong, you're not winning, you're losing. What I learned to do was instead when somebody says something, well, I like the libertarian platform, but I really can't go with this open border thing. I say something like, well, I understand you. I can relate to that. And there are members in the Libertarian Party who don't agree with that party platform. But they're still members because they agree with so much else. And so that's really up to you. You can make that choice. And in fact, I say, I give you permission to disagree with me. I don't try to prove them wrong. I try to say, I understand. I accept that. That's great. You can be that. You can do that. Well, I mean, I have never taken a formal poll of how many people in the Libertarian Party hate me. I do know a few, and it's for good reason. They earned it. But I don't really think it's very much. Most people tend to view me somewhat positively because I'm not out to destroy anybody or anybody's viewpoints, even if they're a far-wing nutjob leftist. There's things that we can agree on if you give them an opening and you say, well, you bring up some good points. I'd like to think about that. So freedom, what is freedom really? Bill Gates recently said, it's the strangest thing he said, and I know I can't get it in the right context because I don't understand it. He said, $1 billion will buy you freedom. Anything more than that, a hamburger's just a hamburger. And what he's saying is like, well no, you don't get infinite freedom no matter what, one thing. The other thing is money buys you freedom. All right, so every one of you, the challenge is, how do I maximize what monetary things I have, and this fits with you very well, in order that I can have more freedom. Because freedom means many things. It means, for people, it's freedom from hunger, freedom from anxiety, freedom from fear. You want a freedom to express yourself, okay, that's great, but you talk to that other person, that person on the street, and you ask them freedom, what kind of freedom do you want? You're going to find that it's much more common to find, I'm looking for freedom from debt. I'm looking for freedom from oppression. I'm looking for freedom from things as opposed to for things. Because the absence of those freedoms, most of them are down to the personal choices they make, and trust me, I've made many. One of the concepts I tried to raise my daughter with, that I'm still trying to follow myself, is that stupid people make the same mistakes over and over again, whereas smart people learn from their mistakes. But wise people learn from the mistakes of others. And I've seen my daughter actually do that. She's seeing her friends, well, my friends did this, that didn't turn out good, I'm not doing that. She's learned from that. I'd like to know how soon I'm going to learn from all of those, because there's some mistakes that I keep making, and some it took me a while to learn from. But it's something every one of us can aspire to, is making better choices. And especially the young. Look, credit cards, they are necessary in today's world if you want to do things like travel. You can't reserve a hotel room without a credit card. You can't get a plane ticket without a credit card. You just everywhere. But that doesn't mean you have to run up debt. I have credit cards, I use them, I pay them off every time. One of the ones I use, I get 2% back on every single one of them. So in fact, not only do I get like 45 days of cash flow to worry about paying it, I get a 2% bonus for using that credit card, which I don't think is a bad thing to do. That only took me like 55 years to figure out. I'm hoping that some of you learned it a little bit earlier. And those are those personal choices. Another example, people are complaining about the cost of home loans. My first house, the average mortgage rate that year was 18% for mortgage back in like 1982. I got a killer deal because the seller did buybacks, buy downs, and I got 13.25%, which again, people dig, oh my God, I can't afford a house with that. Well, how did I? And I did it with no money down. Because I bought land at a cheap price, and I leveraged that in lieu of a down payment to get the house. And then when we moved to Austin, I did the same thing. We bought 4.5 acres of land outside of Austin for $21,000. When it was time to build, we leveraged that as the down payment on a building loan, and then we had a mortgage, but we didn't have to come up with any additional cash. Then this kind of stuff is available if you're thinking a little more long-term than I want what I want tomorrow. Delayed gratification is one of the most important factors in building personal freedom through wealth. Do you agree? So these are just a few little perspectives on what it's meant in my life. Now, just for the record, just so everybody understands, that 4.5 acres in Austin, in a little burg out the middle, where even people in Austin said, boy, you buy out there, there's nothing there. Today, it's 10,000 people in that little burg. The median house price is over $1 million. And just our bare piece of land is probably worth something like $850,000 that we paid for 21. Those things are still available today. And because we did a little more long-term than what other people might have, because we delayed some of that gratification, we're sitting in a great position. So do I have freedom? Well, I have a lot of freedom. I'd want more. But I don't fear I have fear of debt. I don't have, fear of cash flow. We're good on that. Am I a wealthy man? No, but I don't want to own a Lamborghini when I can just fly to Germany and rent one for a few days and pay a tiny fraction and actually be able to drive the damn thing. I drive a 16-year-old Honda Civic because a car is a way to get from here to there. That's all it is, except it's a depreciating asset. So anyway, I think I'll close with that. I hope you find it of some value. Am I freer than you are? It's not a contest. I'm definitely freer today than I was 20, 30, 40 years ago, even with the situation as it is. So I'd like to close. I guess we're going to move to Q&A then?
Yes, I would like to ask you maybe a couple questions of my own first. I would like to start, by the way, great both of you. Thank you so much for sharing your stories with us. And I would like to start with something of a little bit of more challenging questions in terms of, we were speaking about like the way like that you can find options for yourself in countries where you have some options. I mean, yes, there are obstacles, you have to work hard, you know, and it's maybe an uphill battle to create wealth and prosperity for yourself. But for example, how about thinking about like strategies or ideas for people who live in countries where there are fewer options, where governments restrict freedoms to such an extent that there are very few options available. Countries like Cuba and Venezuela, for example. What can people maybe do there? I mean, other than finding ways to move to another country, but ways of still finding ways to be free despite of the very aggressive and hostile governments they live under.
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, sure.
Well, the first thing I'd like to say is the topic of this was how did I find freedom? And so this was a personal story. Now, opinion of how you can, how other people can. You live in a repressive society. Well, I mean, if you live in a repressive society like Venezuela that ignores the results of elections and rigs it so you're constantly underfoot, well, your choices really are two: escape or fight back. And if your freedoms are so diminished, then maybe gambling with your own life is a very legitimate decision to make, or not. In much of the world, okay, everybody wants to come to U.S. Not true. It's really not true. But if you live in a country like Moldova and you can move to Czechoslovakia or the Czech Republic, that may very well be a move you can make that is better. Each person, again, is personal, and what challenges you have to face is something that everybody has to make a decision for themselves. I mean, a quick example is here in the U.S., you can say, I'm not going to pay income tax. I'm just going to be a tax protester and say I'm not paying my income tax. I pay my income tax. I take every legitimate deduction I can. I avoid every tax that I possibly can to minimize the tax load, but in the end, what it is no different than a protection racket with the mafia. If I don't pay this, they will destroy me. If you don't make any money, they don't care because there's no ROI for the IRS to come after you. Where are you on that scale is a decision you have to make. Everywhere you go, there are alternatives. Doing things in the black market, or again, escaping is one. But I don't like giving advice to anybody of what they should do because it has to be a personal decision, not, well, Jeff told me. That's really where I'm coming from.
Yeah, escaping, I would just say voting with your feet is not only a legitimate choice, it's actually a very powerful one. And it sends a message to the rulers. And I think the more people that do that, the better off we all are, as well as you, the individual. It's much better than pitting your fancy-dancy Desert Eagle against a tank, And in Europe, you don't even have that. But let me push back on this idea. There are entrepreneurs everywhere in the world. And
even in the most corrupt societies, in the more corrupt the society, it is difficult to become successful without also being corrupt yourself. And I do understand that. I'm not living in an ivory tower. But there are people who manage to achieve escape velocity even in those places. And just really brief story, you know, you may think you've got it bad wherever you are, Venezuela, West Texas, sorry. But I had a student, a kid who in Belarus, which has the last vestige of the Iron Curtain still standing, the old one, not the new one going up. I had a student, and he listened to what I said. He took some courses in day trading, actually, which I don't do. And so this is a college kid, not, you know, one of these rich kids from some oligarch somewhere. It's a Belarusian college kid from the potato farm outside of Minsk. And he scraped up a few bucks, and he figured out how to access the NYSE through a brokerage account in Moscow, which has no border with Belarus. And he invested, and he found a pattern in the market that gave him a win 60% of the time, as long as it lasted. So not always, but reliably 60% of the time. That is like literally gold in the investment world. So in short order, this kid was making $10,000 to $20,000 a month from his dorm room in Minsk, Belarus. But get this, he was saving 50% of that. He was reinvesting 40% of that, and he was living on 10% of that. Now imagine an American kid making that choice. Sorry, but, and on that 10% that he spent, he was the richest kid on the block, you know. He was quite popular after this began. So I just love this story. And you talk about, you know, self-made man, rags to riches or whatever. This kid just did, like, you know, it took me decades to do what I've done. He did this in a year. You know, at one point, he was making more money than I was. So I don't care where you are. If it's, you know, Angola or Bolivia or whatever, the chains that you have to worry about the most are the ones you put on yourself, not the ones that the government may theoretically slap on you at some point.
One little add-on. I spent 8 years working in Germany. I was there when the wall came down. And because I was reading local papers, you want to call that, I'm not sure much information really got out to the U.S. of what happened and what transgressed and why did the wall collapse. And most people think, well, it was because of Reagan. No, it was not. The key event was that Hungary said, we're not going to defend the border with Austria anymore. We just don't care. But at that time, East Germans could travel to Hungary without permission. So what started happening was an exodus of people driving their cars, their old beat-up Trabants, which are not even have any scrap value, and they're parking them along the Hungarian border with Austria and just fleeing into Austria. In fact, it got so bad that the Hungarian farmers were complaining that somebody come and take all these scrap cars out of their farms because they were just overloading the fields. But what happened is in one calendar year, 15% of the East German population fled. But who fled? Doctors, lawyers, engineers, physicists. It wasn't the guy working at the bakery down the street. It was all of their intelligentsia. The reason it collapses because they said, we can't go on, we have no expertise anymore. We don't have the time to train any expertise. They've all left. So the idea of fleeing, of voting with your feet, it has been very effective. And perhaps it's a different demographic group that's fleeing Venezuela, for example, because maybe things aren't bad enough yet that those doctors and lawyers and engineers and physicists say, I'm out of here too. But it will, in my opinion, eventually lead to just a collapse of Venezuela. So I think that reinforces what you're saying, voting with your feet.
And by the way, within these United States, for the domestic audience, you can vote with your feet, and you should. There are places where there's no state income tax. I think that should be recognized. And by the way, if you want to get out legally the federal income tax, Puerto Rican income is exempt from 1040 filing. Just saying. question.
Yeah. Lobo, I was thinking about something you were saying in your talk that really resonated with me, is that sometimes libertarians, we are great when it comes to ideas, when it comes to theory, and even though we talk a lot about, you know, free markets and capitalism, we really are sometimes not the best at making money ourselves. Actually, I met a lot of very bright libertarians who actually suck at making money. They are very good at losing money. But I would like to ask you something sort of a little bit of the opposite. Like, for example, okay, you prosper, you succeed, and you make a lot of money, which is great, and I celebrate. But I wonder if it's also not quite as important to, you know, simultaneously to also invest a lot in occupying spaces, in culture and education and nonprofit, like spreading ideas, because obviously, as we know, socialists are very good at taking over every space that is available. Like, if you hesitate, they will take over.
They're not mutually exclusive, you know. They're not mutually exclusive. You know?
Exactly, yeah. And I wonder what, how important it is to also invest in those areas, because ultimately, when they succeed, you know, they create a system where creating wealth itself will become very difficult, and they will change the culture so that people are very hostile to the creation of wealth.
Okay, I have several answers to this. I'll try to be quick. But one is, as he just said, you know, to try to argue with somebody and convince them that you're right and they're wrong, that does not work even one time out of 100. Maybe one time out of 1,000, there will be somebody with the intellectual integrity to say, you know what, you've convinced me. Your facts are, I cannot dispute them, and your logical conclusion makes sense. I'm changing my position. That just, in a human experience, almost never, ever happens. But people will emulate those they admire. And who do they admire? The, you know, visibly successful. How many people go and look at what Elon is doing and saying, wow, I'd like to be able to do that. And, you know, let's be real for a moment. How much, never mind de jure, how much de facto freedom does Elon have? And basically right now, he can do whatever the hell he wants. How are you going to put a billionaire like that in jail in almost any jurisdiction, you know, outside of Russia right now? You know, but I think what I'm saying is, without trying to argue, I mean, he does argue, and on X he does argue, but more effective than that, I think it's just the example he's setting, that people look at that and they go, wow, I want some of that. Or like that Pursuit of Happiness movie at the beginning where the poor struggling guy sees the broker jump out of his Ferrari and he says, wow, what do you do? Right, and he changes his life. And I think, and I don't want to dislocate my shoulder patting myself on the back here, I'm pointing to myself, but just in general, if you live an admirable life, and that doesn't just mean being filthy, stinking rich, I mean if you live an admirable life, that itself is highly persuasive to everybody around you without you even ever once having an argument with them. So not only do I think these are not mutually exclusive, I think there is goodness in being good. And that is, as we discussed earlier, can be measured by honestly gotten wealth.
Well, I'm kind of always been obsessed with the concept of ROI, return on investment. And it's seen as some kind of a, you know, a capitalist faux pas. Sometimes it has to do with economics. But it also has everything to do with interpersonal relationships. You put energy into a relationship with person X, and you get nothing out of it. Stop. If you get mutual respect and, you know, and enjoyment, and both parties are profiting from that relationship, if I can use that capitalist term, but benefiting from that, do it. That ROI concept is valid in any relationship, whether it be monetary or not. And you know, I tell people, I enjoy being good, yet I have an incredible capacity for being nasty. I just keep it under control because I know the ROI on nastiness is negative. It's like burning money. And I realize that. So I've come to peace with those inner demons because I want a good ROI. Now, okay, now some people I don't want to even invest in a relationship because I know it would never work. But it's still there. And interpersonal relationships are really the most important thing. The amazing thing in life is that if you are good to other people, then people will be good to you. It's just human nature. I mean, I'm going to go back to that little teacher that I had in 5th and 6th grades. One of the unusual things he did was he said, every weekend I'm going to take some kids, I can't do more than 5, we're going to do things on Saturday. And it might be like, I remember one time I went to a demolition derby, and so for those people who aren't from the US don't know what that means, it basically means a bunch of old cars drive around trying to destroy each other with car crashes. It's a lot of fun. Also creates a lot of totally destroyed cars, but he'd take people out. He let the classroom decide who got to go on each trip. Well, I mean, of course, what would you assume? Well, yeah, the popular kids go every single time, and the weird kid in the corner never goes. Not what happened. When you put those 10, 11, 12-year-old kids and say, hey, pick from your peers who gets to go this weekend, everybody went. Maybe 1 or 2 went more than others, but everybody participated because the goodness of the human family, when given that freedom, they end up going to good, not evil. And so, you know, it's things like that that give me hope that maybe society perverts that inherent goodness in those 10 and 12-year-old kids. But it's there, it's under the covers. So I just want to say that. Does it have anything to do with freedom? Yes, it does, because if you live in a society of people that care about each other, that want to be good people to each other, you don't need all the laws. You don't need all the restrictions. It's great. And it's in our nature, it's inside of us. I truly believe that.
I think we are out of time, but I want to thank you both guys for sharing your perspective about this. Thank you so much.
Look, while I'm sitting here, I'd like to make one announcement that has nothing to do with what we just talked about. The dinner will be in here. It does start at 7:30. There will be line dancing, and they have to bring in the dance floor. They have to set up the dinner service and the buffet and everything, so I'm politely asking you to vacate this facility as soon as you can, carry on your conversations in the hall or over at the happy hour so that the staff can expeditiously make the room transformation, okay? Thank you all.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you so much for the announcement. Very excited for tonight. And thank you for this conversation. This is what we do here at Liberty International. We not only want to talk about the ideas, we want to offer practical solutions, practical things that we can use in our everyday life and that we can change our reality a little bit. So these conferences usually are really long, but in here we get filled by the blood of tyrants. And that's our next guest. I want to give thanks to Dan for being such a gracious invite to these conferences, and I'm going to introduce you. Dan Taxation is Steph Burnham, is an international speaker, podcast host, and the founder of Taxation is Steph movement, a passionate advocate for liberty. Dan champions voluntary interaction, individual freedom, and even extending his message to the wine industry with Blood of Tyrant Wines, inspired by the spirit of liberty, and now with this amazing energy drink. Thank you so much, Dan. Welcome. Please give it applause.
All right. So I'm have to talk from down. Can you hear me? Better? How about now? All right, I'm just gonna squat. I'm Dan, Taxation is Theft Berman, and yeah, this is my, I promised myself I wasn't gonna get all political, but then I started drinking energy drinks with lots of caffeine, and now I'm just mad at the government. This isn't what the talk about, but this isn't what the talk is about, but I'll give you a little bit of insight into why I did this. As I was a political activist and I was running around with the libertarians talking to people about economics and, you know, really boring stuff, I got a lot of pushback from people who were just like, I'm not interested in politics. I don't understand monetary theory. Like, I don't care about, you know, supply and demand. I just want to go to work and pay my bills and live my life and get married and have kids and all this kind of stuff. So this was my way of bringing a political message of freedom to the mainstream without having to actually get political. So with that said, what I do want to talk about is taxes. So when I ran for president of the United States in 2020, I changed my middle name to Taxation is Theft, and I didn't do it by asking the government for permission, because it's my name, not theirs, right? What right do they have to tell me that I need to ask them for permission? So if you look at the top fundraisers on the FEC report for 2020, you will see my name as Dan, Taxation is Theft Berman. Now, incidentally, you will see my name there as the eighth highest fundraiser on that election, which includes the primaries, and underneath me is Kamala Harris at number 9 and Andrew Yang at number 10. Now, it's an interesting story, because when you look at that, it looks like a libertarian candidate raised $50 million and some change. Well, I didn't do that. I just took a note from the Federal Reserve Bank and raised some money the way they did it, which is basically just to print it. And so a lot of people are like, you're going to prison for that. And I'm like, no, I'm not. There's nothing illegal with it. So it's really interesting when you start understanding what money actually is. It changes a lot of the things we're trying to solve in the liberty movement. So in the liberty movement, there are a lot of people who say, look, I get it. Let's get rid of taxes. Let's cut taxes. Let's do whatever we need to do. But we really do need to pay off the debt. We are creating an environment where our kids are growing up and they're already, you know, tens of thousands, $30,000 in debt by the time they're a week old. And we have to get rid of this debt. We have to, you know, this is a problem we have to solve. And it is a problem, but only if you're paying taxes. So here's some interesting information, some statistics. Right now, the total national debt for the United States is $36 trillion. It's probably going to be 38 by the end of this talk in 10 minutes. The total amount of money in circulation is $2.3 trillion. What's that, like an 18th? So if you were to take all the money that's in circulation and you were to give it to the government, they still couldn't pay off the debt. Now, that's just what's in circulation. There's a lot of money that's hoarded off in vaults in different banks and you know, things like that. People, something like 80% of it is overseas. It's not even in the country. That's $18 trillion, which is a little bit more than half. We're getting there. Gold, everybody's like, you know, gold is like, that's what our money used to be backed by. Gold is like, it's good, solid money. Let's you know, we should reinstitute the gold standard. Gold is great, right? There's various sources, different banks and other world economic think tanks have come up with a number of, they all agree it's somewhere in the realm of about 10 million ounces. That converts into like some metric tons, I don't know what it is. Ounces is a weird, like million, it's a weird way to measure things, but I did that because we know that the street value of gold, everyone knows, is about $2,700 per ounce right now, $2,500, something like that. Anyways, if you work that out, that's about 27, let's go with 2,700 per ounce. That's $27 trillion. So what that means is, if you take all of the world's gold, which doesn't even belong to the United States government, and how in the hell would they ever acquire that by peaceful means? I have no idea. That's a whole lot of taxes. If they did that, they would have $27 trillion, and if you coupled that with the 2.3 in circulation, you're still only at 30. So the question is it even possible to pay off this debt, right? And then there's a question of why would you want to? Because we look at the debt, right? We have household debt, right? We have credit cards. We borrowed money to buy a house or a car. And we know if we don't pay off these debts, the bank's going to come and they're going to take that, right? Well, the reason for that is when we borrowed that money, we created a note. We printed money ourselves. We signed a document that the bank gave us, and that created a note. And that note is just like a Federal Reserve note. It's backed by our promise to repay them in Federal Reserve notes. And if we can't, to repay them in the car or the house that we bought. We literally print our own money out of thin air, right? But what does the government do when they print their money out of thin air? That's actually a misconception. They don't print money out of thin air. They borrow money out of thin air, which is 100 times worse. So here's how it works. The government says we're going to print bonds, and we're going to sell those bonds. And so you can give them Federal Reserve notes, or the Federal Reserve can print, which it's all a big mix-up because they don't have a printing press. That's still owned by the federal government, but for some reason they put the Federal Reserve's name on it, and now those bills belong to the Federal Reserve, and the government's going to buy those bills with bonds. Those bonds are the debt. When we talk about how much money the government owes in debt, it's not just a bank account somewhere. It's not a credit card. It is just like when you borrow money for the car. The debt is the paper that you signed. If you were to somehow get that paper back from the bank and rip it up, there's no way they could ever come after you to repay the rest of your car. That's the contract, that's the note. That's why it's so important to them. So if the government is just printing these bonds, what could the bank possibly take from them that's on these contracts, right? And these contracts are the debt. What would happen if you just tore up these contracts? What would happen if you just tore up this debt? Think about that. Would the Federal Reserve go to the United States government and say, we're going to repossess something? Probably not, because they'd, as much as everybody loves voting for people and electing them and sending them to Congress and trusting that they're going to do the right thing, that's not going to go over too well with the American people, right? Okay, but what if they pay the debt? What happens? So remember, they give these bonds to the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve now has this deposit in their bank, which they can say, oh, we're going to issue notes against this money, these bonds that we have in our bank. So when one is created, the other is created. That means when you pay off one, you pay off the other. So if you were to reverse that exchange, give these Federal Reserve notes back to the Federal Reserve would give those treasury bonds back to the United States government, and both of them would have to rip them up. Okay, now think about this for a second. All of the money in circulation is backed by these bonds that were created for debt. That's how the debt was created. If you pay off this debt, the money that is backed by that debt disappears. Think about that for a second. So when you say pay off the debt, and that's not all the debt, right? Because sometimes what they do is they print the treasury bonds and they say, well, there's already money in circulation, let's do this. Instead of having them print more bonds, we'll sell it for some of the Federal Reserve notes. We'll print some more bonds and sell it for some of the things that are already out there in circulation, and then people put them in their retirement accounts, which literally means they're investing in inflation. So if that's your retirement plan, I guess, the US government has a good history of being pretty consistent with their inflation, so I guess that's a safe bet. But what happens is when they pay off those bonds, the money disappears. And while inflation is a bad thing because it makes prices go up, deflation is also pretty bad. And the reason for that is, we think about inflation, prices are going to go up. Eventually our wages might go up, right? The money has to trickle down. And once it trickles down, wages go up, but the money doesn't like to trickle down because the government doesn't let it. As soon as it starts trickling, there's taxes. Every level it trickles down, there's more taxes, right? So the government keeps taking it. At what rate? Well, if you were to sum up all of the government's take, and we're talking about the federal governments, the state governments, the local city governments, county governments, it comes out to about $9 trillion a year. The total sum of the American payroll is about $8 trillion a year. So if you do the math, it comes out to about 88%. 88% of everything that hardworking Americans earn is given back to the government every year. Okay, now go back to this other number for a second. If they're taxing $9 trillion a year, and there's only $2 trillion in circulation, two and some change, they are taking all of the money in circulation out of circulation and passing it through the government 4 times a year. So if they were to stop spending and continue collecting, and of course we imagine that if they stop spending, they'll stop collecting, but that's not going to happen. Where are we going to have our money? Where does our money come from to circulate? Because ultimately we pay our taxes and then the government spends it and it trickles down and we get it. Who do they spend it on? They spend it on the welfare programs. There's quite a bit there, but they spend it on the military contractors. They spend it on the private contractors. They spend it on other businesses, and eventually it comes down to us. And when you hear liberals and leftists complain about, you know, wages never go up, why don't wages go up with inflation? Well, because you're last in line. Unless you're working for the government, they can inflate the wages. So this is another interesting thing about inflation. A lot of people think printing money is inflation. Printing money causes inflation, but the act of printing money alone is actually not inflation. And you can use an analogy to say, you know, what if the government printed $100 trillion in cash right now? Would prices go up? Well, if everybody knew about it, yes. But what if they took that money and they just stashed it away in a vault and nobody knew that it was even there? Would prices go up? Nope. Why not? Because the money's not there. So it's not the printing of money that's the problem, it's the presence of money that's the problem. And so if the government were to take all of the money out of circulation and put it in their vaults, even though the money's still there, we would see deflation because it was inflated because it's in circulation, and it would deflate as soon as they take it out. Prices would come back down. But where would it come down first? The people who aren't getting their money from the government, right? Because companies are going to say, hey, we paid all our money in taxes. We don't have any money to pay our employees. We're going to start lowering our costs, right? So, and then you have farm subsidies that are probably getting their money directly from the government. Their prices aren't going to come down too fast because they're still getting paid. Why would they lower their prices? So taking all this into consideration, is paying off the debt, giving all of our money to the government, really the answer to the problem? Or is the problem the fact that the government has the ability to steal from us? They create some imaginary debt, they create debt from thin air, and then they tell us we have to pay it. There's an interesting, let's call this a thought experiment about slavery. What is slavery? It's the extraction of labor, right? Like if you think about people who own slaves, it's not like they're getting high on the fact that they own people and they keep them in captivity. No, they're benefiting from the extraction of labor, right? I don't have to pay these people, I get their labor out of it. So now imagine you have a society where most people live off grid, they provide for themselves, they grow their own food, they have their own power and electricity, they pull water out of the ground from the rain. They don't need the government, they don't need the government's money. They're all fine. But then somebody who's got a friend, you know, some evil, greedy capitalist is like, I'm going to build a factory. I need thousands of workers in my factory, but nobody wants to work in my factory because why would they trade this amazingly simple life where they have everything that they need to go work in a factory for 8, 10, 12 hours a day for me? Why would they trade that? What could I possibly give them? But if this evil capitalist were to say, I know a senator, let me go talk to him. And the senator were to say, well, what if we imposed a tax on all these people? And that tax could only be paid in a currency, that only the government can create, and we'll make sure that you have that currency to pay those people, and they can use that currency to pay their taxes. Well, now all these people who were just living the happy life off away from the government, not having anything to do with this factory or the government or taxes or anything else, they're gonna be kicked off their land if they don't come up with tax money. So now they're like, okay, well, where can I get some tax money? Oh, I have to go into town and get a job. I have to work for this factory? Okay, I mean, I guess if that's the only thing I have to do, or they're gonna take my kids away, my family, my house, my food, I'm gonna be forced to, you know, have less land and I don't know what I'm gonna do, just eat berries, wander around for the rest of my life? If that's my only option, that's basically like homelessness, right? If that's my only option, I guess I'm just gonna go into town. I don't know how to fight this. I don't have an army to fight the government. I'm just gonna go get that job, and I'm gonna get that money so that I can pay the taxes so I can keep my house. So this person was just living just fine, and now they have the same amount of stuff, they have the same land, the same family, the same food, the same crops, although they probably can't spend much time taking care of their crops because they're always working in the factory. So the only thing that they don't have anything more. They have the money, but they have to give it right back to the government. But all of their labor has been extracted from them. So think about this. The taxes are the forced extraction of labor. They force people to get these jobs and extract their labor. And we're giving all this money to the government. I say the solution is a little bit different. Stop giving them the money. Take the money that they do have. A lot of libertarians are against social programs and taking money from the government in general, subsidies, whatever else. I say no, take all of it. Every opportunity you have, take money from the government. The trick is, don't become dependent on the government because that's socialism. That's what they want. Don't become dependent on the government. Just take everything that they have, swap it out for anything that they can't take, gold, silver, crypto, anything else, because ultimately this dollar that they created by borrowing out of thin air, it's gonna collapse. It's inevitable. It's going to happen at one point or another, and you don't wanna be stuck with it, right? Like musical chairs. Just get rid of it, get anything else that you can, and let them default on their debt. It's their debt, not ours. We didn't borrow anything. I don't have anything to show for that borrowed money. That's the only way out of this. And taxation is theft. I'm getting kicked off the stage, so thank you for listening. Have a good night. I'll see you guys at dinner. Oh, questions? Oh, we're doing questions. All right, questions. Yes.
Right, I'll show it when the microphone comes over. I don't have any solid information on this. Do you have any opinions or information about how much gold is or is not in Fort Knox?
Ooh. So the last time it was audited, I think, was in the 70s, I think under Nixon. There was another audit in, I want to say in the 90s, 2000s, where they went back and they basically said, well, the door looks like it hasn't been opened even though the seal's been broken, so we're just going to assume that it's the same amount in there from the last audit. If you Google it, excuse me, don't use Google, use an internet search engine. There are a few people who have really dug into that, and there's some information out there that documents a lot of that. I know there's one really good website that has lots of citations and sources and government documents. But my assumption is when the United States created those treasury bonds, and they gave them to the Federal Reserve in exchange for this fake money, those notes are still notes. They're still, even though it doesn't say payable to the bearer on demand anymore, they're still notes. They're still redeemable for what they're backed by, which is treasury bonds. And the treasury bonds are redeemable for whatever is legal tender, which of course, it's this crazy cycle of like uselessness, right? But if you're the Federal Reserve and you have a special agreement with the United States government, it would be kind of easy for them to say, hey, we have all these bonds. You owe us a lot more, just give us the gold. Which is how they used to settle the international exchange without having to go through an actual exchange. So that's basically what that gold is for, and I'm pretty sure, my personal opinion is that there's not a whole lot in there. Yeah, oops, yes.
Can you help me understand how the yield is like arrived at on the 10-year note? Like, oh, thanks, sorry. Like in the bond markets, how is it because they're buying, like they're buying the debt, right?
Yeah, so basically the government creates these, and it's not just the government, right? These are just bonds in general. Like companies can issue bonds, right? But you would buy a bond from a company under the assumption that they're going to be making profit, right? So if your retirement fund has some stock in there and that company's like, I don't know, like a phone company or a beverage company, and they pay dividends or they have bonds and you have the bonds, you're going to buy them at a low price and they're going to pay off at, you know, whatever face value is going to be. There's like some sort of arrangement like that. The government bonds are basically the same thing. You can go buy, I don't know if they still do this at banks, I never bought them, but you used to be able to walk into a bank and just say, give me some of those bonds. And there's different classes of bonds, different values and everything. But you buy them, you know, let's say it's a $100 bond, you might buy it for $70 or $80. And then after, they'll tell you, you know, on this date, that's when it's matured, and you can come and get the full $100 from it. But that investment is basically, it's backed by the government's profit, which is what? How much they can steal. So that's basically all that is. And yeah, there's exchanges that'll like trade those things, and there's derivative markets and everything. A lot of that stuff's just number games and like traders trying to figure out how to like, you know, how do we make money, you know, stocks and options and all that stuff. But yep.
Well, is that what they mean by betting on the debt or betting against the debt?
Yeah, I mean, there's always the possibility that that bonds are not going to be paid. So like if you have bonds in a company and they file for bankruptcy, they're not going to pay back their bonds.
Then how would that bode for like the stock market? Like what, this is kind of a big theme of why I wanted to be here this weekend, to kind of understand that better. Like the fact that we are illiquid, that this country is illiquid.
Are you just saying when the government runs out of money?
Yeah. Or they can't sustain the debt.
That'll never happen. They'll just print more. I mean, that's like they'll threaten to shut down the government.
That this fiat currency, as we know it, the U.S. dollar, can go on indefinitely?
They're always going to print more. So if they get to a point where they don't have any, they're going to print more. And what they've always tried to do is they'll prevent that by happening by taxing. One purpose of taxation is to make sure that we're all working and doing our jobs, right? 0% unemployment. They like that. Just like slave owners like that. But the other purpose for it is to slow down inflation, because they don't just print everything that they need, but that's going to make inflation go up faster, and that's when you get hyperinflation like we've seen in other countries. Then their entire currency becomes useless, and people don't want to use it at all. And they've done that in the past, and they use legal tender laws which say, no, you have to, even though it's worthless, you have to take it. But they use taxes to slow that process down. And you'll hear, you know, the Federal Reserve always saying, 3% inflation is a very healthy number. Yeah, because that prevents hyperinflation. And sometimes they'll go above it or below it. But that's what they're doing. They're trying to prolong inflation. But if they get to a point where they're like, we don't have enough in the treasury, we haven't taxed enough, we can't cut spending anywhere because we don't want to lose space on all these programs, they'll just print it. And eventually it's going to get out of hand. Is that better? Awesome. All right, any other questions? All righty then. I'm glad I got the new microphone for that. All right, thanks guys. We'll see you at dinner.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This was amazing. What an amazing, lovely day. Thank you, everyone, for your disposition, your patience, and all of the amazing questions, for all the good energy that we shared today. And tonight, we're going to have a really special award ceremony, and as Jeffrey mentioned, some dancing and some good eating. So I invite you to go enjoy the happy hour here at the reception, and I'll meet you back here 7:30 p.m. Please, another round of applause for all of you. Thank you so much. We'll see you in a little bit. First day, we learned so much from the healthcare system to, thank you. Today we learned so much from the healthcare system to what's happening in the libertarian movement in Brazil, to how to run a positive politic campaign on the power panel, as we called it, that Jacek was coordinating. We also got some great advice on how to live a more free life, even little by little, how to get out of the system. And, well, it was just such a lovely day. It's nice to see you all here. And I want to invite Dr. Per Bailun. He's part of the board of members of Liberty International, and he'll be taking my place tonight. So let's give a round of applause for him today, please.
Thank you so much. So first I want to apologize. I'm not nearly as pretty to look as Maria is. But maybe if you close your eyes. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so Liberty International has been doing this world conference. This is the 38th time that we do this. Yeah, applause. And this is only the 4th time that we're in the US, which really underscores the point of the organization and our global basis, that we really are we are Liberty International. We're the oldest global libertarian movement and libertarian organization there is. And our strength is really in the international part, liberty too, of course, but we have a network that spans most of this world, and we have representatives and we have local movements everywhere. That's how we organize our world conferences. So next year it's going to be in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and I have been to, yeah. Viva la libertad, carajo. And that's the extent of my Spanish, but it's the good part. So I have myself, my first conference was in 2000, I think, in London, Ontario. And after that, I've been to most of them, but not all of them. But the conference has taken me to all kinds of exotic places, including Mongolia and Puerto Rico and other very exotic places. But to do this work, of course, we need support. And we have it doesn't happen often, but this year we actually have a pledge for over 50,000 of matching funds. So if you donate money to the organization during this conference, it will be matched. Your money will count double towards liberty and freedom in the world, up to 55,000, I think it is. So, yeah. So talk to Sugandhi outside, or just slip me a check, or do it online. Yeah, Bitcoin is okay. We accept any currency, even state currency. So one of the traditions we have at these world conferences is to hand out awards for people who have made a huge difference in the struggle for liberty, which is, from my perspective anyway, the struggle against the state. It typically lands you in jail, but not for everybody. So we have 2 prizes today, and I'm going to introduce them one by one. And both of them are actually, we're fortunate because this year, both of them are keynote speakers. So you have already met the first one, who is getting the Lifetime Libertarian Award, who was today's keynote speaker, Ron Manners. Ron? Is Ron here? Oh, he is. Come on over. Congratulations.
Very nice.
Want to say a few words?
This, I notice, has the heart of liberty on here. And I like hearts because they're a sign of passion. And one of my best books was a book of poetry. It was called The Passions of a Prospector. I won't recite any of the poems because sometimes they were really designed for all male audiences. And these days you can't get away with much because everyone's watching. So that's it. But this is very, I'm not sure what I've done to deserve this, but I'm very thankful to receive it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you for everything you've done. The second prize is the Liberty Torch, which goes to Dr. Tom Palmer.
Thank you, sir.
There you go. Want to say a few words?
Well, it's such a pleasure to follow the youngest person in the room. That's always Ron Manners, who has always so much energy and so much to give. It's really an honor for me to be here, and thank you so much for this award among people, some of whom I've known for more than a few years, and from whom I've learned, and I have great respect and admiration, and younger people who I'm going to get to know, be comrades in this struggle for liberty. I'm going to be speaking tomorrow about a bit of a hard road ahead of us. I think that we're in for some difficult times in the liberty movement all around the world, and we will need Ron's passion to carry us through. So thank you so much, and I'm honored.
Thank you, Tom. I'm not going to disturb you more in your dinner, but don't forget to donate. Other than that, enjoy the rest of your dinner.
How do we donate? How do we donate? Either you talk to the people outside.
Do you think you can take it home?